Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Penwin, Lord Brownbear, welcome, welcome. Wow, wow, we've already got 5 people according to the OBS log. Holy shit, that's pretty good for the very beginning of the stream. Well, let's go ahead and dive right in. I hope you all have had a glorious weekend so far. I have. It's finally been nice to get a little bit of rest from my normal work, but I have been looking forward to today. I've been really looking forward to today. And as you can tell from the title, I don't think we're going to be getting out of the city anytime soon. PoE 1 will be celebrating a 10-year anniversary next year in March. Nice. Now, where were we? Right, we had just met the blacksmith, the little girl who told us about the people who hang out in the alley that we need to deal with. And this looks to be some kind of street performer. We talked about... Oh, no, please no interrupt.
A coin.
Oh, the child moves closer and tugs at the hem of your garments. Yeah. Here, stay out of trouble.
Thanks.
Yeah, the coin vanishes up the urchin's sleeve. She grabs 2 of them. Uh-huh. Yeah. Should have seen that coming. Takes the money and scurries away. Okay. What else have we got here? Alright, we need to investigate this house that we're next to. We did that. Can't do anything that. We can check out the 2 estates still, and I think that will be it for this area. And then we can actually... That is just 1 district of this entire goddamn city. I have a very distinct feeling we are going to be in this city for the entirety of this 6-hour stream, and we're not even going to scratch the foot. That's a Forsaken dog. Get the dog! Well, Zopa now is following you around. You'll gain a bonus to Insight and Metaphysics. Your entire party will also gain a bonus to Will. You are coming with me, my friend. We are already up to 5 pets. Nobody seems to care about this. Scoria, some Golden Suole. Some Valiant. Oh, pardon me. How does the dog help with science? I don't know. Don't question it. Maybe it's the reincarnation of a very powerful animancer, and the dog has somehow retained some kind of psychic field.
I know just it's done.
There we go. Pop that open. A wand, some reagents, some river reeds, and a silver loose. Alright. Oh. Alright, alright. Alright, now we just wanted to check out the estate. Ooh, fancy. Portello's brought up all the old finery he could, as if he can't tell. Hilarious ship hunter. Master Atello is upstairs.
We're full up, I'm afraid. If you're looking for lodging, you'll have to hope there's room at the tavern.
The family scribe offers you a pleasant smile, but seems preoccupied by other matters. You rent rooms.
We do indeed. Forgive me if I mistook you for a tenant. There are quarters set aside upstairs. Passers-by with a bit of extra coin will find a welcome cot and a meal. This is a temporary measure, of course.
If it's meant to be temporary, why rent rooms at all, much less for short-term stays?
It's not my place to share the dealings of the Valera family, but this is all rather public.
He frowns and glances around the house
Suffice
self-consciously.
it to say that a family in want of coin might find alternate means of securing their finances. In the case of this estate, that means renting the occasional room. No shame in making a practical sacrifice.
Renting rooms, a trade family. I saw a post somewhere where they ranked the RPGs where you can be the most evil. It was actually kind of sad to see the writers not include Rogue Trader in the list. You know, the RPG where even when you go Iconoclast, every breath your character takes, every step they make, every scrap of food, a bullet they fire costs between 100 to 1,000 servants' lives as the Rogue Trader. Yeah, but most people don't pick up on that, Penguin. I'll bet you anything that they don't even read many of the descriptions for like what happens on the planetary developments that you build, and how most of them straight up are just like, yeah, this will reduce the population by several million, but it'll improve your profit margins and the Imperium will like you more. And then it doesn't give you a choice. Like, that is literally just the only thing you can do to improve the colony. Like, that's all that you can do.
But I've said enough. Speak with Otello if you have business with the Valera household.
She beckons you on in an anxious, urgent manner. I take it that this Artello is the one in charge?
You'll find Otello Valera upstairs in his study.
Well, if that's the case, then how's business?
Well, as they say, business can always be better, yes? I'm sure I needn't bore you with the details.
Rogue Trader's default alignment would be considered evil. The bane of RPG fans, the casual group that doesn't even read the descriptions. It's also a bit more than that as well, because Brown Bear has a point. When it's the default alignment, it's hard to gauge the evil when you're not, like, pushing a boundary. Now, that being said, you can still do that in a Rogue Trader, though, because you can play Heretic, which is just flat out fucking insane. Oh, you... Ooh, the efficacy of imps. Now, this I know we have not read. A time-worn adage among practitioners of the arcane arts avers that early wizards compelled imps to service not out of a desire for the assistance, but to banish them from underfoot. I doubt it not at all, for one could not conjure more unruly, noisome, maladroit, and irascible aid. Why then do we employ these diminutive meddlers? Imps, dear reader, are to a wizard's sanctum as rats are to a ship. Whether out of a lying instinct or pure mischievousness, they infiltrate our laboratories with alarming regularity. Ninagauth conjectures in his Sensitivity of Simpletons that imps infest any locus of concentrated magical influence, and accounts of the creatures lurking among the uninhabited ruins of Engwith seem to corroborate his supposition. Population studies believed to have been more present-day Glonfoth and Deerford. Interesting that they include that there, given that we know for a fact that there were massive numbers of them in the Deadfire from what we saw in the visions from Andra. Yet a wizard's domicile seems to possess a particular appeal to them, regardless of whether it resides at a nexus of spiritual power or no. Left to their own devices, the winged miscreants accrue loose baubles, hoarding them in filthy dens, as often as not established in coverts and privies. Seemingly possessed of an antiquity dealer's discernment, each prefers to pilfer the most valuable paraphernalia and potent artifacts, yet they remain pathetically inept in the use of even the simplest gewgaw. I admit the imp's general incompetence makes them appealing retainers. One of the little cretins may displace a favored wand of elemental power, but little peril exists of it activating the instrument and immolating your collected volumes. The same cannot be said of apprentices. Yet the beasts present a danger to the unwary, for they possess a low cunning not unlike the Zaurep and the Orlan. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, so casual racism. Okay, game. Without a domineering hand to direct them, imps rapidly regress to their base instincts as a result of their propensity for pack behavior. Even transitory leniency with a single imp can imperil a wizard's entire collection. Still wish the Heretic line was a bit smoother, like you start with choices that are a little more of a dilemma. Yeah. Choices based on what would have been better and what would have been right. Yeah, Heretic should have been something that split off from either Dogmatic or Iconoclast in different flavors. Like, doing Iconoclast would lean you more towards, like, Tzeentch and Nurgle style, whereas doing more Dogmatic might lean you more towards, like, Khorne and Slaanesh style chaos. But that would have basically required writing not one Heretic path, but 4. And I can see how that would be a bit much for the writing team.
I'll have this opening. There we are.
Okay, I did not lose any reputation just for unlocking that. Okay, good. Right? Nope, nothing. Okay, good. Then we got the 100 experience for unlocking it, and nobody's in trouble.
Would you look at that?
Oh. Ooh. Thank you for that. Some spare books, some Baratheon scripture.
I know just the thing. I've done it.
That's also that. That's an emerald.
I'll handle this.
The ticking of the clock fills the dining room with a dining room in its quieter moments. Choice of saving Adira when she gets possessed shouldn't in Act 2 shouldn't be dogmatic, let Argenta kill her, and Arcana class stop her, but rather dogmatic, let Argenta kill her, and Heretic stop Argenta. Yeah, that's one. You could maybe mitigate it afterward, like if you're just, and here's the thing, that's not even saying that you can't do an Iconoclast one. You could do an Iconoclast one where you don't bring Argenta, and you try to talk Adira down, and that could maybe be Iconoclast, but also give you a small amount of Heretic points. The Sounding Rod of Slaanesh. Oh god, no. I think that leads upstairs. None of these people, yeah, they don't care. We can open that up. That is some reagents and a cinder bomb. So, oh, almost missed this. I think that's the kitchen. Yes, it's the kitchen. Nothing in here, though. Begging your pardon, but get out of my kitchen. Okay. Alright, let's head upstairs. No, yeah. That's why, as I said, I would love to see them do a full-blown Heretic RPG. Like a Black Crusade-style RPG or something in the same vein. And just really go whole hog on the whole, no, you're chaos. You're serving literal Satan and 3 other Satans. Now, admittedly, that should also include the option to go, no, I don't serve the Chaos Gods. I reject Chaos entirely, but I'm still going to be an asshole. You could pull a whole Night Lord shtick there. These pots appear to have been made locally. Okay, that's nice. Oh, Gangsveth berries. These berries have a delicate feathered surface. They are used in the production of Svef, a powerful hallucinogenic drug. Though originally grown in the distant Kalnes, Galveth plants have been transplanted and cultivated in the Deadfire, where the alternating wet and dry seasons provide ideal growing conditions. While the Talcanes variant of Gangsveth is a thin, frail plant, those found growing wild throughout the archipelago are quite hardy. I know Inquisitor has Puritan Radical, and getting Radical points is just being nice. No, amongst the Inquisition, Radicals have a wide gamut of what they are and what they, how they get there. There are several inquisitorial sects that are radical in all the worst ways. Ooh, fancy room. Okay, nobody cares if I take the Fine Spirit. I'm fine with that.
Right, I know just the thing.
Yep, unlock that.
I'll have this. There we are.
Sweet, 100 experience for the trap, 125 experience for picking the lock. Very nice. Alright, that is a lot of money I could use. Vanity seems seldom used apart from the wash basin, the fine layer of dust to settle on the surrounding tins and jars. Ooh. And we've got some Valiant clothing, some hammer and chisel. Lord Inquisitor from Rogue Trader would be a radical despite being batshit. Oh, absolutely. The fact that he was trying to control a Catan would have sent the Puritans amongst the Inquisition into a goddamn fucking frothing mess. To say nothing of how half the Mechanicus would see him as a saint and the other half would want to brutally murder him. This is just the room that they have set aside for everybody from the looks of it. He's been more prickly than usual. Don't tell him I said so. Valera Guard, Artella Valera, and Martino Valera. Oh dear. Magranic, Benediction.
I know just the thing. I've done it.
What do you got in here? Oh, hello. Valera Captain's Report. Atello, I do not write on behalf of the other captains of your illustrious fleet, but I hope that you understand my voice is still theirs. Even if they're too proud to air a grievance, you and I have known each other a long time to hide our thoughts from one another. I know the money is tight and that you cannot spend what you do not have, but the royal Deadfire incursion and the boldness of the Principi have not made the waters between the Republics and the Deadfire any calmer. Our ships are battered and bruised, nearly unrecognizable as they are patched with the flotsam of our defeated foes. We make do with what little we have, but this is an exhausting and hopeless way of life. Send us the coin to make formal repairs, or else we will abandon ship. and the next vessel I captain will not bear our family's sigil. Please, brother, Captain Bavaras. Ooh, okay, so we're dealing with some serious problems right here as far as these families being able to maintain their way of life. Ooh. Against the aesthetics or an examination of the motivations of storytellers, poets, and other con artists. And the Lord Inquisitor would most likely have been set up for a trial. To be fair, if he had gained control of a Catan, as we saw in our Iconoclasty ending, that would not have been a problem. At least until the Inquisition found a big enough hammer to smack him with. This is an excerpt from a hulking tome that is several inches thick, penned by one Ringvar Carnet, who warns his readers about the negative consequences of consuming fiction. If there exists lands beyond the churning tempest of Andra's mortar, none have lived to tell of them. Yet rumors persist in sailors' tales and merchant fables of a storm-lashed continent where dust and sand drift high as mountains and crawl across the land like a searing river. Horses are said to run wild, ridden by fire-haired people who stand 10, sometimes 20 feet tall. Their voices boom as loudly as glaciers across the great sand. The stories say they do not fight amongst themselves, but raise their voices only in greeting, so mollified are they by the careful attention of the gods who dote upon them above all others. What are we to make of such stories? They are nonsense, of course, tales spun to delight the simple minds of children and sailor alike. Indeed, tales such as this one and others of its ilk tell us more about ourselves than they do the mythical people on a mythical land halfway across the world. We dream of sand because we are washed in water. We are hemmed in on every side. We long for peaceful giants because we feel ourselves small and so little more than discord between us. We say wistfully that they are beloved of the gods because we do not feel the living touch of the gods upon our own heads, so we must then seek comfort in the knowledge that this is only because they love another of their children more than they ignore us. I mean, that's certainly one way to interpret everything that has been said here, dude, but it also just kind of sounds like you hate people writing fiction. No, we've seen that one. I remember it from a previous game. What is the Ordo Xenos version of the Grey Knights? You think they would have some bigger guns just in case? No, it's actually the Death Watch. And part of that is because I remember someone did the math on this, and I know Warhammer 40k and numbers don't always go very well. That doesn't always go very well, but the Death Watch is, by Space Marine standards, fucking huge based on the number of watch fortresses that we know about. It's highly likely that the Death Watch is somewhere in the realm of 10 to 20,000 Astartes scattered across the galaxy. Which, yes, they are scattered, but if the Ordo Xenos needed to put together a truly massive sledgehammer force, they have the authority to do it. It's also, let's be very honest, the Ordo Xenos probably has more interaction with the wider Imperium than the other two major Ordos. The Ordo Hereticus doesn't like people knowing when they're uncovering heretics, and the Ordo Malleus straight up will kill people who find out about demons. Whereas with the Ordo Xenos, as long as your response to their requests is, oh my god, aliens, yes, we must destroy them, they're probably more than willing to bring you in to assist. As long as you don't do anything stupid like pick up an alien weapon or piece of technology and try to use it. I mean, honestly, the Ordo Xenos has the most radicals, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, but it also tends to have the most benign radicals, because a lot of them are just in the matter of, yes, the occasional temporary alliance with the Eldar is worth it if we kill 10 times that many of other Xenos. The only reason Lord Inquisitor doesn't play the Death Watch is because they aren't in the Corrosive Expanse. Yes, and he also didn't seem to trust the Death Watch, because that's the other side of the coin. The Death Watch is fanatical even by Space Marine standards. I mean, these are the guys who quite literally were told to their face, the awakening of Yennead will help the Imperium fight chaos, and said, we don't care, you're an alien, we're still going to kill you, and tried to shoot fucking the Farseers who were trying to raise up the Eldar God of the Dead. Like, the Death Watch does have its stupid moments. It's very stupid moments. Like, you don't negotiate, like, when I was saying about Ordo Xenos occasionally working with Xenos, if you do that, you don't bring the Death Watch in, because the Death Watch do not have that response. The Ordo Xenos would have had any response at all to a Catan. I mean, technically, it's within their jurisdiction. Their main problem probably would have been Calcazar trying to seize control of everything. That would have been seen as a bit dangerous by the Inquisition, and the fact that he was openly using Xenos tech in order to do it. The Mechanicus would also have an issue because he was inviting members of their order to participate in his blatant tech heresy, and that would piss them the fuck off. All right. Could the Death Watch handle it? Probably. The Death Watch has access to a few things that are very different from the standard Astartes chapter. Would you consign millions of humans to death just to kill one Eldar? Yes. Unironically, Lord Brambear. Unironically. That was the Death Watch's response. It's like, we are here to kill you. It doesn't matter what your actual mission is. Our job is to be here to kill you. All right, let's actually talk to these people.
A new face in the Valera halls.
Atello Valera's face is lined and weary, but his coat is tidily buttoned and his posture is flawless. I am Sovani, at your service.
Courtly manners are welcome here.
He inclines his head.
My time is not inexhaustible, but I am willing to spare it.
Fun fact, the Eldari have the same response. Oh, of course. Remember, we had this whole conversation, Tenwin, during the Rogue Trader Let's Play, where I pointed out that the Eldar and the Imperium deserve each other. They are both equally fucked up when it comes to trying to manage their external affairs, diplomacy, for lack of a better word. It's like, yes, the memes about the Imperium would kill its own people just to kill the Eldar are true. The memes of the Eldar willing to co-sign billions of humans to save a single Eldar, also true. Both of them do not see the problem with this, and that is part of the issue.
What can I do for you?
I must ask, what does your family do for the Valiant Trading
Valera
Company?
ships escort goods and merchants from island to island across Deadfire. The Principe dogs show us their stern whenever they spot Valera colors on the horizon.
Leave it to a swabby from the Republics to think a pirate showing them their rear be a compliment.
The Orlan chuckles at his own joke. Oh, I was expecting more, given we've been uncovering details
A
in
new
here.
face to the Valera halls, and aren't we all so excited to see you?
Martino Valera grins from ear to
I
ear.
always make time for chatter. Say what you will.
What is your role here in the Valera household?
Is drama an acceptable answer?
His grin widens.
I make sure the wine cellar is stocked, and that sons and daughters alike know how to carry a blade.
There's got to be more to this place than what we've seen so far. I have to imagine that there's more. Though they vary wildly in style, you note a nautical bent in most of the paintings. Yeah. Willing to start a war to stop or kill a Terran invasion to save the Eldari Soulstone sleeping on a jungle planet. Yeah. The plot for Dawn of War 2. Actually, I don't even think it was Soulstones. I think that was added in later as a retcon in Retribution. I think the original reason was literally, oh, if the Tyranids eat this planet, then the next step will be coming for our craft world, and we can't allow that. Like, it's literally like, yeah, it'll take 2,000 years for that to happen, but if we let it happen now, then it's almost guaranteed to happen. Also, I just remembered, big shout out to Brad McBragan, who apparently followed us 13 hours ago. So new follower as well, when we were off stream. Thank you for that. There's also going to blow up a hive world or something. Oh, yeah. Hive City, I think. It was the major hive city on the main planet, but yeah. Okay, I do think that's... Oh, no, wait. The Bardato estate, right. Where that one chick went. I don't know if there'll be much in here aside from... Ooh, wait, can we... Oh.
Have you heard about the commotion at the palace?
Of course. Something about Luminous Adra.
A giant made of Luminous Adra.
Oh boy, people are still talking about Aothas. The entire thing, the chain reaction would cause all of them to blow. Yeah, you could be right, Tenwin. It's been a while since I played Dawn of War 2. Welcome to the Bardato estate. You can find Izali in her study. Bardato Halberdier. That leads down to the Bardato vault. Nera Bardato. Okay, that is a fine pistol. Instrument appears to be frequently used. It's impeccably tuned. These dour portraits seem to observe your movements up and down the corridor. Oh, nobody cares about this stuff. Nobody cares about this one either. Luminous Adra wasn't in the Deerwood. Aothas is made of it. I think it's more that Luminous Adra is empowered Adra, so the higher concentration of soul energy. When Aothas killed us and started his walk across the continent, he essentially began to turn the body into Luminous Adra. Yeah, just by being in it. Yeah.
I'll have this open. It's done.
And he's also absorbing additional souls, so that's probably making things awkward. Also, we just leveled up from unlocking that. Thank you, game. Just go ahead and keep increasing mechanics here. Go ahead and increase metaphysics here. Okay, we have one class ability. We have arrived at the level 2. What else can we get? We already have my favorite level 2 ability, which is the Mental Binding. What? Hold on, I should... Because some of these did change. So, Phantom Foes gives flanked, -10 deflection, 1/1 armor for 18 seconds. Believing they are surrounded. Mind Blades is a nice little... Shattering blades of force that attack them before leaping to additional targets. Basically, this is basically the Cypher equivalent of Magic Missile. I find it kind of surprising how Dawn of War 2's expansions stand out by being so strong story-wise. Oh, they are, yeah. It's amazing what you do when you actually focus in on a group of, well, even a group of Astartes. Do you recall the statue not being particularly destructible while it was in your keep? Yeah, but the statue was also 99% underground. The only part of it that was above ground was the very tips of the fingers. Recall Agony. 30% of received damage is reapplied as raw damage for 15 seconds. That's not bad. It's essentially a 30% damage bonus on them. But it only lasts 15 seconds is the main problem. Psycho-Vampiric Shield gives us resolve and takes resolve away from the enemy. And then Amplified Thrust. Yeah, violently pushing them backward, causing... Ooh, penetration. Oh, okay, so it does have armor penetration. The beetles nibbling on it, either Retcon or Aethys, and having the statue regenerated it. I actually think, based on the way they've been describing it, it was the fact that it was disconnected from the Adra veins as a whole that is what led Aethys to be able to possess it so simply. Because I think if the Adra is connected fully all the way down to essentially the roots of the world, that is partially what allows souls to transfer into the wheel easier through it. I think Aethys took advantage of the fact that it was such a massive piece of Adra that was completely disconnected from the system. That would be my guess as to actually what happened. Because as far as we know, no piece of Adra of that size had ever been simply disconnected from the larger network before. In almost everything else we encounter with Adra, it has always been chipped away from the surface, or small pieces have been removed from above. It's never been a case where you've had this massive, singular piece of Adra from a single vein, all carved into one shape, and then separated from the larger root. Beetles, vampire, and dragon fed on the statue's essence. Yes, not the Adra itself. The beetles were the exception, if I recall correctly. The beetles actually did eat because it specifically mentions that they caused damage to one of the arms and they separated the beetle, or they separated the Adra from the root, meaning that they were chewing away at parts of it that were connected to the larger structure of Adra deep underground. What would have happened if Adnua had instead of the statue been the shape of a dragon or a kraken or whatever? Again, it's entirely possible that that might not have much of a bearing on it, but it would be terrifying that if Aethys had been able to fly. Okay, we still have... Yeah, we have Sworn Enemy. We have Lay on Hands. We have the Zealous Aura. We don't really need anything from over here, I don't think. Because we're not using shields. So I'm thinking we grab another power. Do we want anything else? Valorous Echoes is a nice buff. 20 seconds gives both Valorous, or Strong and Insightful. Mind Wave is another... Yeah, generating concussive force, deals raw damage. Despite being logically way too heavy being able to fly. It works with arquebuses, not sure. Google time. It might. I still would like to have more abilities. Tenuous Grass gives Shaken, -5 Resolve, and -3 on all power levels, as well as Confused. For 20 seconds. Eye Strike is also very good. -5 Perception, plus 50% recovery time. Flanked, accuracy, range, immunity to gaze. Cannot use gaze ability. We do already have that on him, though, but that's still good. Plus, it's an AoE, which is nice. Having another cheap ability would be nice, actually. I mean, it still would have been massive, so we still would have been crushed by it. But yes, alright, so we're going to go ahead and grab Eye Strike, because that's another really good debuff ability. Two-handed does work on two-handed range weapons. Nice. Rodato Fencer.
Ah, yes.
Oh.
The newcomer. I thought you might visit.
That fucking shit is sparking. Hot damn.
I know just... There we are.
Don't mind me just taking a look in here. Ooh, a bunch of money. Thank you. Not going to take anything, but I will take the experience points. In some ways, that's more valuable than the money you could have given me.
Lady Izali Bardato. Custom dictates, I say, at your service. But I have not the time for such lies.
She regards you with a cool expression, but stands with a fighter's poise. I mean, she's wearing full plate armor that is literally sparking with power, and she's got a face that looks like she has seen some shit. Same with dual-wielding pistols. Also, Adair. Yeah. Lady Thor.
If you have business with House Bardato, then speak on.
Oh, Adair's level. Yeah, we'll get to him in a second. Oh, you notice something unusual. Your attention is drawn to Izali's desk. Among the assorted ledgers and documents sits a brass seal, still dripping with heated wax. The drippings have dried into an almond-shaped pattern that resembles the shape of an eye fringed with bird feathers. A nictating membrane flicks across its surface in a barely perceptible
Are
wing.
you still with me?
Izali breaks your focus by waving her hand in front of your face, and she glances between you and her tidy desk, frowning. Oh, apologies. Lost focus for a moment. Your desk, the eye. Apologies, my lady. I lost focus for a moment.
I will endeavor to hold your interest next time.
I think it was more that one action was shady, rather than it was a shady reputation. Your family seems very well established here, Lady Bardato.
My bank shoulders the costs of the Valian Trading Company's operations in the Deadfire. It is said that no Valian may wipe themselves unless a Bardato signature approves it first.
If that's true, we gotta stop shaking hands with them.
Hey dear, please do not insult our hosts.
I'm certain you've touched worse, farmhand.
See, they're going to shoot back. These are Valians, Adair. They're going to shoot back at any sass you give them. So calm the fuck down. I just sat down to eat. Sometimes you wonder if Adair is serious or sarcastic. It doesn't matter. I think he's too used to people not picking up on stuff, and now he's about to get. This is the kind of person who will shoot back with the sass. I'm not surprised at all. Adair, please do not cause an international incident. Izali's mouth twitches, just shy of a smirk. Okay. Obviously, there will probably be more to this place later. These dour portraits seem to observe your movements up and down the corridor. Is that the one we talked to earlier?
I just hope Laro doesn't bring ridicule to the Bardato name.
Apparently, there's a vault down here. Also, yes, Adair did level up. Let's go ahead and improve his athletics. Let's go ahead and improve his intimidate. There we go. Blinding strike. He's already got. For some reason, I keep seeing the blue border, and I think we don't have those. But no, the blue borders are the ones we have. Check your reputation just in case. I will. Anything else we want from here? Into the Fray is still good. While wielding a single one-handed weapon, some of the attacker's hits are converted into crits. Studies the fighter's aim, allowing the crit raises to hits on any attack made with a proficient weapon. Okay. Converts 10% of hits to crits. Yeah, that just gives a straight damage bonus. Do I want to get the smoke cloud? Interrupted, distracted, and sickened for 12 seconds. Might be good. And then increase the size and duration of the cloud. And adds a corrosive damage over time effect. But if that hits everybody, that's actually not as good, because that would also cause damage to me. Yeah, nothing down until we get down there. So I think, honestly, yeah, we're going to go ahead and grab... And shield style, which applies to both of them. That's good to see. It hits everyone, yes. The corrode bonus is best used on pure rogues, as you can teleport behind enemy lines and drop it before stabbing key targets in the ass. Ah. That's a shame, then. So maybe Smoke Veil might not be good for Adair, because we kind of want his rogue abilities to supplement his fighting abilities. We'll stick with Blinding Strike, though, because Blind just seems to be such a good fucking... Like, look at that. That's one of the best debuffs we've seen so far in the game. They really, really want you to be using a single one-handed weapon with that. But I think for right now, where was it? Confident Aim. 30% of grazes converted to hits with proficient weapons might be good. Single dagger or rapier is genuinely amazing. Yeah, but then we'd have to drop his buckler, and that means I've wasted the weapon and shield style. That's my main problem. I'm already... yeah, not saying you should do it. Yeah. Confident Aim. Yeah, I'm thinking Confident Aim is good. He's still got his saber, which is still his best weapon, I believe, and he still has his weapon proficiencies with that. Yeah. Does that automatically activate? Or no, he doesn't have his saber. Shit, I forgot. He does. Fuck, so that's not even going to affect him. Fuck me. Also, hold on, check our reputation. No, our disposition for Shady doesn't even have anything highlighted at all. So we're going to need to... Where... Hold on, where does it even say what weapons he has as a proficiency? What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Yeah, saber, medium shield. Oh, okay. Oh, so he really wants medium shields. We might have to upgrade him on that then. And yes, he wants the saber. Well, for right now, it's still good to have the sword, but we'll be on... Oh. The guard captain takes his time moving to the barred door. His armor creaking with every step, he appraises you with a lazy eye, a sweep of the eye, while his fingers curl about the hilt of his blade.
You have an appointment to see the vault, sir?
Apologies. I think I took a wrong turn.
So you did.
The captain makes a hurrying motion with his arms as he shepherds you towards the stairs. Yeah, figured as much. What do you think of opposite dispositions not canceling each other out? I don't know. We'll have to actually see how it goes. Or, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I think it's definitely a case where, if I'm being in all honesty, the best solution, though it would require more writing, so, you know, always take it with a grain of salt that it would always just be a nice feature to have, but not necessarily an easy feature to implement, would be that each individual character and each individual faction reacts more to how you act with them. And then your actions with other factions influence your reputation with existing factions slightly less, depending on if you did them around them or not. Okay, so we've explored everything there. Guess we can actually continue exploring the city now. Or wait, does it actually count as nighttime now? Oh god, it just occurred to me. We're gonna have to, like, re-explore a lot of places at night because they're going to be different from in the day. Oh god, there's gonna be so much shit. Oh yeah, here we go. This dipshit is here.
So she asked him what he calls that trick, and he says the Consueli.
Okay, we just got another level up for them. Go ahead and keep improving your Arcana there, Aloth. History and Metaphysics, but we don't need Metaphysics, so... we'll put some points for him into Insight, then. Insight and History. Just shoot one of the barrels and call it a day. I might. What else have we got here? Bear's Fortitude, Reflex, Will Defense. Gain concentration at the start of each conflict. Okay, through spells, abilities, and talents to protect a character from being interrupted. Each point of concentration that a character possesses will prevent a single interrupt effect from being applied to them. That seems very important, but we also did just get access to level 3 spells. So this level will grab a spell, and next level will grab that. He already has Fireball, so he already counts as having that. Expose vulnerabilities. Noxious Burst. That's an AoE across everyone, but it does provide Sickened. Arduous Delay of Motion. Minus 33% action speed, minus 50% stride. That could be useful. Draining Touch. Let me see here. Weapon accuracy, damage, and penetration increase with wielder's level. Draining 20% of damage dealt with this weapon restores health to the wielder. That could be useful. We do want to build him more like a melee support wizard with some damage. Minor Blight. Okay. Fireball is good. Alacrity of Motion. Swift for 45 seconds. 15% action speed. -3 health restored. So you lose some of the life energy in the process. Lingrass Displaced Image. Arcane Dampener. We're going to go with Lingrass Displaced Image and further improve on Aloth's ability to assist us on the front lines. There we go. Yeah, I am tempted for us to just blow them up with the fucking with those barrels. Improve her alchemy skill, keep pumping her religion skill. What have we got here? What else do we have? Prayer for the Spirit grants the smart +5 intellect. Warding Seal, that is burst of electrical energy, inflicting shock damage and interrupting. Not bad. Blesses allies with the Age of a Sympathetic Soul, releasing a healing effect when they are near death. Oh wow, 35 health. That's so good. That's going to be so helpful game in a game where I know for a fucking fact you deal a lot of damage. A lot more damage than that. Consecrated Ground gives +5 health restored per 3 seconds. That would at least be somewhat useful. Divine Mark does reduce their deflection by 25 for 10 seconds. Again, concentration might be very useful here. Spiritual weapon she doesn't need. Holy Meditation gives Resolute. And concentration. Ah. Granting the Resolute. Okay, okay. Lasts for 600 seconds. Punishment electricity. 1.3 radius hazard plus 1.5 radius from caster. I think Divine Mark might be best. Fire damage and reduces the enemy's deflection. I think that'll work best. We've already got the one that's a buff and one that's a debuff. So anything that additionally provides damage and reduces the enemy's ability to defend themselves is probably for the best. Okay, quick save. Okay, we talk to them, they're probably going to... Oh, they're part of the Principi. Interesting, interesting. Dockside Thug, Principi Priest. Okay, okay. Don't mind us. We're just having a conversation over here. It is good to talk to them first. Okay, we should then.
You the one causing trouble in Cotter's neighborhood?
The wolf at this man's side raises her hackles and growls. She shushes her and pats her behind the ears, all the while keeping his focus trained on you.
Remaro's pup kept better company.
Kota glances at Seraphim.
Boy, friend. So you still be doing that old referring yourself by name thing? Would have thought it'd have cost you enough lays by now to be dropping that affectation. Cotter has not missed the sound of your voice, Seraphim. Your smoke and mirror ghosts do not impress Kaletzia, and they do not scare Kata.
A line of drool drips down between the wolf's barred teeth.
Sorry, Valian names all sound the same to me. Which one is the pretty wolf?
Of course, Adir's just like, I want to pet the wolf.
You'll know soon enough.
Kota bares his teeth too at Adir. I'm not here to, well, we kind of are here to cause trouble. See, but unlike before, in the first game, when we called upon our Watcher powers, it was often to facilitate our tracking of Theos. The fact that Bareth keeps wanting us to use this ability has me actively not wanting to use it. No, I'd much rather find a way to... I've got to feel... I guess it depends, because I imagine that just killing them is going to piss off the Principi, but quite frankly, the Principi... I mean, sure, some of their captains might be the high-minded noble thieves. We're just, you know, we're actually trying to establish ourselves here as a nation of pirates, not just pirates. But quite frankly, their rank and file are, well, a bunch of dumbass fucking thugs for the most part. Again, Lord Brownbear, part of me really doesn't want to use this because I'm concerned why Bareth wants me to keep using this ability. I laid into it when we arrived in the city because I didn't know what was going to happen. But now that I've seen it, it literally just conjures up all the souls that are following us around. I'm really hesitant to do it anymore because I don't think it's a good idea. I'm having that same feeling I did when we were in Twin Elms and we were talking to the gods, and I'm like, wait a second, I don't have to swear fealty to any of them, so I'm not going to. It's kind of that feeling again. It's like, I don't like the fact that Bareth is telling me to use this ability over and over again. I think Bareth just made you realize you can use it. It's not like she's whispering in your ears to do it constantly. Her words were literally, show them, do it. Like, it was very direct for Bareth and a little out of character. Well, not out of character necessarily, but a little, much more direct and upfront than she usually is. I'm not here to cause trouble if I can avoid it.
No? Smart Miko. What do you want?
Is there any chance that you're the one shaking down Zamar?
Zamar has money problems. Kata has solutions. The little man doesn't know how to count his coins.
It's for you to do it, be the harbinger of death Mommy wants you to be. And she seems to want you to flaunt her authority. It is interesting that, yeah, she does seem to want us to remind people that she's around still. Though I suppose if the world is having problems with souls, with the way Eothas keeps sucking them all up, it wouldn't surprise me if Bareth feels the need to remind people to respect her authority.
Kata heard a newcomer was talking with Zamar.
His free hand moves towards the weapon slung on his belt.
Kata. Let's be keeping this a friendly fucking chat. Lest the captain be calling your raise.
His furred hands rest near his own weapons.
Selexia, your supper comes with blue fur.
He nudges the wolf, eliciting a
Tell
deep
the
growl.
shipwright to accept Kata's deal before he suffers another setback.
Yep, that is going to give us a negative thing there. Thoughts, Seraphim?
You've got to ask, Cap. A Principe deal be the all-round winner?
The Orlan shrugs, running a furred hand over his braided beard.
Zamar gets himself steady work. The pirates know they're looked after. And you and me get to shove off from this mess with a Principe favour in our hold. Charting another course risks running us aground of everyone's bad side.
Better that you listen to the hairy piglet.
Kota nods, glancing from Seraphim to you. You know, you really shouldn't be insulting the guy who is actively trying to save your life. Like, Seraphim is the only one providing me good, reasonable arguments as to why I shouldn't just shoot those two gunpowder barrels over there and blow 2 of your men to Kingdom Come before I stab you in the face.
Kata will see that his casita knows your name. There's also coin to spare. And Kata will get you the Principe discount on Zamar's goods. Deal?
That does sound fair. Perhaps I could hammer out the details with Zamar. See, this doesn't lock me in either. I can still shoot him.
Gelarde, Here's an advance.
Oh.
Go tell Zamar the good news.
We still need to talk about another issue, but I will go ahead and get this quickly done. Oh, he does have stealth. Interesting. I guess we could keep him as a stealth character. It is an active skill. Automatically when characters in stealth mode, the higher the character skill, the closer they can get to enemies without, before being detected. So yeah, I could use him to ambush people. Bluff, history, insight, intimidate, metaphysics, survival. I guess we'll have Seraphim be survival, because I don't think we have anybody with that right now. Okay, he's got Frenzy, which is definitely more down his alley, because let me see here. Frenzy gives +5 to Might, +5 to Constitution, which makes sense, And all of his stuff is dual wielding, so we're probably going to want that. Is there anything? Oh, right, we definitely want this. Right. No, not that. Let me see here. +30 damage with all weapons. Generating increasing damage. Okay, so right, this one increases focus gain, but doesn't give a gives a slightly lower bonus, whereas this one is all in on damage. And this is when focus is not at maximum. Right. So yes, we're gonna grab that, and then next level we'll grab a dual wielding style, probably from the Barbarian. Ooh, with carnage attacks. Interesting. Oh. And that's with any weapon. It doesn't have to be a melee weapon. That's interesting. Two-handed style, one-handed style. It's a bonus damage against all Wilder. Thick skin. Two-weapon style. There it is. Minus 15% weapon recovery time when dual wielding. Yeah, that's what we want. That's what we'll get next level. But for right now, we'll go ahead and grab Biting Whip so he further increases his damage as he's gaining focus. Would cause very large explosions. Staying where you are right now, blowing those barrels will kill your entire crew. Fuck all Wilders. Yeah. I mean, it's a barbarian, so I have to imagine the whole lore explanation, since barbarians largely come from the more rural and less civilized regions, they have to deal with Wilder way more often. And indeed, being in Orland, he's probably kind of used to that. Yeah, we don't want to do that from here. But again, can we talk about the other...
Have a date with Zamar?
I mean, maybe we could convince Zamar, or maybe we could just blow him up. You know what? I'll consider it for right now. We have other things that we can do. We have a whole city to fucking explore right now. We can put off that discussion for another time. Alright, how the fuck did we get out of here? Oh, right, this way. Come on, let's go. I do love the architecture. It's kind of interesting the way they're going with the Huana. It's a weird mix of Caribbean natives, Polynesians, and Southeast Asian like architectural styles. I'm actually really liking the combination. Hey, look, it's a bot. Fuck you, bot. Highly recommend Pariki Overlook to the Serpent's Crown. Well, then I think we have to go north for that one, so that's over here. Thank you for giving me viewership, bot, even if it was just for a moment. Thank you for contributing to my statistics. Nobody click on the bot's message. They're all just fucking idiots. Best viewers on blah 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 bullshit. Oh yeah, the vibes are great. Like the general feel, the art style, the mix mash between, as I said, like the Polynesian, Mesoamerican, Southeast Asian architecture alongside the Valian Mediterranean colonial architecture. Very interesting concept, or contrast. But yeah, Pariki's Overlook. Let's go ahead and head that way. No, I hope we find a lot to do in this city, and I hope we find a lot to come back to for this city. Okay. Okay, that just gives you the little slowdown. The humans have some aspects of Indian culture. Dot, not feather. Oh, yeah, no. I automatically assumed dot rather than feather simply because of the Southeast Asian influences. Ooh, nice. Water Shapers Guild. Archemir's Arkhamir? Isn't that an archmage? Oh dear. It's gonna go interesting. I'll take these. The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, they have a caste system. Although, to be fair, the Indian caste system is the most well-known, but it's not like it's the only one. I don't know enough about Southeast Asia and Polynesian culture. I think Polynesian technically had a quasi-caste system. It wasn't as hard and fast.
Could Steely at your service.
She sets down her pruning shears and looks up at you, looks you up and down with a warm smile.
Just something?
She plants her hands on her hips and nods at you with a slight interest.
I can tell that you're new to the Deadfire. Maybe you're still getting your bearings? Some of my herbs can help with seasickness or worse afflictions.
Lord Brownbear, we have literally met this woman for all of 2 minutes. Calm down. I guess we can add short stacks to your list of woods. She's cute. I mean, I like the art. It's a nice little touch of the art. As I said, I really, really like the hand-drawn portraits that they chose for this. And the fact that they do it with pretty much every character you can interact with, that... I really hope that the art team wasn't overworked, but I really appreciate everything they did with this. Keep a look at the ingredients in the shop. You never know you might need for enchantments. True. What makes you think I got here recently?
Nothing personal. You just have that taking everything in look about you.
Oh shit, I am easy to read. That's exactly what I've been doing.
Give it time. It'll pass.
She reaches to brush a curl of fur behind her ear. Her gaze wanders towards Seraphine and lingers there. Then she pulls her focus back to you, blushing slightly. Seraphine. Fucking...
Oh, ain't no shame in looking, lass.
Flashing a crooked grin, Seraphine bows to the herbalist, while Aloth gives a pained look. Given you mostly don't have a face. Seraphine is a charmer. As I said, he's a pirate. If he wasn't a charmer, he wouldn't really be living up to the whole pirate stereotypes. What brings an herbalist to the Pariki's Overlook?
Money is the obvious answer, but I don't think that's what you're after.
I cannot compare to Seraphine's riz. I mean, that is true, Lord Brownbear, but hey, you never know. Maybe we'll encounter somebody else. I'm sure there will be plenty of characters with cute portraits.
Yes, I'm an herbalist, but I also pride myself as a florist. I think the city liked the idea of putting a flower shop somewhere visible. It's ostentatious, really. Probably the same reason why we have a magic shop next door. Pariki's Overlook is a great big splash of culture and innovation, there to show travelers that the Huana are ready for the world at large.
Money is the obvious answer, but that's not what you're asking about. Yep. Slight Durwooden accent. I mean, as far as we know, most Orlan come from Glonfoth. The vast majority of them do, so it wouldn't surprise me. Pariki was an explorer and founder of the Water Shapers Guild. Many of the modern teachings of water shaping stem from her research into ancient Huana society, which led to her posthumous renown and the subsequent naming of her home district in Nikataka as Pariki's Overlook. Oh, okay. Water Shapers, are they mages? That would make sense. Tell me what you have for sale. Ooh, apothecary gloves. Ooh, +1 dexterity, +2 alchemy. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, we really don't have much in the way of money right now. Twisted Root Doll. Once per rest, 5 uses. Rudimentary figure of a kith. The head of the doll contains an unknown gem wrapped in moss. The taut root fibers shudder and creak periodically as if trying to pull free. Summons a vine lurker. Ripple Sponge, Sfef, White Leaf, Deadeye. +5 accuracy, 15% chance to interrupt on scoring a hit for 189 seconds. Wow. That's actually pretty good. That's actually a drug that could actually get some decent use out of this game. And then a whole bunch of ingredients. Holy shit. A whole bunch of really expensive ingredients too right now. Vine Lurker isn't a bad summon? No, not the worst. I'm very hesitant on using, you know me, I'm very hesitant on using anything that has limited uses. She's got some stuff in here. Oh, what? Large bronze coin. The Rautai Oa is the second most commonly used currency in the kingdom. It's the original form of the bronze Han, which is a commonly broken in half or a half-value coin. And then some leather armor and a broad-brimmed hat. It also occurred to me. Oh, that's a shame. only you can have the pet. Otherwise, you'd be able to stack the bonuses. But why can't I give them to Ada? See, I'm tempted actually. If this is going to be something that is limited on uses for the summons, I might just start selling them because I'm going to be too concerned about that. Also, we really don't need... Well, keep the potions, but we really don't need the rest. Potion of Spirit Shield, that might be useful. Antidote, nice. Scorching Venom, Potion of Moderate Healing, Deadeye, and a Cinder Bomb. He's got Scroll of Fan Flames, Potion of Elemental Defense. Okay.
What do you need?
Accidentally cut themselves on half of a broken coin. Depends if it's purposely made that way. Item hoarder life, indeed. But what if I need it later, he says as he's fighting the final boss of the fucking game. I mean, that is exactly what I do, but still, I can acknowledge that it's a horrible mindset. Ooh, the Dark Cupboard. You remember the Barrett's Blessing you can get when you start a new game using the points you get with achievements? One of the blessings lets Adair have a pet. Oh, that's... Ooh.
They don't let you have those in Deerwood anymore. That one's in pretty good condition.
I'm sorry, what? Orland cage in the back? Do I even want to know? Adair, what the fuck are you talking about? I was distracted by the giant fucking golem whose fist looks like it could turn me inside out.
I got nowhere else to turn. Stonehill is going to kill me.
Don't drag me into your mess, Berteno. Not again.
Then you leave me no choice. I'm sorry.
Hey, come back with that. Madiko!
I feel like we have wandered in on some drama. Various supplies. Exotic spices sting your eyes when you lean in to examine them. Living quarters are upstairs. The Grimoire of Vaporous Wizardry. Chain Lightning, Gaze of the Adragon, so that's a really nice setup for level 6. Malignant Cloud, Call to Slumber, good. Fireball and Expose Vulnerabilities, also nice. Confusion, Middletta's Concussive Missiles. Unique Grimoire with a unique trait. Oh, damage causes an interrupt and grants extra spell casts. Ooh, we might need to find a way to get that on our inventory. Has a history of Orland slavery, but I didn't expect Ada to be familiar with that aspect. Well, to be fair, it might be a case where he knows of their existence even before. Like, it might have been a case where he doesn't know anyone who used it, but he does know what they were and what they were for. The only grimoire with an active status. Why? If you're able to do that, it feels like every grimoire should have some kind of trait that if it's some kind of special grimoire. And there it is, the Critter Cleaver. Oh god, wait, that's this person? Fuck this person then. Why would I want to do anything for this person? Fuck them. The Horned Bones of a Godlike. The plague simply reads, Shoplifters beware, without context. Wait a second. I thought the or is that just Death Godlike? The Death Godlike one is that the horns and everything are not technically part of their their head, right? Because they can see through, or is it a case that they can see through it, but they are still real? I think I might have been misinterpreting. That's potions. That is an Amulet of Health, which is not worth jack shit. Oh, an imp.
Shop imp,
oh.
Greetings.
They can talk? The imp mutters something, dark and hateful under its breath. It regards you with narrow, wandering eyes and flared nostrils. What was that?
Buy something.
He makes a rude gesture towards the shop wares. Why are you so hostile?
Hostile? It's just imp.
He bares his teeth and hisses to emphasize the point. They are very much real physical. Oh, okay, so I misinterpreted that. He aims a fearful glance towards Facina and lowers his voice.
And is sad.
His expression falls. New sags, wrinkles, and edges grow definition.
Facina spends too much time away from shop, leaving me to fend for self. His bad enough master won't let me leave stupid shop.
Why do you think Facina spends so much time away?
She hates her work, hates Arkhamir, hates me. Reason enough.
He counts on each finger and then balls his claws into a fist. So you're not angry at all, are you?
Complicated. Kids think we have two big emotions, angry and happy.
He smacks his lips and stumbles on the longer, more nuanced words.
But Kith can't smell imp spray. Jovial spray. Melancholy spray. Creative spray. Imp spray all over everything.
To accentuate the point, a little puff of foul-smelling effluvia wafts out of an orifice that was not evident a second ago. I did not need to know this. I did not need to ever know this. I'm going now.
I don't care.
No, I don't even want to know what you want to have for sale for right now. I'll talk to the other lady. What the fuck is this? That is an industrial grinder. That is the kind of thing that gives me nightmares after I watched videos of it on YouTube for the first time. Arkhamir is going on the list. Everyone who's worked here is going on the list. If you have ever used this machine, you're going on the list.
That flaccid pazzo.
The young wizard clutches the countertop, looking as if she's either going to vault over it or snap it in half.
You had none of that, Hack?
The imp mutters to himself in a dark, guttural tone.
That's what I thought. What am I going to do? Think, Fasina.
What's all of that about?
My postenago of a lover stole Rokawa's fingers. The master will kill me if I don't get them back.
Frederick Lever was adding a patch, so technically it isn't canon, if that makes sense. I don't care. It's in this shop. I am holding the owner of this shop fucking liable for this shit. She reeks of a justified bad attitude. I mean, yes, she's working directly under an archmage. And when she says, the master will kill me if I don't get them back, given what we have seen of the archmages, she's entirely 100% correct. And quite frankly, if the reputation of the archmage is anything to be believed, he could make her disappear and nobody in this city would bat a fucking eye.
He must have wanted to raise some fast coin. Arkhamir will flay me alive over those damned gloves.
Strange that the constructs that I assume are here to stop thieves didn't stop him from stealing.
Is it strange? I don't know. Go consult Arkhamir's grimoire if you're that curious.
Flustered, she finds any excuse to look elsewhere. Did you modify the golem so that your boyfriend could come in and do whatever he needed to do or to come see you? Is that what happened? In which case, this is partially your fault, and I'm not going to be surprised if the Archmage blows you the fuck up. But we're going to try to avoid that, because I'm a nice person, unlike most of the people in this fucking universe. I will, Tenwin. Why does he need the money?
He said that he's in debt to a Rautayan captain by the name of Hamuto Stonehill. By all accounts, a deadly serious man.
Why are the gloves so important?
You do not know Arkhamir, do you? He is as cheap as a Wodican clerk. Whatever he loses from those gloves, he will take out on me. Somehow.
Hey. And you didn't explain this to your lover? What aren't you telling me?
Not that it's any of your business, but Bertenno used to spend a lot of late nights here.
Fasina coughs into her fist and avoids eye contact. Let's be fair, Archmages are known for being pretty petty bitches. I mean, yes, we've encountered literally two of them. One of them tried to kill me, and the other one was about to kill me if we didn't talk her down. And that was literally the first conversation we had with either of them. They're kind of assholes.
I got into the Construct's guts and marked off Bertenno as a safe visitor, so they would not attack him.
Oh, right, we did see Ninigauth just literally explode one of his apprentices. It was kind of obvious. As soon as my character mentioned it, I was like, yeah, it is a bit weird that the golems didn't attack him when... There's even the body over in the corner where it's like, oh, shoplifters beware. It's like, well, he just literally grabbed something and ran, and yet these things didn't do jack shit.
And before you ask, no, I will never do this again.
She crosses her arms resolutely. I could see about getting those gloves back for you.
You will? If you are expecting some payment or reward, I do need to keep this under wraps.
Let's just say that I'm doing my good deed for the day.
If there's a burden on your conscience, then I am not opposed to you offloading it on my behalf. I do not know where Bertenno fences his goods, but he mentioned an appointment at the Bra Citadel docks.
Fasina bites her thumbnail and glares at the door, seeming to wish it would burst off its hinges.
Stonehill must be as dangerous as he sounds, or else Bertenno wouldn't be so panicked.
But yeah, Brown Bear, I just try to pay attention to the story beats. It's what leads to all my speculative moments throughout the games. Sometimes, of course, it's completely worthless, because we did all of that during the Bastard's Wound, and we got nothing for it. Ninagath was the one in the flashback. Yes, the one whose apprentice stole the spell book, and then when he tried to give it back, Ninagath was like, fuck you, and exploded him. Circle Tunes showed a D&D where the players insist on killing the merchant. The comment section of that short is full of people giving examples of what a GM can do to mess with murder hobos. I still, to this day, I still follow I don't know how much you know about older internet game reviewers and D&D content creators. The Spoonie one, Noah Antweiler, who gave a great video on the one thing you can do to make the party do anything you want, but you can only do it once in a campaign. And it's very simple. You steal from them. You have an NPC steal from the players, and if you do that even once, those players, especially if they're murder hobos, will go to the ends of the earth to get that shit back. That's been always one of my favorite go-tos. The party rolls up into town having defeated the dragon with a whole cart full of gold. They go into the inn to get their room, and then when they walk back out, the cart is gone. Easiest fucking way to get the entire player base invested in doing something that you want them to do without making it feel like a railroad. Also reminds them that the world is real. You know, don't just leave a cart full of shit out in the middle of the road that's filled with gold. I killed a merchant. All right, roll for initiative with disadvantage. Yeah. Or make a merchant a traveling brass dragon who's in disguise or something. Like, you can do all sorts of shit. And that doesn't even necessarily require a TPK. The dragon example is a great one. Brass dragons are still usually good. Have him beat the shit out of them non-lethally and then just be like, you know, you really shouldn't attack people for no fucking reason. I have more questions about your issue. Oh, we already did that.
My whole existence revolves around these gloves. Incredible. Go on, then.
I wanted to talk about that shop imp, your little co-worker.
I hate him from horn to hoof. More than once I've caught him smearing feces all over our selection of cloaks. Not that this should dissuade you from buying one.
Merchant is a retired level 20 wizard. He casts a spell, you're stripped naked and thrown out onto the street. Yeah, yeah. Merchants being retired adventurers makes a lot of sense in a lot of D&D style settings. Like, how else do they have the connections and equipment to deal with all of this stuff? It would actually make a lot more sense if there were more of them. Avatar of Palor says, I remember one campaign that didn't really get very far, but the opening scene was our characters at a bar, and a shade, like an evil spirit, appeared out of nowhere, and it like marked the bartender, and the bartender like freaked out, pulled an enchanted weapon from under the table, and like started hacking the shade to pieces, because the guy was like, I'm a former adventurer, I don't have to take this shit from some wandering ghost, fuck you. The shade then exploded and killed both of them, but it was a great establishing moment for like, yeah, this is the kind of shit you're gonna have to deal with in this world. Strangely, he seems sad because you spend too much time away from the shop. Honestly, I think he actually likes having you around. She studies you, weighing your words with a doubtful, if somewhat interested expression.
We are talking about the same little flying stinker? Maybe I ought to be nicer to the little thing. We both hate Arkemir, so we have that much in common. I am the apprentice of He of Many Colors. That's plain old Arkemir to you.
That is a cool title. That is a very cool title.
What few spells I know have names like Arkemir's Dripping Scourge or Arkemir's Malevolent Codpiece.
Oh, I didn't. Arkemir is an archmage of worldwide renown. The spells bearing his name largely focus on illusion and pain, qualities that he prizes in his personal life and teaching philosophy. Over the years, he has fostered dozens of students, but none have graduated from their apprenticeship to his satisfaction, opting instead to leave his service in bitterness and resentment over the archmage's notoriously unfair treatment. He lives in Nekataka. Oh, pardon me, I burped again there. Pariki's Overlook, where he operates the local magic shop, the Dark Cupboard.
He made me conjure a household staff of imps. Horrible, chittering things. I think it's because he knows I hate them.
Facina sighs and waits patiently for you to speak up. You use a lot of honorifics when you talk about him.
He makes me call him by the titles he's earned in his long career.
One time I was in the Abyss playing Five-Finger Fillet with demons, and a fat-fingered Herzo challenged me, and one turns out it was a demon lord in disguise messing with me. Shows he's probably better than Console Hot. Maybe just me, but I have the gut feeling Console Hot wouldn't let the apprentices leave. Yeah. The entire point of Consul Hot's apprenticeship seems to be bring me something useful so that I can then absorb that information and then kill you.
I can also call him by the titles I've made up since the start of my apprenticeship.
She grins, glancing left and right.
He's the bringer of foul wind, the teeth of suckling imps, and the herald of dirty slippers.
Don't worry, I won't tell him that you said that. Why don't you show me what you have for sale? Jernau's Careful Calamities. Yeah, see, why don't more of them have, like, special abilities attached to them? You think that would be a good idea. I wish there was also more explanation for the name, but eh. Deafness, Alacrity, Arcanist Balm, +2 Alchemy, +2 Arcana, +2 Explosives as well. Relentless Striking, Action Speed, Melee Damage, but loses Deflection, just doubles down on Berserking effect. Also note that Grimoire does have a unique spell. Ooh, Ninagao's Killing Bolt. Very nice. Arcane Cleanse, Major Grimoire Imprint, Wilting Wind. Nice. So we got Rimgal's Repulsive Visage. Sickened and Terrified. It's an aura effect. Oh, Jernau's Equalizing Blast? Oh, you're right. Okay, I don't know the full spell list, so it's kind of hard to parse when they just do it. Quite frankly, if it's a unique spell, maybe it should be marked or something. Weakened for 12, Immobilized for 12, Frightened for 12, Disoriented for 12. That is pretty fucking good. I'm assuming it's random, but still. Either they take -5 Constitution, -5 Dexterity, -5 Resolve, or -5 Perception. Also, it occurred to me, Frightened is a really good one, too, because it reduces power level on spells by 3. Or on abilities, I suppose. Jernau is a former apprentice. I think he's actually another Archmage, because I think we've seen other spells with his name before. Various scrolls. Prayer for the Body, Calculoth. Stilettos, daggers, quarterstaffs. Ooh, the Spine of Thicket Green is a quarterstaff. Exceptional Purge Decay, so additional damage against vessels and accuracy, and all plant ability power levels +2, so that's for a druid, obviously. Focused Flame is +10 accuracy with fire attacks, if you really want to double down on that. Sasha's Singing Scimitar. Empowering an invocation returns 3 chanter phrases. 2% stacking actions to be noticed with each chanter phrase. Superb quality and sharp. That's really good if we get a chanter. Holy shit. That staff is actually a very important item. Well, don't... Tenwin. Tenwin, do not spoil. Do not spoil. Thank you. Not an apprentice making your own spells using something only archmages or equals to. Yeah, exactly. Lithandria's Devotion. +1 enemies engaged, 6 shield deflection, 15% crit damage reduction, and grants the Pale Light skill, which causes nearby allies to recover so little health that it doesn't fucking matter. Spellkeeper, +5 defense against all spells, and grants spell Cachet. Summons a random scroll into an empty slot at the start of combat. Scroll disappears when combat ends. Ooh. Oh no, only 2 uses per rest. I thought it was just at every opportunity. Never mind. 5 uses, that summons an Adragon, and then a bunch of other Dusty Black Grimoire, Grimoire of Spark and Flame. Oh wow, yeah, this is a damage theme one, holy shit. Weightless Grimoire, which is all about buffs and... Oh yeah, that's actually pretty good. I can hear staff with thinking of Eb, I'll shove the staff inside your ass until... Did she actually say that line? Why do I have no recollection of that? Lengrath's Martial Masteries. Oh, so this... Okay, so this is very much a melee wizard spellbook. We might actually get that for him at some point. That would be good. She said it's a Lantry. Right. Tier 8 spell unique. Okay, so in general, if it has their name on it, it has a unique spell. Tier 8. Superior Elemental Bulwark or the Temporal Cocoon, because I don't... Are those? It's a Grimoire. If a Grimoire is unique, there's a 9 in 10 chance that it has a unique spell. Ah, okay. The Bridal Garter. Oop. +1 Constitution, resistance to Dexterity Afflictions, and the Grimoire of Vaporous Wizardry. Oh, no, that one has one. Damage causes an interrupt, grants extra spell casts. Okay, so some other ones do have that. Okay, okay. Well, nothing else we can do here then. Gunpowder solution. And then you said there was something over here in the corner, right?
Salutations.
Ugh.
Do you wish to hear your fortune?
A puppet in the box cocks his head to the side and stares at you with a vacant expression. He taps the metal coin slot expectantly. That is the same one from before. Almost items in the shop can be stolen from the shop. Oh, okay, okay. Thought that said temporal coconut. What's your story?
I got on Archimir's bad side and didn't exactly survive the experience.
Ooh. Oh, great. Another reason to dislike archmages.
I'm not really supposed to chat with customers.
I wasn't aware it was possible to bind a soul to this type of contraption. The last time I saw anything of its like, the contraption in question had to be of incredibly high quality, and the ability to transfer the soul into it was something that wasn't able to be done twice.
How about you get yourself over to the Animansis Tower in the Sacred Stair, then? No need to gawk at me.
Do the Huana have any problem with Archimir holding you here as essentially a
The Queen
slave?
is too pleased at having an archmage at her disposal to care.
That's not a surprise. His hinged mouth twitches in a sad
I can't
smile.
blame her. The Huana have got it rough. We all need coin in the end.
I have other questions. Back
I
to...
got on our-
Yeah, we saw
supposed
that.
to
Oh,
chat with
we're not getting any of the others. Do any of your fortunes actually come
Sure.
true?
All the time.
He stares at you unblinkingly, daring you to call him a liar. Fine. I'll hear my fortune. The puppet's eyes close and he steeples his fingers. You hear gears whirring and clicking inside the box. His eyes reopen, this time with an amber glow. Dear God, this is creepy. Yeah, this is... Again, gotta give props to the art department for coming up with all these character portraits, because this is genuinely a bit disturbing.
I see a woman with black hair. No, red hair. Very dark red. Or maybe it really is black. She'll want you to recover her wedding ring. When she pays you, be careful. There's a scorpion hidden in her coin purse. I know not why.
Interesting. Dark red, dark black or red hair. I'm actually making a note on a notebook I have next to me. Red hair. Wedding ring. Scorpion in coin purse. This is the kind of shit that will show up later, and from like 20 hours from now, and only then will I remember that there's something that I heard about it. His head clicks to the side,
I
disturbed.
can see no more. Unless you give me another pyre.
Sure, I'll take another one. Alright, same description.
I see an island. Its shores are pitted, wreathed in fire. But you are bound to go there. Someone awaits you. A man, I think. An old friend.
Wreathed in fire. No. No. I don't need to fucking deal with Durance again. Don't fucking put that on me. No. I don't want to see him again. I don't want to see him again, but I don't want to see him again. Still, pitted and wreathed in fire. Let me write that one down. I mean, the only other men associated with fire. Do we know anybody else associated with fire who was a dude from the first game? Not that I can think of. Tell me, Watcher, have you met Candace in your travels? No, Breber, I've got it. Tell me, Watcher, have you met Candy in your travels? That's Candy with an I, by the way. Give me another one.
I see a bucket. No, a ship. You're going to embark on a journey very soon. Or have you already? If you encounter a man in a hat, you must be careful not to speak to him. The consequences are too dire.
There's more feisty whores. See, this one's a little more vague, which has me thinking that some of these are not going to come true. So, bucket ship. Hat man. Don't speak. See, now I'm wondering if that one's already come true, because that kind of feels like the ship that tracked us down after we left Port Mage, where we got Seraphin, because the guy was in a fancy hat.
I see a house. 4 walls, a ceiling, a floor, all wood. If you sleep there 4 nights straight, your one true love will pass by in the street. Be quick, before the bard in red steals her away.
Interesting. Beware bard in red. I'm gonna have a whole page of this shit. Yeah, the guy who handed Seraphin had a hat. Yeah, he had a fancy hat.
I see a fork in the road. There's a statue of a human. Someone in robes. Take the left fork. If you go right, it could get ugly. Don't ask me why.
Road, human statue. Go left, not right. Okay. That sounds like Durance again. Yeah, that literally sounds like Durance.
I'm all out of fortunes for you. Most people never ask for more.
Okay, so we've got those all written out. See, the fact that he ran out, though, that makes me think all of these are going to happen. You did meet Durance at Magrin's Fork. Yep. Yep. But I don't think Magrin's statue technically counts as a human, because aren't the gods usually depicted similar to the godlikes that they create as well? Okay, well, I think we're done in there. Oh.
What did you do before you were
Quench
a
your
ship
thirst
hunter?
on the way up the mountain?
I wish they wouldn't do that when I was trying to... Oh, whatever. He calls it the horse spread legs. Yeah, that would be Durance, all right. Amita inclines her head and gestures to a wagon loaded with kegs. What do you serve here?
Spirits and the like? No one this side of the slope will scorn you for a little indulgence. Between us, folks tend to linger and spend coin in parikis when they've had a few. Good for business, I say.
Well, show me what you got. Ale, grog, lager, milk. I still don't understand how milk keeps in this universe. I don't think magic would be widespread enough to keep it cold. Rice wine, rum. Good old rum. And water. Nobody wants water.
Rough times, lass. Would spare you the telling, lest you be set on it.
I reckon I can handle it.
Crew I will if they give me any job they thought like to kill me. I'll live to prove them wrong.
Can't live the good times unless you survive the bad. That what being a pirate's all about?
Aye, sure enough. Besides, lasses say the scars be adding distinction.
Okay, so his original crew...
You have no right to interfere in Rauatai's business. Hawana culture isn't business, you company drudge.
What's going on here?
I don't give 2 pyres for your tribal pride, and I wager that Arkemir cares even less.
The Amal woman clutches her fists at her sides. Her severe features are caught in an unshakable
This is
grimace.
what passes for Rauatai in diplomacy. Rauza has bigger problems.
Oh, Rautai title equivalent to Admiral. The more calm and composed Hawana smiles, turning when she notices
If you
you.
come to see Arkemir, you're too late. He left the estate on wizard business.
Wizard business?
Arkemir could be drinking Koiki wine with dead kings. There's no finding him if he doesn't want to be found.
Why is the rum gone? Mostly because water wasn't very clean. Very true. And also very much the case as well that water just... Yeah. Nobody wants to drink just water when they can get something else, especially on a long ship voyage. What were you here hoping to find with
The
Arkemir?
wizard got his hands on a Hawana tablet, the Harapo epic. I came to reclaim it for Rauatai.
If it's a Hawana tablet, then how is Rauatai reclaiming it?
In the middle of my negotiations, this little pest showed up with a claim on it.
He gestures to Nettehe.
The Harapo epic belongs to the Huana. The queen sent me to remind you both.
Nice. An intact primary source is a rare find for the Hawana, if I recall my history correctly.
Akira, few outsiders can appreciate what such an artifact could mean to our people.
I mean, I traveled with an Amauan historian for a time, believe me, I get it. He was a little more interested in Ingwithan history related to the Rauatai people, but still. Stale water in wooden barrels or leather skins, the aftertaste would be naughty, yeah. Both the Huana and the Rautai are Amauan. Both Rautai and Huana historically have rights to the tablet. Ah, okay. Right, we did read that the Rautai do claim that their ancestors came from the Deadfire Archipelago thousands of years ago. Okay, so I can see that. Although, I doubt the modern Huana give two fucking shits about that.
Posturing about cultural value is worthless. We both want the tablet for the same reason.
Curious, Kano was Rautaian, but he was an island Amawa. I believe he said something about his family having come from another region more recently, but that culturally he was Rautaian through and through. I mean, I think he even mentioned his sister was an admiral and his brother was one of their, was working for one of like their major merchant houses or something. There's never stopped people. Some people still claim Jesus was American. Yeah. Ted, when we know who you're talking about, we know who you're talking about. Fucking. Although, to be fair, it's not like that's very uncommon. Go look at Korean depictions of Jesus. They have him as Korean. Go look at Ethiopia depictions of Jesus. They have him as a black sub-Saharan African dude. Go look at pretty much any culture of Christianity, and they've always reimagined Jesus as looking like them. That's pretty a common one. American Jesus is Chuck Norris. Saying anything else is blasphemy. Okay, fair enough, Brown Bear. Fair enough. Indulge me. What do you know of Arkemir?
A spellcaster, and a damn good one. Specializes in hexes and illusions.
Same with Santa Claus, actually. Indeed. Very true as well.
He and his apprentice run the Dark Cupboard, a local magic shop.
And how did Arkemir come to possess such a tablet?
I believe that he had dealings with black market treasure hunters. Not that the Queen will implicate him.
Of course not, because having an Archmage on your staff is pretty fucking important, as I think we can all agree. And as the only person within this conversation who's probably had experiences with not one, not two, but potentially up to 3 of them, I think I speak from actual experience on this matter.
She's too preoccupied negotiating with the warmongers at her door.
So what exactly is the plan
I might
here?
as well adjourn to the palace in Serpent's Crown and give Arkemir time to think.
What a load of... You mean to get your hands on that tablet with or without Arkemir?
She could stand to find a more pleasant Archmage. I mean, of the 3 we've encountered, and of what we've heard of the 4th, that being Arkemir, the most neutral one is Lengrath, the druid one with the 2 dragons, and even they were already borderline, yeah, our easiest solution is just to kill you. I don't really think there is such a thing as a good Archmage. At least not one that wants to be involved with people.
You island rats can barely write your own names, much less a distinguished epic.
Even the most pleasant of Archmages are opportunistic manipulators? Yeah. Netehe blinks at her own shock and takes a moment to smooth down the creases in her uniform. Yeah, the really nice... Yeah, this is already devolving.
Scamper back to the Brass Citadel and spin your own plots. I will happily do the same on my side of the island.
If I may speak with you before you go, Netehe.
For me? I could use a reprieve.
Netehe watches Tumara skulk away, turning back to you only when she's gone, and lets out a heavy sigh.
These are frustrating times we live in. What say?
Netehe opens her palms, inviting you to speak. I had questions about the tablet.
I say the relevance of the Harapo epic can't be overstated. It could prove a touchstone for the Huana. It could even... Sorry. You go ahead.
Oh, okay, I see the angle here then. I think I see the angle here already. The Rautaian want the epic because it proves their cultural link to the Huana, which, by extension, legitimizes their imperialization of the area. The local Huana want the tablet, though, because it proves their claim to the region and gives their current queen more leverage to convince the non-aligned Huana tribes to formally join her empire. It's imperialism all the way down, folks. Sounds a bit like Kana with the Tanvi Oratoa. Yeah. Ding ding. You see, I called it. Called it, Tenwood. Not surprised in the slightest. Not surprised in the slightest. But please, explain more. Why is this tablet so important to you, Netehe?
It is important to all who call the Deadfire home. I only tell you this because I know you can be trusted.
The fact that you don't have a thing over here saying that you know that from my reputation tells me that you're bullshitting me a little bit with this line.
The epic is supposed to contain information on Ukaizo.
Mythical island rumored to be somewhere in the Deadfire Archipelago. Legends regard Ukaizo as the wellspring of all Huana culture, and others tell of riches beyond measure. Okay, so it's an ancient Ingwithan city. Probably the one that Andra tried to drop a moon on. Others tell of riches beyond measure. All agree that Ukaizo vanished before cataclysmic storms of volcanic eruptions blotted out the horizon, but it remains to be seen if these tales possess an echo of merit or merely romanticize an ancient fantasy. What if I told you that it's both?
Nothing as dramatic as a set of coordinates, but anything helps.
Fun fact, if you get the tablet before you talk to them, you can approach them and pretend to drop it, which causes you to lose significant reputation with them. All I'm thinking of now is that scene from Mel Brooks' History of the World Part 1. I bring you these 15, drops one of them, 10 commandments. All of the factions are on your dick. I mean, it's very clear that from the very onset, you're the only person getting shit done, so it doesn't surprise me that they are. And it does kind of make sense, since even if people don't want to address it directly, you did build a bit of a reputation as a watcher in the Dyrwood. And at the beginning of the game, you are flying the colors of the Dyrwood and the Watcher, so people just, I guess, associate it with you.
Stories are also important to the Huana. Much of who we are is still missing.
Getting shit done, you're a neutral party who they think can be manipulated, yes. What does the epic tell you of the Huana?
The story could speak to the values and beliefs of our ancestors. The language structure, narrative voice, and use of metaphor can tell us something about the time of its inscription.
He touches her bottom lip and glances off to the distance. Or, you know, provide legitimacy for an imperial conquering queen to justify her total control of the region. But please continue.
We could even... I've lost you, haven't I? Akira, I tend to go on.
Did you know about this epic before it fell into Archimir's hands?
Akira, from the Journal of Rakua, an explorer who found the tablet on a remote island some 20 years ago. Unfortunately for Rakua, the most we found of her was her journal among the flotsam of a shipwreck.
Oh, and an Archmage now happens to have the tablet. I wonder if those two events are related. Yeah, no, do continue, darling. This is fascinating. Yes, please, tell me more about history and explain more about the world so that I can figure out that all of you people inevitably have some kind of selfish motivation like every other person in history. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I'm not judging, I'm just saying that's what happens. Why is the Royal Deadfire Company so interested in the tablet?
The tablet can show them
Netehe stops herself, weighing her words with care.
the way to Ukaizo.
Yes, and if Ukaizo is the wellspring of Huana culture and the Deadfire can prove that they also are descended from it, that gives them a claim over the region as well. If the island is filled with treasure, that's also just a beneficial side effect.
Akira, it's a mythical island, but that isn't stopping any of us from rushing to claim it first.
Ukaizo, Lord Brownbear. We brought it up. Here, I'll bring it up again. It's the mythical island rumored to be somewhere in the archipelago and claims to be the wellspring of Huana culture, which, given the implications of the region, tells me it's the original Ingwithan city that was in the area that was depopulated during the Ingwithans' great ascension as gods, and then was nearly destroyed entirely when Andra decided to throw a moon at the planet.
Akira, it's Akira. The pleasure is mine.
Any ideas on retrieving the Harappo epic?
There's always Facina, Archimir's apprentice. No love lost there if whispers are true.
Yeah, she would like to not be flayed alive for touching the stuff that he doesn't want her to touch, so that's probably not the best angle.
Archimir seems to enrage those of his inner circle, not excluding the imps.
Obviously, yeah, that would probably be a bad thing to do. Let me see here. Gonsfef berries, more Gonsfef berries. Stray cat, give me the cat. Yes. +1 perception. Party members are more effective with healing spells and potions. Is that the same? Oh, no. You really do have different effects. More pets. Andra attempted the mother of all dunks, and Abaddon performed the mother of all interjections, pretty much.
The sea is true home, not smelly mountain.
Abaddon still gets one of the best one-liners in the whole series with that, "Made it," right as he gets smacked in the face with a goddamn moon. Engraving at the base of the statue reads, Pariki, first guild master of the Water Shapers Guild. She looks downcast and introspective. I mean, if she's Water Shaper, that probably means she's an Andra worshipper, which I'm not surprised. Also, that is a great way to show off, like, the distant background. I really like that.
What you want?
Oh, worthless. His name is Worthless Idiot. The imp recoils from you with a sharp hiss. What are you doing out here?
Archimir doesn't let Worthless Idiot outside after Worthless Idiot sprayed dung on stupid tablet.
Oh, dear God.
But Archimir not home.
A mischievous grin splits the imp's bony
So
features.
Worthless Idiot watches the ships come in, looks at all the tasty gulls.
It sighs down at the vista of oceans and docks. Your name is Worthless Idiot.
Those Arkamirs, big words. Gave name, but worthless idiot, no understand.
Worthless Idiot wriggles a finger in his ear. Did it rub poop on ancient artifacts? Smells better. Yeah, probably. I'm pretty sure it's meant as an insult.
That's so? Worthless idiot should ask Stinkfoot or Catbreath what they say.
Do you know how I could get inside Arkamir's manor if I need to?
Sprout wings like imp, huh? Fly up to balcony.
The imp bats its wing. The imp bats its wings bat. The imp bats its wings bat extra hard. That is not written right. The imp bats its wings extra hard. Just going to delete that word. For emphasis before pointing to the highest level of the neighboring manor.
Doors are for ground meat.
Do you want to set sail and eat gulls? You'd be welcome aboard the ship if you'd be willing to serve. The imp takes in your words, its eyes widening to the size of moist saucers. A flap of its wings carries it closer to whisper in your ear.
How often you beat your crew, huh?
It doesn't whisper at all, and the question sends a ringing through your ears. Follow my orders, and we won't have a problem.
I join crew? I join crew!
The imp flutters in an excited little circle. It points down at the distant shape of the Queen's berth and salivates at the sight of gulls landing on the rigging of the Defiant. Did I ask your fucking opinion? Did I ask your fucking opinion? Oh, you recruited an imp. I don't give a shit. I'll take whoever can work. Which is better than I can say for half the people I've met on this fucking island.
Did the Queen summon everyone
Since
to the
I have to
palace?
fucking fix everybody's problem.
Kira, I've never seen Aruihi run so fast.
Do you think the Audra Colossus would come here next?
Pray to Kahopa, it does not.
Imagine giving an imp a gun. I would want to do it just to watch it fall over every time it pulled the trigger. Like, could you imagine it carrying like a big blunderbuss? It flies up somewhere and then it fires it at somebody boarding my ship. That would be amazing. Oh, hammer and chisel. I guess we'll check out the Water Shapers Guild next. As I said, we are probably going to spend the entirety of this 6 hours just exploring this city. I am not even, like, I'm not even surprised. Oh, hello.
Tekehu,
Oh.
you have shirked your duties for the last time, I say.
Interesting. Maybe it's just the art, because we have the blue Amawa and the brown Amawa, but her skin is more of like a yellowish color. I wonder if she's like half and half or something. But her in-game model has the brown skin, so I don't know. Blue Amawa and I mean, close enough. You know what I mean. The guildmaster is in fine robes and staring down the sizable blue-skinned Amawa before her. Students observe the exchange in a loose circle, exchanging whispers.
Guildmaster, be reasonable.
You have a very distinct voice, and your artwork seems more detailed. Are you a companion? He tosses his anemone-like hair, which glows faintly as each bulbous strand settles in place.
I skipped one lecture to travel up the mountain. Still, the palace is closed until you present me before Onikaza.
He crosses his arm and raises one eyebrow. The murmurs of the crowd grow in volume.
Alone. I asked for patience, but as usual, you make a trench out of a tide pool.
He pacifies her tone, suddenly conscious of the outsider onlookers. Say nothing.
My patience wears thin, old shark. You have stifled me enough for one trip through Rakuhu's bowels.
Oh, okay. Many Huana worship Bereth as Rikuhu, the twin eel god who represents the cyclical connection between the overworld and the underworld, life and death. Rikuhu is often depicted with two constituent eels, Kohopa, representing the overworld and life, and Tangaloa, who represents underworld and death, devouring one another by the tail. In Huana folklore, Kohopa and Tangaloa were born before time existed, each had an insatiable... See, that's another reference to the idea that Bereth existed before the other gods did. Because that's not the only one we've seen. Bereth implied as much as well in the first game, that the cycle of life and death existed before the Ingwithans raised themselves up as gods, and before Bereth existed. So this is a common thing across multiple cultures. They began to devour all living things, and with each thing devoured, they became larger. When there were no living things left to eat, the two eels were enormous as to encompass all of existence. They began to devour one another. Thus, all beings are perpetually passing through the digestive tracts of the two eels. When one reaches the end, it passes through the mouth of the next eel, the gateway to or from the underworld, and the next stage of existence begins. The notion of time is merely one's perception of the digestive process. In spite of their obvious age difference, Tekehu raises an instructive finger to the guildmaster. She flares her nostrils and takes a deep breath. Aloth rolls his eyes.
I say Ngati weeps at her petulant spectacle of a child.
Ngati is a Huana trickster goddess with a humanoid body and the head of an anglerfish who is thought to lure mariners either in or out of trouble at her whim. They are worshipped as an aspect of Andhra, making the Huana the only people that believe Andhra is... Right, I remember I was reading that. He's an aquatic godlike, completely unique. Well, he's... I'm assuming he would fall under the same classification as a moon godlike, but specifically under the Huana subset of Nagati rather than Andhra. Sounds like the sort of thing you'd hear in a Hawaiian myth. As I said, very Polynesian, Southeast Asian in its inspirations, and I do like that. I really don't like thinking of myself as the son of a god.
Ikera. The significance is clearer to some than others.
He waves towards the guildmaster with the back of his
For a water
hand.
shaper who treasures his duty to the goddess, you spend too many days cavorting at the brothel.
The guildmaster sidesteps Tekehu and takes long strides away from the circle. Sparing another glance, the crowd disperses.
Insufferable.
Tekehu sighs and smooths back his hair before turning his attention to you with a raised
It is
brow.
not every day that I see a stranger face than mine in this part of town.
Tekehu thumbs his chin and nods at you. Yes, but the existence of a different type of god like Tenwin does imply that the different aspects of the gods do have a physical bearing on their godlike. Because this is not the same kind of moon godlike that we saw in Pillars of Eternity 1 or that the player character could be. He's very clearly a ocean godlike, but it still falls under Andra's domain. It's just a different flavor, so to speak. I take it you and the guildmaster don't get along.
Kira, I bring art to the Guild of Water Shapers, but they do not tolerate expression here.
I just imagine that the gods can choose what kind of godlike they want to create, whatever fits the situation. Whatever fits the situation and whatever fits the particular aspect of the region that they're in. I imagine for a god like Barith, it's a lot easier because even in the more weird interpretations like the one we just read, life and death is still the transfer of life and death. But there's a big difference between being a moon godlike and being a sea godlike, even if they both fall under the same purview.
What I am is to blame, I say.
Nagati's chosen, at least according to your interpretation.
Ikera, the locals revere anything to do with the sea.
Portagalic and the deer if they want, or the person they chose. Although that would probably end up even worse, because if a godlike of a different aspect is born in a region that doesn't worship that god in that aspect, that probably would cause some issues.
Water shaping is Ngati's gift to the Huana, and apparently I am too. Savior to the tribes.
He folds his arm and grimaces. Sounds like they put a lot of pressure on you.
The only question is, do I return to my duties, or while away a few hours in the bathhouse?
Tekehu tugs on his hair and purses his lips. I mean, personally, I consider responsibilities first and foremost, but that's me.
The guild can wait until I am good and ready to return.
Does that mean that a godlike born in the Deadfire has the eel visuals? It could explain why some of the godlikes have like a wet and sticky looking skin. When you actually look at the close-ups when we were doing the character creator, the death godlike with the really long pointed head kind of had an aquatic look to him, so that might play into it slightly. Water shaping sounds like a prestigious talent.
Through our connection to the gods, the Huana mold water like it is clay, easing it into an assumed form.
Occurs to me, a digestive tract godlike would basically be an orc from the Elder Scrolls. Yeah, but they would have some kind of elemental thing added to them, because that is how these things kind of go with these godlike.
We could sink every ship in Rauatai's fleet if they drew too close to the city, but some of us have gentler tastes.
He sighs and stands once more at
Some
ease.
of us see water shaping for what it is, a gift of divine expression.
I mean, on the one hand, I'm sure you're right, Tekehu, but on the other hand, being able to act as a force multiplier in a region that is largely water, especially when you have multiple other nations encroaching on your territory and trying to seize control of it, seems like yeah, your first priority should be, you know, making sure you don't get brutally fucking conquered. If it isn't already obvious, Takehu is the second and last male romance option. Ah, yeah, who would have guessed? Giant, bare-chested, huge man with fucking glowing blue hair would not... it surprises me so much that he is the other romance option. So you are a water shaper.
Surely you have seen my works across Nekitaka.
Takehu knits his brow with immediate concern.
Look to the antechamber of the Kahanga Palace for my Apple of Ingati, or to the luminous bathhouse for my Dance of the Wanton Priestess.
Takehu folds his arm and nods towards the door. Hands on her hips, Seraphine grins, and thoughtfully Jyoti rubs a knuckle along it. I do wish they had a few other descriptors for when these come off, because these have been the same ones for a couple of times now. Travis Willingham got that voice. I knew I recognized that voice from somewhere.
For as long as there have been Hawana, there have been water shapers. But only since Takehu has water shaping been art.
Yeah, I can see why Aloth is getting a little annoyed at this. He's just like, oh god, this guy is insufferable. Do you have something to tell the crown? Is that why you were heading to the palace?
Kara, I sent the prince a missive and heard nothing back.
Takehu crosses his arms and sighs.
He's a busy warrior in a time of peace, I say.
Back to my other questions. I suppose I have room on the Defiant if you wish to take to the sea with a watcher at the helm.
A watcher? And here I am, used to being the freak of Pariki's overlook.
He rests a hand on his hip and grins. Sadly, I heavily recommend taking Takehu with you in the party while walking around Nekitaka. Won't say why. Still a good idea.
What does a watcher do?
I am the Herald of Berith. For now, at least.
Ikera. Just so.
He strokes his chin, nodding.
I say I am no sailor, and I know even less about death. I am an artist.
I'm assuming he's going to be a chanter, but... Or maybe he's a unique class because of his water shaping ability? He stirs a finger through the air, drawing together droplets of moisture into an orb of water that floats over his palm.
My peers do not understand. Water shaping to them is like studying calligraphy. To brew ink and sort parchment.
He lets the orb fall to the ground and splash at his feet. Well, I'm curious to see what you can do, regardless.
The tide brings unexpected gifts.
Oh, okay.
You are not unknown to me, I say. Whispers of an Adra Colossus reach my ears, and louder whispers of a corpse who follows him.
Takehu raises one of his eyebrows.
What will you do when you catch up to this walking god?
You got two different rational actions. No, this will not be for the rest of the gods to decide because they're fucking petulant idiots. I'm honestly not sure yet. Do you have any ideas? He nods, touching his lower lip as he weighs the matter in his mind with care.
I would command the ocean herself to drag him to the bottom of a lightless trench.
Takehu shrugs. Haha, yeah, about that. Me and Andre ain't exactly on good speaking terms, and given the current group of the Pantheon I'm talking to, I highly doubt Berith is going to bring her in on this information anytime soon.
If it untangles me from the guild's apron strings, then you can mount me as the figurehead of your fair ship.
Takehu inclines his head and touches the circular marking upon his brow.
Our quarters may smell of fish before long, but your crew will be more beautiful by association, I say.
He winks. To be fair, we're going to be out on the ocean. I'm pretty sure everything is going to smell of fish after a while.
Fish smell would be an improvement. Glad to have you.
See? Adair gets it.
Lead on. It will be good to put some distance between myself and the guild, even if we find less savory places along the way. A fair warning, Captain. Ingati gifted her favorite son with more than his stunning complexion.
Takehu tosses his hair and sighs contently. What, you can breathe underwater?
Yes, only for as long as, well...
Takehu folds his arm and considers.
I say you will learn, in time.
He winks, his eyes suddenly as dark as beads of polished onyx. Ooh, intimidating. Yep, subclass Water Shaper, subclass Storm Speaker. So does he keep those if he goes Theurge? Does he keep both of those abilities? Check his ability tree. Spirit Shift Shark. Oh. Immune to Dexterity Afflictions, transform for 15 seconds. Okay. And passive abilities, Water Shaper. Unique to the Hawana, the Water Shaper Druids possess a special affinity with water in all of its forms. Ancient tradition taught only to select members of the Mataru cast. Right. Don't know why. Why is that highlightable, but it's not highlightable? It is believed to have been taught to Juana by Andra herself. Well. Okay, fine. Sure. Okay. Don't exactly like notice the third line. Frost and water spells cast this way are foe only. Ooh, lose access to fire and creature druid spells. Interesting. Yeah, so now he can cast everything that's fire or that's water. Was it water and frost without having to worry? So stuff like this becomes a foe AoE. Oh, very nice. Sorry, I need to go. I'm going to leave the screen up for a second. I need to rush to the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Apologies for that. I'm back. Now, ooh. Druid's knowledge of forces of nature allowed to automatically inflict additional freeze damage. Oh, okay, so that's the, right, I remember those. Ooh, additional damage to corrosion. So, again, and that also means, though, he can't take spells like Sunbeam because they're fire. Okay. And then Chanter. Yeah, I don't know why you'd... Oh, Stormspeaker. It has its own thing. Learns, select spells at new power levels, may cast them as invocations, lose access to all summons. Okay, so he's the opposite of how we built Kana. Interesting. So he technically does keep both of his subclasses when he's a Theurge. Technically. Like, but he will lose out on the max ranks of these two. So he does lose out on a couple of abilities. Like he loses out on Wall of Frost and oh, he gets Freezing Pillar as a fucking, oh, that's actually really good. Oh, and then oh, he can use that on the oh, that's really good. You have another full caster? I have Aloth. We did keep Aloth as a wizard. But that's a lot of good spells though. Summons a giant beast of unnatural size, a true aspect of the deity Galloway. Cool. Has always been faux AoE. It has? Oh, you're right. Huh. Alright, well, I'm an idiot then. It would allow him to use Wall of Frost, though, across everybody. And Blast of... Oh, that's a faux AoE as well. More like, I guess, Impotent Rod. I mean, yeah, okay. Watery Double, summons a duplicate, and can cast a set of low-level spells. Andra's Whip, Boiling Spray, and Ocean Burst. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, you can't do that one. He can't do that one. Actually, it should occur to me. He starts with Tanglefoot and Nature's Mark. Nature's Mark is always good. Very nice debuff right from the get-go. He gets Wood Skin for additional armor rating. Oh, it's a friendly AoE now. Very nice. And the Moon's Light, which is your standard healing per 3 seconds. Elements, Electricity, Storm. He doesn't take any... Okay, so he can still learn electricity spells, but he doesn't get any bonuses for them, but he doesn't have any negatives from them either. Tier 3? What about Tier 3? He gets Chill Fog. Oh, he gets Chill Fog, which... Oh, it's just faux AoE now. Oh, that's nice. Nature's Balm. Robust. 10 health restore per 3 seconds. And armor rating and constitution. Storm spells have no real negative to start with. I mean, yeah. But I'm just saying he doesn't lose out on them because of this. See? Because lose access to fire and creature spells. Yeah. Learns select water shaper levels. Gains the Andra's Whip Druid spell. Oh. I didn't even read that. Use water shaping to form a whip-like entity capable of striking foes. Oh, okay. Okay. This gives foe AoE 30 of Thin Volt. Maybe we make him the dual class? Starts with a lot of abilities. Hold on. One dozen stood against the power of the saint. Oh! This is a chant about the dozen in the Deerwood. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Durance would be fucking losing his shit if he heard this being chanted. Pure Druid because of the raw power and the late game spells are really strong. I am leaning towards that. Sight of their comrades, their hearts grew bold. Dull the edge, blunt the point. I will say this makes Chanters a little bit easier to understand as far as how this goes. Also the fact that a lot of these can be upgraded. Very nice effects. Also, you need to spread out your abilities per sides, which is a nightmare for Chanters because Chanters need both passives and actives. Ah, I see. Yeah, so we'll probably go with Druid then. I'm fine with that. Right, I forgot we had Constantin, who is a Chanter as well. Unfortunately, funnily enough, I would actually say Aloth is the most likely to get dismissed right now. Yeah, he doesn't gel with the other three members personality-wise, and they're both full casters. Mystery of the Druids, they all have an attitude.
Farewell.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
If you want for company, look no further.
I'm not hitting on you, dude. Stop it. Nope, let me... No. You're in the front. Seraphine can be in the middle. We'll take slightly further to the flank. Well, actually, hold on. How about we set it up like so? Yeah. Actually, I like that. Alright, what's your equipment look like? You have a Water Shaper's Focus, which deals piercing and slashing damage. Already comes with the Fine, as well as a ranged attacks bounce with rod attacks. Interesting. Ooh, that gives him +1 to water and frost power levels. Right. These build off of each other, right? They don't replace each other. The way it's reading kind of sounds like it's replacing Water Shaper. 5% chance to cast Crush damage water AoE on hit. Target scoring a hit. But if you do Romance Decay, he admits to being frustrated because everyone looks to him as a leader, but he himself wants to follow. He literally wants to be a bottom, but everyone wants him to be a top. Oh, that's kind of funny. Oh, he even has like straight up scale skin. Interesting. Yeah, the higher quality character models help show off a little bit better as far as the how the game goes. Well, you seem to like two-handed weapons, so I'll give you a poleaxe as a secondary in case we need you to fight in melee. What do you have as... So, light armor, exceptional clothing, so he's got the better armor rating. Offering minimal protection, cloth armor consists of layers of wool and cloth. Does not provide much protection, it's the least restrictive. Yep. Can we give you anything? We do have an Amulet of Health, so I'll go ahead and give you that. Triple Sponge, some consumables... other things, ingredients, nothing that we can do there. Okay. I don't think we need anything else right now. Ah, and of course, he cannot wear a helmet either. Even though, technically, compared to the other godlike, he should be able to wear a helmet, or at least a hat. The art styles overall match quite well. Ah, okay. Well, now we have to talk in here. Pitied is Nagati, Lady of Lament, as the pearl orb of the heavens crosses her view. The lover's affection is ephemeral as fingers touching, but the moon's skyward journey continues apace. Her eyes well with tears as constant as the rain. Yeah, you'll forgive me if I don't shed any fucking tears for Andra. The young Huana holds out his hands as if to catch an incoming missile. He winces in concentration, and an orb of water rises and floats in midair, sweat dripping down his nose. Takehu clears his throat loudly. He flinches, and in that instant, the water loses all shape and splashes on the floor. Takehu, please do not be an asshole. I have a diplomatic reputation to uphold. Crestfallen, he sighs and drops his stance.
Takehu, why? I almost had it that time.
That is a very whiny-sounding voice for something that for someone who looks like that.
Not even close. If you want to achieve the second form, you will need to loosen that posture. Spending a day submerged in the bathhouse always helped me.
Jody puffs out a heated breath. Yeah, irresponsible. Oh god. Is Takehu gonna piss off everybody? Sighs doesn't have the same impact voice. It just doesn't line up. It just doesn't quite line up is all I'm saying. Also, I'm just gonna say it because we saw it with Pallegina too. These front-facing portraits are just objectively worse than a lot of the other ones, and I don't know why. It's something to do with the perspective. But all of the portraits that have been, like, staring directly at us just look worse than the other ones. You seem to be having some trouble.
I can feel the connection to Andra just like Myru taught me. But there's something missing. Maybe it's my form.
Do you have any advice for your friend here with the water shaping, Takehu?
Remain loose, but not too loose. Confine yourself, but spread out at all times.
Front-facing portraits and a lot of artwork was slightly worse than slightly turned because it's harder to draw shades. True. But then it just makes me wonder why the art department decided to do that, if that's the problem. Like, I think we can all agree Pallegina's artwork from what we saw is a definitive downgrade from her previous portrait. To the point where I was actually considering going onto the Pillars of Eternity Nexus and seeing if someone put in a mod to put in a better portrait for her, because it looks that bad. He nods, passing you a secret smile. Waru shuffles his feet apart and squeezes his shoulders together, looking to Takehu for approval.
Keep at it, and you'll be teaching me the fourth form in no time.
He claps Waru on the shoulder, upsetting his stance.
Give anything a try.
He nods to you and resumes practice. Takehu, did you actually help, or were you just being an ass? Because if you start being just an ass constantly, this relationship of you being in our party is not going to last very long. Oh, water shaper robes. Ooh, those are better than the ones I have.
Will my eyes be open?
Sorry, but legitimate upgrades always matter. Don't worry that the character portraits of the companions look different in the character sheets compared to the dialogue boxes. A little bit. I can see that. They're mainly higher detail, and there's a slight modification to, like, some of the characters' facings. But not by much. And unfortunately, this is just a straight upgrade to what I had. Okay. Well, we're going local, folks. Oh god, the skin. I forgot that that's what the death godlike skin looks like underneath their clothing. Oh dear. I might have had her character art made first before the dialogue artwork. That is possible. That is possible. Wear it. Make a statement. Yes. Fine.
I trust you.
It's also just better stats. If we can find a frock coat that's better looking, no one shall doubt my gains.
You have questions for me. Speak up, I say.
Guildmaster Myru folds her arms. I'd like to know more about your guild.
Kira, my pleasure. Water shaping is a talent bestowed on the Huana by the goddess Ngati.
You know what? For the sake of the local culture, I'm going to separate Ngati and Andra so I don't constantly backtalk about your favored goddess, okay? So for right now, I have no beef with Ngati. I only have beef with Andra.
Pariki was the first in recent memory to organize the talent into a series of teachable forms. What else would you like to know?
Exactly do the water shapers get their power?
Art is the yield of the Huana's ancient covenant with the goddess. Our ancestors pledged to protect the luminous Adra, the islands, and the tribes. Ngati gifted us with the strength to keep our promise.
That sounds awkwardly familiar to a certain culture of the Glanfathans. Man, the Nguithans really only had one playbook. And they just copied it across the planet, didn't they? I'm really starting to doubt their ability. Was Theos just an outlier as the only one of them who could plan for a long period of time rather than just repeating the same mistakes over and over again? What do water shapers do exactly?
They control tides, prevent storm damage, and keep unwelcome ships at bay.
Okay, so even the outlying tribes have access to this, because these are the same storm speakers they were talking about on Port Mages Island. mean, was he the only immortal? Probably. No, I mean more in the sense of you take thousands of your citizens, you amalgamate them together into a single being, and yet they're still running the same playbook thousands of years later. It's like, what happened to your creativity? Theos seems to be the only one who was capable of adapting. I mean, his end goal was always the same, but he was at least seemed capable of absorbing the fact that the world was trying to change. Yes, he wanted to stop it, but he at least adapted to what it was doing. Whereas the current gods just seem to have, this is our response to X, and it doesn't matter what the context of X is.
Of course, you already know Takehu, our prized pupil. We represent the best of Juana achievement. No small responsibility.
I have some
Akira,
other questions.
Speak freely.
And that's it. I'm assuming we'll get more later. Also, I am loving the interior waterfall. Very nice touch. Very nice touch. Ooh, they have a library over here. Some scrolls, some drugs, some more drugs. Even more drugs and antidotes. Oh. Oh, hold on. That's stealing. This is not. The 4 forms of water shaping. What follows is an intimate primer on the 4 forms of water shaping, which comprise the basic lessons of our guild: grief, hope, metamorphosis, and transcendence. Oh god, this is Andra. Acceptance that one's physicality is not as mutable as water. Understanding that water is more relentless and inexorable than any natural force. Realization that the body's internal water can help to mediate the prior forms. And water covers Aora. If water can be shaped, so can the world. Daraku. Myru, from what did you send me to meditate on the 4th form in uncharted waters, only to summon me back to the Kahanga fleet? A bomb must have gone off in Serpent's Crown, one of revelation, if not of black powder. This interruption is a setback. I trust that whatever happens next will propel our people forward. I will sail Pariki's resolve into the waters where I suspect you need me most and await your orders. I hope that the rumors carried upon the waves are to be trusted. I would tell you to send Onikaze my love, but she knows that it is hers. Tell her that she needs only snap her fingers and I will be her storm once again. Daraku, Master Water Shaper. Okay. Interesting. So, this is actually a little bit interesting in that these are essentially a priest caste, but they are very much more active than I think even... They're far closer to how Magran's priests operate than any of the other religions. Much more involved, much more willing to be involved in their nation's politics and also in their nation's military. The ornate basin makes a The ornate basin makes a high-pitched ringing sound when pressure is applied around the rim. Oh, it's a singing bowl. Oh, that's cool. The gods are unable to change due to the gods being set to their divine nature. Aothus can't be anything but the god of rebirth. Skane can't do anything but plan and set up violent revolution. That is true. Hello? What's down here? Azada shells. Azada shells. Naturally smooth and shiny. They are the most common currency of the Huana.
How long do you
Oh.
reckon it takes for a place to end up like this?
Honestly, a shorter time than you'd think. Human Kith constructions, in this case, of this world, happens a lot faster than you'd think it would. Oh, sorry. Yes, Tenwen, I should have said. Although, to be fair, my character doesn't have much of a might stat. She'd be much more interested if, say, Adir was wearing this outfit. Ooh, Peridot. Oh. The stone door is sealed shut. A few engraved symbols stand out amongst the other carvings and inscriptions. Apart from that, you find no evident means of opening the way. The faded inscription is nestled among the elaborate stone carvings. Search for a locking mechanism. You search among the door's ancient carvings and come upon a stone panel that seems to protect an internal mechanism, but the panel remains fixed and unmoving. Maybe your skin is eel skin. I mean, as I said, it does have a kind of aquatic look to it. Not much, but a little bit. Read the inscription. Huana runes decorate the entrance. Nagati would not have gifted her chosen people a watery covenant unless they persisted in deserving it. This sanctum is a covenant of our making. Only the sigil of the covenant and the words of my devotion will open the way. Pareki, master of the guild. Push against the door. No amount of brute force will influence this one way or the other. No surprise there. Ooh, there's a whole... hello. We're not interrupting anything, I hope. Just checking things out. Wish that my skills were half as low as Takehu's. Guildmaster traces her heritage back to the first water shapers. Hello? What's going on down here?
Friend? The guild sanctum has seen better days.
The young water shaper leans on his broom and smiles at you. What was behind that door by the staircase?
Sanctum for master water shapers, I say. No students or outsiders allowed.
That is an intense smile. Yeah, it's another one where it's dead on, but it's a little bit better, I think, just because the mouth is doing a little bit more motion. And honestly, him being bald means that I guess there's just more surface area for the face to work with.
I have never been there myself. Myru assures me the room has no need of cleaning.
He shrugs, still smiling. What do you do
Simply
here?
a caretaker. I dust off Pariki's tomb and try to keep the place tidy. Caring for the guild hall usually means drying off what others get wet in practice.
Akenu shakes his head with a weary smile. Are you a water shaper?
Akira. One of middling skill, if I am generous. Not all of us can boast of Takehu's talent. But Nagati touches us differently, I say. The guild didn't used to allow outsiders the freedom of our halls. Akira. But how times change.
Well, I'll try not to get in your guys' way. I'm really just exploring some things, that's all. There's definitely a trap on that. Some other things. None of you guys have anything to say? Yep, no. Kainho has a promising future in the guild. That's not the way he seems to describe it. Interesting. We might be getting some political ramifications in here. Also, these are definitely Ingwithan ruins. Like, they're very much overgrown, but there's definitely some architectural similarities to the Ingwithan ruins we saw back in the Deerwood. Though they do have a local flair to them, I think. Nobody cares if I take this stuff. That's fine by me. Might be a Mauen mimicking Ingwithan ruins. That is true. That is very true. Inkcarp. Okay. Also, this music is a little bit disconcerting with some of the way it's been playing in the background. Okay. Overgrown library, stone door, the grotto, and of course the tomb of Pariki. I'll go ahead and... This statue depicts a large Amawa woman, her hand extended and grasping at the air. An eroded plaque sits by her feet. Something about the statue calls to you. It is an echo of a fractured soul that tarried in this place for long and thoughtful years. You feel victory, but tinged by grief and regret. BRB, getting a drink? Get a good one, 10-1. See you in a bit. Is the statue large or the depicted woman large? Not sure. It is an Amawan woman, so she's already like 1.5 feet taller than the average human, if not closer to 2 feet. Inspect the lingering soul. Now it's just me and my horny comment. Yes, Brad. Well, I mean, there are other viewers in here, but I guess they're mainly lurkers. So everyone say hi to the lurkers. We love lurkers. Thank you for showing up and watching. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. Your vision bobs with the motion of the sea. You stand aboard the deck of the Swift Winds, where your mates share bemused, self-congratulatory glances as they work. One of them claps your back with approval. You step back and aim a reproachful look at your mate, however friendly his intent. You know there will be time for reprieve when you are squared away in Nekataka. Something cuts through the air to your port side, an enormous shape just beneath the waves. Someone shouts that the winds have turned in your favor at last, and this is followed by an enthusiastic cheer among the crew. You do not share their mirth. Lurks menacingly. Yes, thank you, Jello. Thank you, thank you. Eyes to the horizon, I say. You bring home a mighty gift, though it takes an unusual form, one that you pray to Nagati that you'll be able to keep in check. Oh? The vision dissipates, and your land legs reassert themselves. Oh. Did Pariki not actually receive the gift of water shaping from Andra/Nagati? Did she find something that allowed them to function as such? Or maybe something to help control the ability? Oh, interesting. You know one thing for certain. That was no whale swimming alongside Pariki's boat. Oh, cool. Hold her hand. You grasp the hand of the statue with tenderness. At first, nothing happens, but then a tiny droplet of water forms at the corner of her eye, rolling down her cheek and dripping onto the floor. Andra's not in a hurry to correct them if that's the case. Yeah, that is true. That is true, but we've seen how the gods don't really do corrections on their own. They always need someone to intervene. Like, Lord knows Bareth didn't do anything about Lord Radric killing people in his name. Wipe away the tear. You reach out and draw your thumb across the statue's cheek, wiping away the trail of moisture. And for a moment, the stone feels soft to the touch. Attempt to read the plaque. The words are much eroded and the water damaged, but a few choice snippets of phrases stand out with clarity. Pariki, Loren Hunter, cross the length of, and back again, membered for, cunning deal, Lafus, may her, rest, utili, soul, Edom. Closer scrutiny reveals that the inscription was purposely marred, an act of sabotage done years ago, and by the thoroughness, you suspect Kith hands. Interesting.
This is the tomb of Periki. Such disrepair, I say.
Takehu tuts and sighs. Can we disarm this trap, or are we going to get blown up? Nope. Yep, we ain't touching that. Really? Wait, why did it use Adir's fucking... Why is it using Adir's fucking stats for that? Thank you, game. God damn it. Okay, who wants to talk? Yeah, I see that. Exceptional scale armor and some Azada shells. Okay, just ignore us. We definitely didn't look inside the tomb. Don't know what you're talking about. As you turn to Takeheu, a shadow passes over your vision. You feel a tug from somewhere deep within his soul, and a faint ripple creases the air between you two like a forest of ethereal kelp. Takehu's soul is vibrant, energetic, almost too lively to occupy the mortal shell it finds itself in. There is a bright thread of energy that trails away from him, and you instinctively follow it. Oh no, you might be right, Tenwin. You stand in a grand hall, underwater and cloaked in oppressive shadows. Pillars of coral and bone reach up to support a ceiling that must be hundreds of fathoms away. Chandeliers lit with bioluminescent globes dangle from long ropes, swaying in languid, tentacular motions. At the furthest end of the hall sits Andra, as tall as a castle keep, and leaning forward in her throne. She has adopted the head of an anglerfish and regards you with its globular stare. Her sickle-shaped jaw opens and closes in a rictus of conflicted emotions. Yeah, I bet you they're conflicted. The way you say Andra, yes. Can you feel the disdain in my voice?
A life without friction or challenge has left the boy in need of guidance.
The voice of Andra pounds at your mind with a relentless force. You realize that if you give me a task, Andra, I'm probably going to not do it the way you want just to spite you, right? The two of us do not exactly have a very good working relationship.
He thinks himself frail, but my heart beats in his chest. He is stronger than either of you could know.
You realize Takeo Andra actually gets upset thinking you aren't perfect enough? Oh, like God, give me a reason to play as a female character in another round of this game, why don't you? Just so I can piss Andra off? Are you kidding? That sounds great. She claps her hands and the vision shatters, flooding the hall with a deluge of awareness as you return to your senses. For Takeo, which is surprising. Oh, good. So more hypocrisy from the queen bitch herself. Who would have guessed? Regarding you with a warm smile, Takeo at first seems oblivious to your momentary detachment. Then his brow furrows with concern.
Captain, what say? You look a little blue about the gills.
Oh, nothing. Just Andra reaching out to me.
Kati spoke to you.
Skeptical, Takeo cradles his chin and considers... Actually, no, Takeo, you really don't want to follow this line of logic, because I have to explain to you the last couple of times I've had a conversation with your mom. This is not going to go well.
To leave her son guessing. Oh, this is my tricksome mother through and through.
I have to admit, it's really funny to play as a Deadfire Island Amawan druid, go hardcore Juana supporter, and romance Takeo, his mom. I mean, he does refer to her as, he does refer to himself as her son, so I'm just playing into it. She could just be using you to get to me.
Sad to say that all things are possible where the gods are concerned.
I'm not speaking metaphorically, Takeo. I'm being very literal. I do not have a good relationship with Andra, and she knows it.
Special indeed for Ngati to speak with words. For her people, she lays out cryptic stepping stones hidden in omens.
Let's just say I've pulled away enough of her lies and illusions that she doesn't really have the fucking, she doesn't have the luxury of being obfuscating with me. Takehu isn't unaware that the gods can be bitches. I mean, yes, he does seem perfectly aware, but he's also very infatuated with Nagati because he sees her as the source of his power. I had a character doing that, Beastmaster, where my character was the most bitchy, aggressive asshole to everyone, the most pleasant of kitten to the Huana. I killed literally every pirate character and sabotaged the other companies. I mean, we'll have to see how it goes, because my sympathies are with the Huana right now. But if their only recourse is, oh yeah, by the way, we're just going to conquer anybody who doesn't agree with us in the area as well, that's also a bit of a problem.
Akira, but send her my fondest wishes.
Where did you live prior to Nekataka?
Kahanga are my tribe, but my people settled on Atua, an island too modest to deserve the attention of maps.
Daddy can't talk right now, kid. He's spiting the gods.
My mortal mother tans boar hides. My father trades in the abundance of pearls and opals Atua is blessed to provide. When I was born, father called me his blue topaz boy.
Takehu scratches the back of his head and grins. Ah, so he's literally got the opposite of most other godlike, where most godlike in other regions have problems, and I imagine even the ones in the Deadfire sometimes have issues, but he got the full golden boy treatment. Gives Vela some toasted nuts and pats her on the head. Yes, yes. Remember, Vela, what do we say to the gods? Fuck you! Exactly. But only say it that way if you know that they're trying to ask you for something. Because as it turns out, we have the leverage in the situation, because these bastards don't want to do jack shit. Have any other notable godlike come from Atua?
Doubtless, I say. But I am the most precious gem of recent history.
Oh, I'm going to... Takehu, on the one hand, I like that you're giving me more world building, and I genuinely think you're a okay guy. But I can already fucking tell that I am going to find your attitude insufferable for most of this. Yeah, they are essentially treated to royals, yeah.
Godlike are revered as bringers of local change, but only Ngati's chosen is thought to deliver an omen for all Huana at once.
Yeah, so that's the difference. Your birth must have been a very large event.
Akira, high winds stirred the vigor of the seas. 2 huts collapsed before our local storm speaker could shout down the weather.
Yeah, civilly served tribes settling on unexplored, especially remote islands, offering protection during the period of transition. Ah, yes, yes, yes. He beams with pride.
They say the skies only cleared when I fell into the midwife's basket. Peace had returned to the island. Or so the Mataru predicted.
Right, that's the chieftain's spiritual needs, practical needs, yeah. Teaching Vela to swear just to spite the gods. Godlike in general, well treated in the Deadfire. Yeah, read that. Brings endurance exclusively to have him teach Vela how to treat the gods. Remember, tiny Orlan child, though you must face difficulties in this life, and they are challenges that you must overcome, do not fall into the trap of worshipping gods who don't fucking deserve it. Because let's be honest, Durin still believes in Magrin's ideals, he just doesn't fucking like Magrin anymore. There's a very keen difference there. My continued existence is going to be a trial for that bitch of a goddess if I have anything to say about it. This is a blunderbuss. Go and do a crime, young child. What did you do around the island?
I could not be kept from the water, so my father taught me how to dive for pearls and azada snails. Ngati filled my palms with riches on every harvest, I say.
I'm getting a slight tinge of affluenza from this guy. Methinks he's had... Yeah, I think... Okay, as much as I hate to give her credit, Andra might have hit the nail directly on the head. This guy has not faced a challenge in his entire goddamn life.
When I came of an age to begin a man's pursuits, the Mataru reached out to the Kahanga Queen, weighing my arrival against the forces that descended on her territory. The Queen could not invite Ngati's chosen into the Watershapers Guild fast enough.
Yes, but from the sound of it, they were hoping for someone who would, you know, use his powers in order to help them win a war, potentially, and all you've done is make art with it, which, again, don't get me wrong, if you're not a warrior, you're not a warrior, but it's very obvious that your people are really hoping that you will, you know, actually do something of value.
In hard times, the endorsement of a goddess is more valuable than currency.
In hard times, I'd say the endorsement of a goddess is more of a sign that I should be running away from you at high speed, but here we are. Van Darkholme theme plays. I am an artist. I don't even know who Van Darkholme is, but I'm assuming it's something bad.
Akera, speak on.
What can you tell me about water shaping, Takehu?
The art of our ancestors, I say. To bend water to our will is a gift from Mother Ngati to her chosen people.
Ooh. Chosen people. Okay, hold on. Usually when that gets brought up in a fantasy setting, it does not bode well for some people. Are we going to run into some Hawana supremacists or some stupid shit like that later? Because it wouldn't surprise me.
Since devastation swept our way of life out to sea, too much of the art has been lost.
Or is it going to imply that the Rauatai see themselves as an extension of that whole chosen people thing and that they think they're the ones actually who should be in charge? Because it wouldn't fucking surprise me either.
Periki, founder of the guild, organized the lore of Ngati's talent into a series of postures and meditations we call the 4 forms of water shaping.
And what are these forms?
Try as we might to embody Ngati's element, our bodies are not water. Akera, this is the form of grief, a beginner's test.
The chosen people of Nagati glances out the window, wondering if I see raised hands. Yeah, I mean, what would be a Polynesian equivalent of that? I don't know, something similar to the Maori of New Zealand doing their war dance and stuff, but doing it in a way that would be even, like, more aggressive, I guess. I don't know. It probably would look pretty intimidating if you saw a bunch of Maoan warriors doing a combat dance before battle. But I think that's kind of the vibe they were going for with the whole Polynesian angle to these people to begin with.
The body's internal water is a force that conquers all. Even the mountain will bow to the stream. The form of hope, I say.
Takehu crosses one leg before the other and sways slightly on the spot.
Water commands its vessel, and the vessel can be shaped as surely as the mountain. The form of metamorphosis, Akera?
Takehu opens his eyes, which now resemble polished onyx. His smile is hungry, predatory. He blinks, and the effect is gone. Mountain are overall on average quite intimidating to the other kith. They're significantly bigger, and they have naturally sharp teeth. Seeing a bunch of Mountain show up anywhere at once is usually intimidating. Yes, true. And that's before they come armed with God knows what weaponry.
The art is a challenge to grasp, difficult to master, and impossible to perfect. Unless you are Ngati's chosen, I say.
Oh boy, this ego is going to need to get popped at some point because this is starting to become insufferable. You said there were 4 forms.
It is only by force of habit that I omit the final form. We do not speak of it in the guild. The form of transcendence.
Takehu closes his eyes and concentrates. Holding out his palms, he bites his lower lip and focuses. Finally, he shakes his head and stands at ease once more.
Only a story, I say. Even crafty Periki could not commit this ancient form to her scrolls.
The Rauatai would be especially scary. Cannons and arquebuses aplenty. Yeah. As I said, they do seem to be on the very cusp of truly achieving a pre-modern military with combined arms through magic, gunpowder, and the usage of their technology. The Rauatai are kind of the thing to watch because we know that both the Adiran Empire and Valia have had massive issues in recent history. And while the Valian republics are slowly regaining what old Valia lost, they are still distinctly a confederation of smaller city-states. And Adir lost most of its colonies and probably had a few internal wars that reduced their power. The Rautayan, by contrast, are an ascendant empire. They're very much on the path in the same way that the Spanish were at the early colonial period or the British were later in the colonial period, especially with their control over the oceans.
It was said that our ancestors could shape the very oceans of the Deadfire. This was Ngati's true gift, but we have yet to recover it from the ruins of our past.
I'm here, I shall.
There we go. And I don't think uncovering that inscription would reveal anything here. Yeah. Chosen people watery covenant unless they persisted in deserving it. Sanctum is a covenant of our making. Only the sigil of the covenant and the words of my devotion will open the way. So yeah, we have to find something by Periki in order to get in. Takehu is an interesting if annoying character. Oh, as I said, like, his world building is already adding quite a bit, and I don't mind his, like, character archetype of the really arrogant / egotistical guy, but who's not a bad guy. He's just he has a very powerful personality and he doesn't want to change from that. I can dislike it as a person while being perfectly content with it as a character. And he's not like Durance where he's actively challenging you. If anything, you have to play the Durance to him and get him to fucking move his ass. That does seem to be the case. Oh god, Durance would hate this guy now that I think about it. Durance would fucking lose his shit around this guy. He would just get angry at him for no fucking reason. Water flowing through this timepiece keeps the mechanism in constant motion. Nice. Then we have the random imps. Dark cupboard on west side. The imp screeches and gestures towards us. Oh, they're criers for the store. That took me a second. Yeah, Durance would hate this man. Oh god, he would. Right. Trial starts now. Swing staff at his knees. Yep. What was that for? You're lucky I don't use the blunderbuss. Now get up. Yeah, that's one way to. That's definitely one way to put it, Denwin. No trials in your entire life, fish.
If you find yourself in need of comfortable garb, I'm happy to oblige.
That is yet another voice actor from Critical Role, I'm pretty damn sure. The dwarf tips his head in a curt, professional manner.
And before you ask, no, I shouldn't have trouble fitting you for something.
Yeah, Sam Riegel, that's what I thought. I think we've encountered almost everybody from Critical Role at some point, because the narrator is... I can't remember her actual name, but she plays the Barbarian in Season 2, and she played the Cleric in Season 1. I think her name's Ashley, but I can't remember her last name. Because I know I recognize her voice, and of course Matt Mercer is everywhere. Shouldn't have trouble figuring. He praises you not easily.
Find that robe to your liking? Doesn't chafe your scales none?
He gives Takehu a quick appraisal.
Kara, you are a wizard with bark cloth. I was the envy of the guild.
He bows his head and touches his brow.
Well, it helps me when Ngati's prize whelp is a walking endorsement.
Yulfir grins as Takehu turns, grins at Takehu before turning his attention back to you. You're a tailor.
I've been known to rip a seam here and there, patch some shredded gear back into shape.
Magrin curses you and all of your party members turn into Durance. I don't think we need that. Nobody needs that. Nobody wants that. Magrin wouldn't even want that, and we know it. She has a hard enough tribe with one person who she can't keep track of. She wouldn't need 5. His expression shifts, turning sour.
Thought I was an armorer, did you? Assumed that my tree stump limbs and barrel chest lend themselves better to the forge than the needle?
Why is that an option? Apologies. I meant no offense.
If it's armor you're after, Marihi will set you up. She's got a knack for metal.
He points out the door and jerks his head to the east. Nonetheless, show me what you have. Ooh. Mantle of the 7 Bolts. Shock AoE when knocked out. Grants Storm of 7 Bolts. Unleashes 7 powerful arcs of lightning which bounce off walls harmful to anything in their path and gives +2 to shock armor rating. Burglar's Gloves. +1 to dexterity. +2 to mechanics. And +2 to athletics. That's actually pretty good. 5 health restored per 12 seconds. That is so much better than the troll effect from the previous game. I put laxatives in your drink, fish. Your trial starts now. Learn to deal with it. Or learn to deal with the embarrassment. Superb robe. Ooh, armor rating 6. Not bad, but definitely not worth that. Not that we could even fucking afford it. Principi clothing. That's actually kind of cool looking. Mataru clothing. Valiant commonwear. Fine robes. Fine padded armor. Nagati's girdle. I guess we should probably get that for our fishman. 10% chance to cast interrupt and crush damage AoE when critically hit in melee, although that's probably not very good. +1 to crush armor rating and +1 to athletics. Alright, pretty good, pretty good. Let's take a look around. Patterns both local and foreign adorn these bolts of fine cloth. We got some rice in here. And we've got some fine hide armor. And Royal Hawana clothing. Oh, interesting. All right, let's keep moving. Is that another dog? Give me the dog. Give me the dog. Rasper. 5% of incoming hits converted to grazes. While Rasper's following you around and more likely to graze, your party's more effective with healing spells and potions. Ooh. We already have 7 pets. We already have 7 pets. I just realized what I just said, and then we are at the very beginning of the game. Oh, God. Luminous pet. How does everyone already know about the fact that I invited an imp onto my crew?
Put your foot in it this time.
Also, you are talking. Are you important? Your name is Degnos.
Adolf Entre, you go to visit the Luminous bathhouse, yes?
For an unmarried man. The Luminous what?
Tiverus. Do you not know it? The waters, they glow with the light of Luminous Adra. It can heal nearly any malady, I have heard. You must see it for yourself, and maybe you do Degnos a favor while you are there.
Do you want me to find somebody for
My
you?
satchel.
Oh.
Like a fool, I left it inside.
And is there a reason you can't just walk back inside and get it?
My ship is due to sail from Nekataka with the next high tide. If I do not find it, my Kasita will surely throw me overboard. Merla, I cannot swim.
A look of horror spreads across his face.
I would go by myself, but the guards, they bar the doors to me without my Kasita present. They think I am a thief.
He stares at his feet, his hands an anxious, twisting knot in front of him. I suppose I could help you find it.
Velade, you mean it? Agrasima, I am in your debt.
The air of misery suffusing him lifts for a moment, and his eyes go wide as he grins. You notice a light sheen of sweat on his upper lip. He shifts his weight from foot to foot and stares at you intently.
There is, one thing. Madiko, how could I have forgotten?
Oh, dear God. Do you have drugs in that satchel? Is that why? Are you fucking having withdrawals? He tugs at the collar of his shirt as if he's suddenly much too hot.
You could. Do not open the satchel. The contents are... The information is...
He searches for the word.
Proprietary. You understand?
On my honor, I will not open the satchel.
You do me a great favor.
He clasps your hands in his.
Please, when you find the satchel, meet me at Peddler's Canal in Queensberth.
Alright, asshole, I'll do it.
I'll handle this.
What is that? Oh, it just says the Luminous Bathhouse. There's someone over here? No, there's Mahiri's. That's the other blacksmith shop. We can see if we can...
Poste Nago, you have truly put your foot in it this time.
Love response number 2. No. We're building a reputation for honesty. That served us really well. Also, there is naked butt in here. I feel like I'm not sure. Okay, I better not get in fucking trouble for this, Twitch. I swear to God. Oh, I take this is what he meant by the statue he created. Oh, see, this is a proper, this is a proper moon godlike. This is similar to the ones that we've seen. You are greeted by a tall, carefully composed man. The crescent moon in the center of his forehead grows faintly. Up close, the careful tailoring of his opal-adorned robes and their immaculate cleanliness speak to a deep well of vanity.
Welcome. I am Ganor, owner and proprietor of the Luminous Bathhouse.
Doesn't sound like a local.
If there's any way I might make your visit more comfortable, you need only ask.
He clasps his hands and bows, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Do you know of a boy named Degnos?
Casita Vetta's servant? The irritating one? Yes, he was here tending her just a few days ago.
Ganor waves his hand dismissively and rolls his
He tried
eyes.
to sneak into one of my rooms, then told me a pathetic sob story when he was caught.
You're a moon godlike. If you're a moon godlike, will he be quite happy? Also, I think he gives you a discount. Oh, that kind of makes sense.
I had the guards toss him out on the street.
He smiles, well satisfied with himself. I'd like to try your
Of course
baths.
you would. Just speak with the steward near the stairs. He will make certain you are treated well.
What do you have for sale? Ah, so you can rest here. Okay, +1 constitution, 25% healing received, 2 health restored per 6 seconds, 1 max power pool. That's pretty good. 25% beneficial effect duration. That's also actually really good. And plus 10% area of effect. That's really good. That's that's all that. Nothing changes there. Oh. Import adventurer. Interesting. Okay, why does the female death god like get that bitchin' type of headpiece? Holy crap. Look at that. Why do they get the better looking ones? God damn it. It's just pre-mades. I mean, I figured. We have some guards. We have some Ataru warriors. Okay, I swear to God, Twitch, I do not want to get in trouble for this. I am now very concerned about this area because I feel like I'm going to get fucking banned.
Is this your first time to the baths?
Oh God, we're talking to an old man in a bath. I haven't even been in the water yet.
The cost is high, but so are the delights. I might have the skin and bones of a retired scarecrow, but the waters bring youth back, where it counts.
He studies you from under a lowered brow as his knees begin to drift apart. Oh, for the love of God! Nope. No, you know what? I should go right now. Fuck you. Perverted, creepy old man.
I'll take care of it.
Rare and colorful fish swim from end to end in this watery enclosure. Octogaro?
Oh, look at that. It's like a little ocean. Oh, we need one of those for our ship.
We are not bringing an aquarium onto a wooden vessel, Adair. I know you like animals. I literally have like 6 of them in my inventory. We are not getting an aquarium. You can report him to the owner? Oh, I will. Fuck that dude.
Your exchange with Amrio was...
Wait, what?
My friend, you return.
Wait, hold on. Did he actually... Your exchange with Amrios was observed. Such behavior is my responsibility. Ah, I have tripled his rates until he learns to conduct himself. Thank you, good sir. Consider me already a more loyal customer than I was 5 minutes ago. Bathhouse guard. This person also has a name.
I see you brought your pain, but you need come to ease it. Pity.
What? She's speaking in Old Adiran because they have that accent. That's very similar to Alot. Yeah. Alot's alternate personality. Right. The vulnerable elf sits beside the water, her creased and spotted skin slightly flushed by the heat. Numerous scars mar her skin on face and torso alike. Her eyes open and their sharp gaze focuses upon you. Yeah, Eld Adiran, that was it. Pain. I have no pain.
Aye, if you say so.
The elf's eyes examine you as a physician's might, probing but impersonal. What brings you to the
It
bathhouse?
eases my pain. More than that is an awful long yarn, and nain tad lickly.
The Orjoma word for no. Oh, okay. I'd still like to hear
I
it.
fecht in the broken stone war some 2 centuries
Damn.
gone by now. I left the woods of a deer for the Eastern Reach. I claimed to seek to protect our colonists, but in truth, I sought the glory of battle.
She sighs and touches her brow.
Glory were nae to be had. Truth be telt, I hold luckier than most. The Orlands o' Ayr Glanfath wielded blades that sheathed spirit as easily as flesh. Some of mine fellas were slaughtered body and soul.
So she was among the first to encounter the mine hunters of the Glenfathans.
Come again? I don't quite follow your meaning.
I mean, yeah, elves can get roughly 310 years. Yeah. So she was a young warrior then. What happened to you?
One weird o' the will of the gods one. A farmer near a Boots log home invited the soldiers for dinner. 'Twas hairst, and the crop was rowdy. She and her man devised us a braw and gusty feast. Deer pie and salmon, a stew of cabbage, carrots, and pataties. Squash roasted with
Pataties.
pine nuts, and the sweetest honey bread I ever tasted.
Pataties. Why do I find that hilarious that she's come up with that her name for potatoes is pataties? Why does that just sound cute? The name just kind of sounds cute. You can kind of understand it, but it is, yeah. She and her man designed us a large and august feast. Deer pie and salmon, cabbage and carrots, potatoes, squash roast with pine nuts.
The Glanfathans riled the animals. By then we caught the trick, so the captain bade the farmer's family stay within. We stepped into the necht, approached the thick swine, and the arrows began to fall.
You do not need to speak more if you do not wish to. She exhales a long, thin sigh.
Unless there's anything you need, please, let me to mine water.
The woman dabs herself with a warm cloth. Yeah, just a very old soldier who just doesn't want to deal with people anymore.
We haven't spent too much time in the baths.
A young woman takes your measure wearing a concerned frown. It's fine. I don't work here.
See. My thanks for clearing that up.
In any case, we hope you enjoy your time.
See, another one where the shot is directly ahead and it just doesn't look very good. It's like someone at the art department had an obsession with trying to nail the direct look, and nobody told them that they kept having that it was causing it that it just doesn't look as good. Did you assume I work here because I'm a god? I mean, given the Deadfire's relationship with godlights compared to pretty much everywhere else, it's honestly not the worst assumption to make. What brings you to the
I am
bathhouse?
helping Herwina to conceive. She came all the way from the Deerwood, and I will see that she returns with arms laden with young.
Seinu grins her way.
After the Hollowborn crisis, I wanted no child of mine born in those blighted lands.
Hey, that's a little bit harsh. Possible the faults in the art side might be intentional to try and mimic a certain hand-drawn vibe. That is possible, but it's almost a gameplay and game design, or it's like a world building and gameplay segregation. Like world design, yes, there might be hand-drawn portraits from that angle that look bad, fine. But as far as presenting the NPCs go, it doesn't make sense to do that just willy-nilly. Like, if it was certain specific NPCs who you're meant to dislike, or you're meant to find suspicious, or you're meant to find ugly, then it could be a conscious decision of the art department to draw those characters with that perspective. But then why would you have Pallegina with that artwork? Again, I'm still obsessed with that because that is a particularly bad example.
This place is a miracle. Every day I emerge from the baths as a new woman, and my first child will be as strong as an Adra pillar.
She looks to Seinu with a bright smile. Well, good luck with that, and I hope it works out the way you're hoping.
Thanks, and luck to you on your stay here.
That was one of the few cases where even the other dialogue options were just being an ass. Anybody else? Nobody else named in here? Nope. Okay. There's
the
the
cost
steward.
of enjoying the bathhouse's unique offering is 1,000 copper per session.
Holy shit. Bathhouse steward crosses his arms and smiles. His look holds an invitation, but a warning too.
Takehu, a pleasure to see you back so soon. On whose copper do you visit this time?
The bathhouse steward does nothing to conceal his bemusement. Yeah, I can't imagine that they actually pay Takehu very much, so yeah, this is kind of expensive.
Today, I thank Mother Ngati for my captain's deep pockets.
We will not be spending a third of our money here just yet, Takehu. You can wait until we get some actual coin in our fucking pocket. As the chuckle fades, Takehu favors you with a sidelong glance. Jyoti flicks her sickle back and forth, more agitated.
Stronger than he looks, I say. An accomplished underwater wrestler.
He raises an eyebrow and nods. Isn't it more than half, aren't you? We're a little over 2,000, so yes, more than almost a half. I see.
Will you be enjoying a dip in the waters then?
Not quite yet. Wait.
Would you care to enjoy the bath's offerings?
I'll pass for it. I don't even want to ask why, because that's usually the kind of thing that pisses off places like this. It's like, we set the cost, you pay it. They do give buffs. I'm sure they do, but I don't think they're going to be worth 1,000 copper pieces at this stage of the game. Or people walking around with barely any clothes on. Isn't that nice, game?
I'll handle this.
I do dig the marble look on the inside, though. Very nice. Oh, nobody cares if I take this stuff. The Oil of Allure. +2 to bluff, +2 to diplomacy, +2 to intimidate, +2 to streetwise. Though the merchant is fortunate enough to sell it off and focus on its romantic applications, the viscous mixture applied liberally to the tongue aids in the most endeavors involving speech. It tastes of honey, but burns like hard alcohol. Is this literally a cunnilingus potion? Seriously? Don't think the bathhouse is Juana in nature. I could see the waters being used in a healing fashion to be something decent, but the actual, like, yeah, the internals of this place and the way it's designed, very much screaming Rauatayan and Valian.
What are you doing? Get out.
apologies. But
Please leave.
okay, fine. Close the door. But did the cat just open the door?
Sorry, friend. I can't.
What? Why can we close it before and now we can't close it now? That doesn't make any sense. I'm good. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Oh, worn rope. I'll take that. Bath hat. Wait, did we seriously not find... We didn't find anything, did we? Where the fuck is... Hold on. Ooh. Okay. Ancient temple, lantern of good, tasks. Second floor, luminous bathhouse, Degnos' satchel. Is it in this room? Oh, there we go. I mean, I guess nobody cares if I take this stuff. It's fine by me. Yeah, no loss of reputation. She's just flipping out for no reason on me. All right. I'm gonna guess it's drugs. But I really don't care if he does drugs. I used to travel with a guy who did a lot of drugs. No, Tanwin. We are building a reputation for honesty. Thank you very much. Also, I forgot that we... Ah, shit. We need to check out the upper floor, too. I forgot about that. Back inside. Fun fact, the Naupasca monk archetype in this game gives you a bonus when you're on drugs. I mean, I certainly hope it would. Hell, fucking, oh god, this is me and my not being able to remember names. Zawa fucking, in the ending we got for him, basically established a monastery to teach the Naupasca monk style to other people, to at least carry on some part of his people's legacy. There we go, Barrett's Bell. Another cat! Yes! Give me cat. Give me cat. Plus 25% stride. Party's attacks are less likely to miss. That's actually really good, but the plus 1 perception is still really good. We are now up to 8 pets. Do I hear 8 pets? 8 pets now. I swear to God, Adair, we have enough pets. You don't have to ask me to find other pets. We will find other pets. You don't have to go asking for an aquarium. We will have plenty of pets by the end of this game. If the amount of pets we have already discovered at the beginning of the game is anything to go by, we will have plenty of pets by the end of this. And then we're going to find the person who invented the pet killing machine, and we're going to feed him into it. Ugh.
It is not every day I meet a sailor who gives no praise to Ngati.
Ah, she ain't sunk me yet, lad.
I think that's his way of saying, I don't hate her, I don't like her. Doesn't really matter to me one way or the other. Ooh, who is this? Another time to get... Oh, God, everyone...
Today's catch, I say. Fresh and hot, spiced to the tongue of outsider and local alike.
Wait, what? The vendor gestures to a bed of hot coals in his wagon, a flavorsome scent rising from bundles of meat-stuffed leaves. What? What does that have to do with being anti-religious? Jody, what the fuck are you on? Are you even paying attention? Hey, I have no... Yeah, I've got nothing. I've got nothing.
For what do you return, my friend? Is your hunger so bottomless?
He chuckles and playfully slaps Takehu's shoulder.
Keme, I would eat every denizen of my mother's kingdom if you cooked them up.
This labor would be my honor if it sated Ngati's chosen.
Yeah, I'm literally... The only thing I can think of is that does Jody think that it's disrespectful to eat fish because they belong to Andra's domain? Like, is that the only thing? Takehu is really friendly with the locals. I mean, I think we all know he's a bit more than just friendly with the locals. Show me what you have. Rate... Oh my god, 1,000? +2 to might, +1 to all power. Okay, yeah, that's pretty fucking good. I'll give him that. 20% area of effect? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. And does that I'm assuming, because there's no duration, so I'm assuming you eat it, it gives you this effect, and then that lasts until rest? Lasts until next rest. Okay, that's actually really fucking good. You eat the food while resting. Oh, so they went with the Pathfinder system, like what Wrath of the Righteous and Kingmaker did. Oh. Well, that's some good shit. That's some good shit. Note to self. We finally have some food items that I might... And it's an infinite. He has infinite amount, which means I can always restock here. Oh, now that's good. Technically, Kingmaker with this system. Fair enough. Fair enough, Tenwin. Can't get in there. Can get in there. Hopefully she doesn't get angry. Yes, please pick the lock. Armor invoice. Most of the document is drafted in a careful official hand. Another author appears to have made several hasty additions. To our valued customer, on behalf of the dedicated staff of the Consignment and Salvage Clearinghouse, we thank you for expressing interest in the purchase of one mail vest, Enchantments Unknown, previous owner of Magnera Free Trader. Unfortunately, our license dealer, Remo Caldera, salvage marker 56221, informed us, item unavailable, delivery to be carried out by Captain Henqua, but shipment interdicted by pirate hunters, vessel sunk. This is most regrettable. Enclosed is your original payment of Valiant Trade Bullion, amount undisclosed, minus 10% finder's fee. We certainly hope you will consider future business with us, despite this setback. Sincerest regards, Rowan Jackon, Shipping Quartermaster, CASC. Dealer's note, if any, not certain if vest went down with Henqua, we'll make further inquiries. Oh, somehow I didn't even notice that there was a guard right there. He blended in perfectly. Yeah, skill's still too low right there. Skill's still too low right there, but we'll have to come back.
You look like someone who wants protection and a certain something about presence. Akira?
You do the other option with the devil in the first game and get her bad ending, you will find her chest piece here is the best unique light armor in the game. Oh. That's kind of... I know I don't like it when games do that. I mean, I like the ending, I like the reactivity. The fact that you call it the best unique light armor in the game is a bit aggravating. Something to that extent should not be hit. I mean, it shouldn't be hidden by something you did in a previous game. If it was a choice made in this game, I could see it being more impactful. But the fact that it happened in a previous game, and that can impact whether you find the best item in a certain item class, that's a little bit wonky in my opinion. But that also could just be my desire not to miss any content, like overriding my better sense here. The Juana woman scans you up and down, nodding as she measures your
It
proportions.
isn't every day that I cater to your kind, but I like a challenge. Last time you showed your face here, you left with a swollen thumb.
She raises her brow upon spotting Takehu.
Akira, you swing the forge hammer with such grace, I say.
Jody mutters and fluffs back his hair. Oh, you like the strong women, Takehu. Jody flicks her sickle back and forth, agitated.
A better compliment than you paid last time. I'll take it.
She turns her focus back to
Holler
you.
if any of the iron or steel laying around catches your fancy. Or if you need something repaired, I'm happy to take a glance.
Riki's Overlook is an interesting place for an armorer.
Akira, they wouldn't put a traditional smith here unless she brought something special.
She sighs and glances at her tools. Failed attempted flirtation, most likely.
My clients wanted everything engraved and beautiful. Wasn't why I got into the business, but it keeps my debtors happy.
It is technically a medium chest piece, but it comes with a 10% reduction in recovery speed, putting it below most light armor speed reduction while retaining its protection, I'm assuming, not including cloth armor, which has 0, of course. Yeah.
I keep it interesting working with exotic materials like shark leather, since there's some demand and little supply.
She shrugs, running a hand across the length of hide in front of her. Show her the shards of the Blade of the Endless Pass and the whispers of Yenwood. Would you do anything with these?
Akira, but these wonders have suffered greatly. I say you must take better care of your things.
I know. Believe me, I get it. You don't even want to know what happened to these things. Comes with a baseline legendary quality and a +2 to max power pool. Damn. What do you think?
I say I could repair these to their working order for 1,500 pyres each.
Oof.
something about the metal. It yearns to bond as one. I could join all these pieces into a greatsword for 3,000 pyres.
That's why you wanted me to take greatsword as a... Well, still. Fuck.
If you need iron or steel, maybe even something lighter, I've got plenty in stock.
I technically... The greatsword was absurdly OP in the base game, but was nerfed. I do technically have enough money for that, but it would literally put us at the end of our rope financially. We would need to start selling some stuff. Ooh. Tutilo's Palm. 6 shield deflection, 1 enemy's engaged. Counts as an offhand weapon, and 10% chance on receiving melee weapon damage to gain 1 wound. I'm assuming that... No, inward spike. Why would you want that? No! Fuck that shit. Yeah, we need to sell some shit. We need to sell some shit. We don't need the daggers. We don't need any of the clothing. Oh, hold on. Keep the jacket, just in case. The jacket looks cool. Sell off the traps. Keep the drugs. Keep the ingredients and the food. We can sell off all of these books. Keep the ingredients, keep the flag. Okay, that gets us a little bit of money. That gets us a little bit of money.
If you need iron or steel, maybe even something lighter, I've
Find
got plenty in
detail
stock.
on the Devil's Breastplate armor. One of the enchantments you can get adds +2 to health restore per 3 seconds for 6 seconds on a critical hit. Not much, but with a rogue build, where you get constant crits, you essentially have permanent regen. Nice. Combine the shards. Bring them together into a single weapon.
Akira, when you swing this beauty, you must make sure to tell your foes that Mahiri sent you.
I'd rather tell them that Mahiri sent them to their graves. Also, can't help but notice a little weird. Why does the items behind her look very, very low polygon compared to everything else in the room? Like, you can literally see the edges where the pixels aren't lined up properly.
Whispers of the Endless Paths. A most brooding and gloomful weapon, I say.
Yep, slash, pierce. Gets exceptional, plus 30% damage, 8 accuracy, 2 penetration. Attacks in a cone with +1 penetration and is a heavy blade which gains 15% damage as crush, with increased reach. You crafted this colossal 2-handed sword from the fragments of both the Whispers of Yenwood and the blade of the Endless Paths. The weapon's reach is unmatched by any other greatsword, and the flanges along its blade provide for a measure of defense from lesser weapons. It also looks sick as fuck.
May it chop your enemies into fine pieces for the delight of Tongaloa.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Now we shoot people with pistols and then we run in, and this gives us reach, which means we can actually stay in the back slightly, and it'll be less likely for someone to hit us. Oh, that's good. Anything in here? Armor's trick is soften these abrasives with these dark shark skins. Living iron. So if used with soul essence during the smelting process, this iron resists corrosion and enjoys reduced. So that means the process of the White Forge has started to either be replicated at least partially or has started to export widely across the world. Because that's specifically what Durgan Steel is. Durgan Steel is a higher quality version of that, but still. Ooh, a hat. Yeah, Andre, you can't put that shit back in the box anymore, can you?
When I was little, me and my brothers used to spend hours chasing each other through the Merkberry fields. Don't think a day went by I didn't have a skinned knee or a bleeding elbow.
Oh, we did that sometimes. Only my brother usually had a hand in the bleeding.
He older or younger than you? Either way, I bet he's just as strapping.
Older. Was older. Then Raid Sarah's invaded.
Oh, of course, that's gone, but I'm so sorry.
You kind of... Oh, wow. Adair, how's it feel to be on the opposite end of an awkward conversation for once? Someone else shoved their foot in their mouth instead of you. I believe that is everything here. Yep, we can't get into the manor. Okay. Fun fact, if you bond the souls of the Pelgrin into the cannons when you leave Neketaka with boat, the first time you'll get a delivery. One of the cannons with a friendly note from our favorite explosive Orlin. Our family... God damn it. No, no more copy pastas of that shit. Potions and elixirs at the dark cupboard. Ooh. What's over here? Hey, a torch. I'll take another torch. I think you said the Serpent's Crown is where we should head next. So that's the... Yep, to Serpent's Crown. There we go. Okay. All the way up. Up we go. Straight to the palace. You know me, Tenwen, but I'll take your advice. Ooh. Oh, I'm loving the architect. Oh, these are wall. Oh, that is cool. I like that design. This is giving me like... It's like someone wanted to build Minas Tirith, but using Southeast Asian architecture. I love it. It looks so good. Oh, is that, yeah, that's... Yeah, that's her. Okay. Ooh. Kahanga Palace upper floor.
Hold a moment. Oh. You may visit the palace and its shrine, but be warned. The Queen meets with trading company vipers. Take care you are not bitten.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
They're in the throne room through the door behind me. If you should lose your way, follow the shouting.
The guard gestures towards the door, dismissing you. World building in PoE 1 and 2 is flawless. Oh yeah, this is for so many people. He is so tired. He's so tired, but he also kind of sounded a little bit amused. Like, I'm kind of glad our queen is still yelling at them because they deserve it. That's... Ooh, look at that armor.
While I am flattered by the esteemed Hazanui's confidence, I must wonder how my people are meant to have destroyed an entire colony overnight.
The Valian dignitary aims a withering look across the aisle. A middle-aged woman with a square jaw and tar-stained teeth meets
You
it.
tell us. It's no coincidence that your outpost at Port Mage survived the recent storm.
She pulls a slender pipe from her pocket, but at a look from the queen's attendants, she puts it away.
You speak as if I could command the tides. While you are casting your blame in a wide net, why not look to our Kahanga allies? We do not share their talent for shaping water.
A sizable Amawa standing by the throne takes a bold step forward and flares his nostrils at the assembled dignitaries, and a hush falls over the room. Yeah, that doesn't exactly sound very good that you're implying that the fucking locals were the ones who caused the storm in the first place, dude. You might want to shut up.
I say our guest forgets himself.
Aruihi. He clears his throat and sweeps his gaze from Nero to the rest of the room.
Stand down.
Up to this point, the queen has studied the proceedings with an even expression. She half rises from her throne as she fixates on Prince Aruihi. Prince Aruihi.
You are the one who mistakes my throne room for a sparring arena. I say this is beneath us.
As Aruihi lowers his head, the queen slowly centers her gaze upon you and leaves it there.
An interesting visitor in difficult times. You cannot be here to deliver a favorable omen.
Oh, she's a cipher. Though her mouth doesn't move, Onakaza's voice comes to you like an insistent memory nestled amongst your surface thoughts. Yeah,
The
shake
gods remember the honest, and so do I.
Yeah, sometimes they remember the honest and then ask me to lie anyways. It's almost like they don't fucking care. Time for the best part of any CRPG. Politics! Ah yes, we shall talk battle. Picked up that phrase from fucking Wooly Versus when he was playing KOTOR 2. It is time for talk battle.
Allow me to apologize as I toss you before the wolves.
I kind of used to it. Honestly, it's not even the worst of this that we've had to deal with. I've already had to deal with the gods fucking around with everything. Again. She turns to the dignitaries. You still feel her attention upon
This
you.
one is a watcher blessed by Tangaloa. I suspect that many of our questions about Hasongo will soon be answered.
The Queen's voice fills the expansive throne room, leaving you with a hushed silence to fill. Wish I had more answers for you, or that's... Ahem. Ahem. If it pleases the court first, I have journeyed from a crippled Port Mahe.
Look, I know this one. His parlor tricks frightened 10 years of every sailor in Queen's Birth.
Okay, you see, I'm not the biggest fan of the powers the gods have given me, but call it a parlor trick again and I'll show you exactly what this parlor trick is capable of. Talk no jutsu. That's the other one. That's the other one, yes. Raising her hand for silence, Onikaza looks to her brother. He approaches and they exchange a few words too quietly to hear, before shifting her gaze to you once more.
We assembled to discuss the darkening of Hasongo, one of Rawatai's colonies. Watcher, it seems you have the floor.
Rational. We must do something before this trapples another settlement. I'm surprised that this isn't a diplomatic option. It would seem most possible that the statue Aothis only paused at Hasongo on his way to parts unknown.
What sailor's tale is this?
Oh, I am so tired of people saying that I'm a liar.
There's no sane explanation for what's been happening. You keep waiting for one, it'll be too late.
That was surprisingly erudite of you, Ader. And without shoving your foot in your mouth immediately
Does tilling
afterwards.
the soils of the Eastern Reach drive all men mad? You sound as crazy as the Dawnstar Dreamers.
She looks at Ader the way one would look at an especially rabid but fascinating animal. Oof. I guess it's time for the Dear Woodens to finally get some racism attached to them.
Have you not heard the rumors, Karu? An Adra Colossus marching across the sea. Sailor tales, but credible ones.
Nero crosses his arms and looks distinctly uncomfortable.
How came a watcher from half the world away to be involved in these happenings? Enlighten the court.
The statue of Aothis emerged from beneath the fortress of Caed Nua, my land and castle. He very quickly made this personal. Silence descends on the hall, courtiers and delegates eyeing one another, seemingly gauging which of them will be the first to laugh. A stern look from Queen Onikaza turns every questioning glance to stone.
Tracking down a god who stands as tall as a mountain. A fisherman with poor eyesight could do this.
Tracking him isn't the problem. Getting him to stop is.
My priests will trip over their feet to interpret his divine plan. Watcher, can you cut through the din and tell for what he comes to the Deadfire?
Yes. I plan on using the Adra pillars to track and then confront Aothis.
How resourceful of you. The Isles are studded with enough luminous Adra to bankroll an economy.
She turns her quiet glance in Nero's
I
direction.
believe our course is clear. We will send the Watcher to Hasongo.
You have the floor, Watcher. I am on the floor. Everybody do the dinosaur. Boom, 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 boom. Yep. God, the fact that I even remember that that's a thing. You realize that there are younger streamers who wouldn't have a damn clue what you're talking about, right, Tenwin? Onikaza spreads her hands, calmly assured of her reasoning.
Set sail to the west of Nekataka. I would tell you to keep a weather eye out for a lighthouse, but the God of Light did not appreciate competition. Something to add, Hazanui? You have an eager look about you. She believes herself entitled to my ear, I say.
Onikaza's gaze wanders back to you only briefly.
Only that Hasongo is a Rawataian outpost. It would be useful for the Watcher to take one of ours along.
Oh? She inclines her chin at another woman standing nearby. I'll be really honest, heard that first time from the Nun piece, never went far series.
Ma'am.
I only barely remember it from when I was younger, so not in that much of a different company. But again, there are younger streamers and younger content creators nowadays who would have no fucking clue what you were talking about. Okay, so we've got a Rawataian. She's got she's a bit, thinner is not the right word, but more lean appearance than a lot of the others. Many different meme green text. A composed Amawa stands at attention, her furrowed brow cleaving down otherwise warm features, and by her feet, a colorful bird preens itself without concern. Ooh, is it a hunter? Is it a ranger companion?
Maya's an expert sailor and a better sharpshooter. The best the Brass Citadel has to offer.
Second and final female romance option. Well, I'm not really feeling Jodie, so we'll have to see if this one does better. Unique Ranger.
Whatever
Ooh.
comes your way, she'll see it first.
If it gets me and Ashiza out of diplomat duty, we'd set sail with a drunk scolder at the helm.
Maya sighs with resignation and nudges her bird affectionately with her toe.
Perfito. Do you mean to stop Eothas by shooting him? Seri Pelagina will go with the Watcher.
Hey!
Show him how the Republic's handle things.
Also, you'd be surprised. We stopped Eothas, the Deer Wooden stopped Eothas once with a bomb, so... I mean... shooting him might work. We just need to find a big enough gun. That's all that really matters. His body is made of Adra. We can break it. Nero waves airily. The guard behind him coughs politely.
Your Excellency, Palagina Messerai has been... banished? She has been seen in Queen's Berth. I can have a report to headquarters.
Nero silences the guard with a withering look and a sharp
You
gesture.
should feel no obligation to take on additional crew. The choice is yours.
The Titan is significantly larger than the previous host. Yes, but the precedent still stands. You can kill the avatar of a god. You just have to find a big enough bullet. And that is Mercer Way. Yeah, I thought I recognized the voice. I'll take Maya. It's always good to have an additional rifle on hand.
Say the word and I'll shoot the tip off a green boy's nose.
A green boy's... Is that supposed to refer to... Okay, whatever. Ishiza looks up at Maya and warbles something agreeable. Hands on his hips, Seraphine grins, and Jodie's eyes gleam with dark amusement. Okay, they both like that.
You're making a mistake, Watcher. In times like these, trustworthy allies are the most valuable asset of all.
I mean, I was going to take both.
Calm down, Nero. I'm sure you'll
Wait,
get
no,
one
did
of
that
those
stop me from taking
pleasant days
Palagina?
eventually.
Wait, what? Wait, what? A lazy half smile tugs at her mouth.
In the meantime, Watcher, I hope you'll meet me in the Brass Citadel. There's more for us to discuss among friendlier company.
Palagina will be at the Valiant headquarters and no, it doesn't. Okay. I was about to say, that would have been a reload. That unironically would have been a reload. We ain't leaving Palagina here. We need to make things right with her.
I believe we are finished here. Aruihi?
Hunonikaze rises from her throne and the surrounding guards stand in immediate attention.
Aren't we popular? Take care at Hasongo. The dead fire was overfull before Aethys blundered in.
I don't know. If Aethys keeps doing what he's doing, the population around here is going to start plummeting very fast. Onakaza nods as she adjourns.
Your allies will use you toward any end. Do not give your trust lightly.
But wouldn't that include you as well, my lady? Onakaze clears her throat and sweeps the room with her
I say it is
gaze.
beyond time our guests lick their wounds somewhere else.
He banishes the foreign dignitaries with a swift and unmistakably disgusted wave. Just go to the Valiant headquarters in Queen's Berth and she'll be there? Okay. Ooh, Gunhawk. Oh, that just sounds too fucking good. I'm sorry, but... Ooh, Gunhawk. Bird Companion. The ability to fly grants birds a natural ability to avoid engagement entirely. Yep. Despite these rangers share a little life bond. When one is wounded, they can sense and feel intense emotional pain. Knocked unconscious, the partner suffers the bonded grief. Yep. Affects accuracy and other stats. If a ranger is ever killed, the animal companion immediately dies from grief. Yep. Gunhawk. Plus 20% range. 20% chance to interrupt attacks with arquebuses and mortar and pistol attacks. 5% chance to interrupt target with blunderbuss attacks. Nice. Gunhawks are a type of ranger unique to the Rautai who use hawk companions to complement their sharpshooting skills. All firearms have increased range. All firearms receive a chance to interrupt on hit. No penalty. So it's just a straight upgrade. The only difference, the only quasi downgrade is you have to have a flying pet when you do this. Interesting. She's already got heal companion and takedown. She's already got wounding shot. I would have rather had marked prey, I'll admit. Vicious companion, 15% damage and 2 penetration. Do these stack now? Ooh, that's nice. Well, and that it is focused on guns, but yes. Fair enough, fair enough. Two-handed style, yep. Combat focus, so she can maintain concentration. Ooh, nice. quick for 10 seconds, which I believe, yes, boosts dexterity. Very nice, very nice. Ooh, we can get her to get interrupt on critical hits. Reduces deflection on attackers with distraction training. Okay, so she can get all the way up there. Twin shots. Works with any ranged attack. That's nice. So she'll double load her rifles. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead with Ranger. For right now, we'll drop Seraphine and take her for a little bit right now.
We have the chance.
Let me take a look here. Oh, she's already got Sharpshooter's Garb. Not too bad on the recovery time. 1 armor rating and 20% reload. Oh, so it's just as long as she's using an arquebus, this is fucking perfect for her. Because that brings her recovery time down to 0%, at least for reloading. Very nice. Traditional uniform of the Rautai Naval Infantry, an elite force of sharpshooters tasked with protecting their ships from boarding parties and enemy gunners. While it offers adequate protection, the armor's true purpose is to allow the wearer sufficient flexibility when navigating ship's rigging. Maya declined to adorn the uniform with insignia or symbols of rank, as such trappings often reveal the presence of officers to enemy marksmen. Oh, okay, so the Rautai really are developing a what I would call a pre-Napoleonic military. They're actually developing proper artillery regimes, proper infantry training and everything. They're actually moving beyond just line infantry. The lead up to what would become the Napoleonic's various versions of infantry that then evolved into the modern light infantry tactics that we would see throughout the 1800s. Oh, yes, you're right. So it keeps low profile, which is the +5 deflection against range skills. Gunnery is the 20%. She can then get return fire, which converts 15% of ranged weapon hits to crits for 6 seconds after missed by an enemy ranged weapon attack, or steel threaded to gain additional armor. Obviously, return fire would seem to be the better choice there. Very nice, very nice. She does have a standard arquebus. She also carries 2 swords as a backup weapon. Nice. Might swap her out for blunderbusses as a melee, as her close range weapon in the future, though, just to take full advantage of her gun capabilities. Low profile does buff dependent on stealth skill. Does it? Ah, increases. Yes, you're right. You're right. Oh, it's not on there yet. Oh, because it doesn't have the blue border. Right. Still, very nice. Very nice. Can we talk? Okay, so the queen's gone. What mechanism controls this door is unclear. The plate does not budge under your fingers. Okay. Which means we can talk to Prince Aruihi.
Your coming is a favorable omen already.
The prince nods and crosses his arms, a self-satisfied smile on his lips. I'm just happy to be alive, quite frankly.
Such modesty, I say. You happen by a time when our rivals bicker and tear at each other's throats.
She wants to talk straight out. Oh, you're right.
Got his chosen on your trek up the mountain.
He nods to Tekehu with approval.
I say the gods have sent us a rare gift wearing a familiar face.
Aruihi plants his hands on his hips and nods. It is an honor to meet you, Prince Aruihi.
Save your manners for my sister. Kohopa fashioned me for the arena, not the court.
And yet you play a role very vital to your sister's governance, so I'd say you're still built for it nonetheless.
I will not paddle around the island. My sister wants to know if you are as useful as you are disruptive. She trusts me to judge this. You did not come this far to serve the crown, I say. But sailing is an expensive hobby. Loyal service can keep your galley stocked.
And what kind of loyal service did one have in mind? Though he had not been paying attention up to this point, Tekehu rouses from distraction and blinks at you.
My sister keeps a tight grip on Nekataka, but the filth of it drips down her palm and into the gullet.
He opens his hand for emphasis and wipes it across his shoulder. Colloquially known as the Gullet, the slums of Nekataka are home to both the Roparu caste of the city's Hawana, as well as a myriad of colorful and unsavory figures. Built in a great chasm at the heart of Nekataka, it is where much of the city's refuse, literal and figurative, comes to rest.
Under our noses, I say, do foreigners smuggle contraband and pay the Roparu for their silence?
To be fair, given your caste system, I can't say I'm very surprised the Roparu are more than willing to work with outsiders. Maybe you should consider looking into that at some point, and not just with the usual time to cull the lower classes kind of bullshit.
Take this if you need proof.
He tosses you a silver medallion inscribed with Valian honorifics. Envoy's badge. This medallion once graced the neck of a Valian dignitary. It was assumed lost after a terrible shipwreck. How it ended up in the backstreets of Nekataka is a question that Prince Aruihi once answered. I mean, I would assume scavengers. And what is this?
An envoy ship sank a day's voyage out of Nekataka. He wore that on his breast. My guards recovered it in a raid of the gullet. This confirms my suspicion. Nekataka has a pirate problem.
Aruihi's upper lip curls with distaste.
Smugglers and thieves cluster like rats in Delver's Row, a growth in the bowels of our city. I want someone to peddle the medallion to the black market, earn the trust of these pirates, and learn how supplies come into my city.
Oh, interesting. Your city. Not your sister's city. Not your people's city. Your city. We might be seeing a slightly more nationalistic, but also a bit more egotistical side to the Huana right now with him. And why would you send a watcher for inspection duty?
They must take keen senses to peer through the veil.
Aruihi thumbs his jaw and nods to himself. Tekahua's lips curve in an approving smirk.
Others will miss the details that stand out to you, I'm thinking.
To what end?
It will depend on what you find, I say.
Aruihi folds his arms and scrutinizes the floor between his feet, deep in thought.
Onikaza leaves this for me to handle. While she worries about the manor, I tidy up the basement.
Sounds profitable. Anything else I should know?
Yours may be a familiar face. Tell no one that you work for the crown.
Technically, I don't, so I don't see the problem.
You will want to take Ngati's chosen with you.
Aruihi smiles at Takehu and inclines his head.
Me? For what does the lower city need an artist?
Jody really does not like this guy at this rate. She is just getting more and more annoyed with him with every fucking conversation.
You mistake me, I say. I send you because of the missive you delivered to my sister.
He raises his brow as a silent understanding passes between the two men.
Akira, I did not realize.
Takehu nods slowly and folds his arm. Is anyone going to clue me in on what's going on here?
Better if we discuss it on our way down the mountain.
Takehu turns to Aruihi, who nods in
Be
agreement.
on your guard in the gullet. I fear the caverns run deeper than even Ngati could guess.
The prince dismisses you with a nod. Okay, okay. Ooh. There's a lot of stuff over here. Can we get over there? I think we can. None of you people matter. You don't have names. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking cool. Water dances in graceful circles around the coral sculpture. Alright, I'll admit.
You see my adorable fish, Captain? I leave you to guess which of them is real.
I mean, it doesn't look like any of them are real. I think they're all water constructs. Plus, I don't know how you'd keep a real fish in there alive. Shall help the Ruparu increase guards to keep the area safe. Yeah. Unless you want Rautai to swallow us both? That person has a name. That's Valian. Makarama the Buoyant, beloved of Nagati. Ponamu Birdscorned, greatest of explorers. Ramunga Makapu, defender of his people. That is Ruparu clothing. Nobody cares. Palace Chanter. Okay. Anga have a plan for these.
Watcher. Clearly, you are an interesting man to know.
Okay, game. Don't break your own rules. If they have a voice and they have a fucking character portrait, don't give them a generic name like this.
You should speak with Governor Alvari in our headquarters down the mountain in Queen's Berth.
Okay. You have a name. Oh, God. See, what is with these front-facing portraits? It's like they're trying to make them look worse. They all have voices. I mean, yes, but still. Oh. Backer characters. Oh, no. You meet a tall, brown-haired man dressed in full plate mail. That might not normally catch your eye, but his mail is unusual, colored a deep green and emblazoned with the image of a golden tree. Handled on the pommel of his sword, he watches the crowd go by with keen eyes, relaxed yet fully alert. He narrows his eyes when he spots you.
What do you need of me?
Is that's the voice set that I chose for my character? He looks at you warily as if he's deciding whether you are a snake that might bite. That is literally my character's voice. Oh god, this is going to sound weird. Who are you? He initially is hesitant, unsure of your interest. Eyes narrowing, he sizes you up, then nods. Interesting armor you have there.
I suppose it is. Are you familiar with the shield bearers of St. Elka? We are a paladin order.
Indeed, I am of the order myself.
My brother, I am glad to see a friendly face in this sun-scorched archipelago. I trust you came here on honest work?
As honest as hunting a god.
Details. You asked about me, after all.
He clears his throat dramatically.
I am the son of a disgraced noble family. My father and brothers were executed for treason when I was a boy. Rightfully so, I must add. And my mother, sister, and I were thrown out on the street.
That seems a little harsh, but I guess the shield bearers are all about following the letter of the law as well as the spirit, and well, treason is treason, unfortunately.
All we had to our names was a trunk full of heirlooms. One of them was this suit of armor, which belonged to my eldest brother. Now I endeavor to live up to its promise and redeem my family's honor.
A worthwhile pursuit.
That's the long and short of it, really.
Oh,
I am the son of it.
Okay, yeah, we've seen that.
Long
Yeah.
and short of it, really.
Can you teach me what you've learned as a member of the shield bearers? He clasps his hands and nods, beaming with pride.
As you like.
Or not? Okay, whatever. Thank you, Granis Yirgar. But still, though, the art department and those front-facing portraits, what the fuck were they thinking? What are you? No, you're just a generic person. Oh, is that supposed to be Hyleia? Yep, the depiction of Hyleia is almost menacing in its intensity. Well, I imagine she's the goddess of the air and of birds. In a place like this, there's going to be a lot of storms and things like that, so that would play majorly into their... We're also going to move the bird closer to the group. Raucous screeching of birds in their cages is endless. They work different in this game as they're way rarer and each of them can train you to boost your skills, but they are very expensive. Oh, okay. Oh, that just opens that. That's a priest. Photographer bites his thumbnail and mutters to himself. Okay, so we can't talk to him yet. Though simple in construction, the sink is clean and tidy. Oh, it's just a storage room from the looks of it. The rise of the Cypher-Rangas. Ooh. The line of succession in a Hawana tribe is malleable to change. One trend remains consistent. Mataru warriors possessing strength, leadership, and wisdom make a natural choice for Rangas. The Kahanga diverged from this pattern centuries ago. Instead of choosing accomplished fighters or hunters, the Kahanga took to the most intellectual and tactical of the Mataru born. Recent Kahanga generations have embraced this uncommon practice by favoring ciphers in their leadership. Some believe the development to be in reaction to the spread of foreign influence in the Deadfire, but the tradition stretches back further than most would credit. Onekaza II, latest of the Cypher-Rangas, seems determined to not be the last of the Cypher-Rangas as she clings to diminishing Hawana sovereignty in the region. Rising where other tribes have floundered, the Kahanga are praised for their keen political maneuvering and endurance in the face of relentless trials. All that remains to be seen is how much one cipher can endure. Okay, I'm really starting to love the fact that I started the first game as a cipher and it's still paying dividends story and world building wise all the way into the second. I really appreciate that. Unfortunately, that does mean I'm even slightly more miffed now that Cypher is not going to be a major component in Avowed. Because I am loving Cypher. But we will see. We will see. Ooh. Amira's blessings on your
You
silk.
songwriters need a guild if you hope to learn discipline.
Storm
Not
speaker,
so.
water
We
shaper.
speak in the tongue of Ngati and Amira. Your pretty dances may upset the puddle, but we command the wind and sky.
Hey, I have missed our little talks.
Ikera.
He smells one touched by the great eel, does Barati.
Sizable Amawan man tilts his head and looks down his nose at you, flaring his nostrils with hungry interest.
You're a man who sits across a fire with death. Akira?
I have peered through the jaws of Tangaloa a time or two. Or 3 recently. He nods, clasping his hands with quiet delight.
Glutting mighty Tangaloa and hurling foes into their next life. Barati can offer payment. Coins for feeding hungry gods. Akira?
Akira.
Rewarding those who appease the great eel. This is Barati's cause. May the beasts of the dreaming lands never know famine.
Barati inclines his head and touches his brow, holding the pose with deep reverence. What bounties do you have available?
Tangaloa rolls a hungry eye toward Dichila. A Valian captain who scouts for luminous Adra in sacred lands.
Barati squeezes his knuckles until they're bone white. I'll take it.
Kira. Tangaloa knew it would be so. Dachila sails her Voyager Alisio around the waters south of Nikitaka. The great eel hungers for her soul.
I don't think so, because the only ship we ran into was a pirate ship, and this is specifically a Valian vessel. But maybe I could be wrong.
Ask.
No, nothing else there. Nice. So we've got 3 people offering bounties to us now? Alright, statue guys in the sea, pirates harassing our ships. Yeah. Can I open this door? Yes, I can. Palace servant. Pop that open. Yep, no reputation change, so we're fine there. Pistol, potion of iron skin, potion of the focused mind, potion of the resilient body. Can't take any of that, though. This is koiki fruit. Known as corpse fruit to most foreigners, the fleshy melon is a common staple among the Huana. Nutritious but stinky, it can be eaten fresh or dried.
We here.
Basket, row and antidotes, clothing, wand. What is this? Oh, scrolls. Okay. We could probably take some of that if we really needed to, but right.
I know exactly what you're thinking.
And what's that?
You're asking yourself, how did I let the Royal Deadfire Company plant an informant in my crew?
She chuckles to herself, but there's a note of resignation to it. Well, believe it or not, I don't exactly try to judge people just by where they came from. I know, a shocking turn of events in this world.
My superiors might expect me to report in from time to time, but don't read too much into it. You're not the only big thing happening around here. I'm in this for a lot of information, a little diplomacy, and plenty of target practice.
She opens her palms and shrugs. Doesn't exactly sound like you're the best choice for a spy, then. I suppose at least you're upfront about it.
Better that you hear it from me than someone else, right?
Jyoti's eyes narrow, dark lashes fusing. I mean, it's not really skullduggery, Jyoti. She's being very honest about the fact that she's been told to spy on us.
The company isn't in the business of reassigning officers outside of the mission unless they've got a damn good reason.
Well, obviously, despite their attempts to dismiss the concerns, they do think that Aothis is a major issue.
And you are a damn good reason. Take the compliment.
Truthfully, I seek Aothis. I don't want any part in this trading company drama, though I imagine I'll be drawn into it nonetheless.
Then I look forward to seeing how long it takes before you find yourself in someone's back pocket. Oh, guess you ought to meet the bird. Ishi is smarter than he looks, but don't expect him to do any tricks.
She nods towards the colorful bird of prey hopping around your ankles. Just so you're aware, Adair will attempt to pet your bird. He will constantly try to do so. And no, he doesn't care if the bird literally pecks the skin off of his fingers. He's still going to try anyways. Still past her, she wasn't aggressive. Oh, okay.
Ishi, come.
Maya taps her arm with 2 fingers and clicks her tongue.
It's a good-looking bird.
Yeah, there he goes. Adair raises one hand and waggles his index finger.
Hey, birdie.
Ishiza shows no sign of recognition towards Maya or Adair. Ishiza simply claws at the ground and investigates some bugs a few graceful hops away. Insight. Yeah, we'll go with the insight one. I know it's clever, but we'll still go with it. Cocking his head, Ishida turns to you with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Maya cocks her head and listens. Oh, resourcefulness, nice.
Takes practice before he'll listen to you properly, but that's a good start.
Adair nods at Ishiza, who bobs his head in response. Adair nods twice, and the large bird replies with 2 head bobs. Adair begins tilting his head up and down, and Ishiza follows it with vigorous full-body bobs. Adair starts bouncing his own body up and down, at which point Ishiza stops bounding and watches Adair with a cockeyed curiosity. God damn it, Adair.
Did your friend suffer a head wound?
Maya frowns at Adair. No, he came by this all naturally, trust me.
Before we get into deeper waters, I've got a question.
Damn it, Adair. Maya clears her throat into her fist.
You've got a ship and a title. Being captain means more than just wearing a big hat. A lot of tough calls to be made.
Oh. I didn't exactly choose to move into this type of life, but I'm trying to make the best of it.
Life at sea. It does have a way of simplifying things down to the bare elements.
Maya looks like she's ready to say more, but then stops herself.
A crew can be like family. They can also be like a nest of squalling infants.
That is very true.
Let's say your galley cook was fixing to organize the rest of the crew into a mutiny. How would you handle it?
No, that's... Benevolent is a little too naive in that saying. I would get ahead of the problem, work out a compromise with the crew, and try to figure out why they would feel the need to mutiny.
Sort it out as equals. Interesting. Of course, the only right answer is the one that works in a given time and place. I just wanted to hear yours.
And what would be yours?
Ask me again when I'm wearing the big hat. That'll be a different Maya.
So we've got something with someone with a very subjective view on morality in the world as far as things go. She's very materialistic in that regard, I'm getting
But
the
enough
feeling.
about me. Glad to be aboard, Captain.
I take it she's not someone who really gives a shit about moral and ethical arguments. She's much more involved with the practical applications of what things happen and when and how they happen. I had some questions.
Some answers.
Wait, what? Did I... This is what I get, because we talked to Khan about his family, like, right after we met him, and then we barely talked about any of that shit for the entire rest of the playthrough. Wait, Maya, the name is familiar. You wouldn't happen to have a sibling named Kana, would you?
Sure am. And I heard that you two spent some time together. Funny how the gods toss things together. He came back from the Deerwood with his head full of stories about the Ingwithans.
I mean, he also tried to come back with his pockets full of Ingwithan relics, but we had to be very careful with that with the Glenfathans around.
Used them to make an argument for our expansion into the north, and by the gods did people ever listen. He lost some of that childish glow, but the weird ideas stayed with him. You clearly had some sway on his opinions, more than I ever did. Wish you had told Kana to give up on the poetry. He's got no ear for it.
He's not here, is it? No, we want Kana to be here. Even if he couldn't adventure with us, it's nice to see that there'd be something. Maybe he visits as a cameo later. That'd be kind of nice. I'm glad to hear that he's making a difference. Take it easy on him. No, bad Kana, bad. You can take anything you want from the endless labyrinth, but any other ruin is a no-go. We don't need Haravia stabbing you. Poetry? I mean, he is a chanter, so he does... And what is song but poetry, you know, with music, essentially? I did my best to help Kana find the meaning he sought.
You kept him alive in any case, while he wandered the lands in search of stories.
Well, now, he was still a valuable member of the team, and a good crack shot with a rifle.
I do with bullets what Kana did with words. Just in case you were wondering, the comparison ends there.
Maya tips her head and studies you to make sure the point came across. Who's a good bird? The bird cocks his head, his eyes reflecting a mixture of friendly recognition and murderous calculation. He also had a good time summoning ogres. Ogres, worms, the undead, a variety of things, and throwing them at our enemy to see what worked.
Uh-oh. That's his I'm hungry and you're wasting my time face. Better step back, Captain.
He did look like he has a very sharp beak. I would not want to be on the receiving end of him looking for a meal. Could you tell me more about your family? I only heard a bit of it from Kana.
Well, my parents came from the Deadfire.
Right, they were from here originally. Maya exhales and glances
away. After they
away.
immigrated to Rauatai, their talents caught the Ranganui's eye. He saw them as this spectacle, this achievement of the old country, I guess. So they were honored guests. Not many Huana rose to distinction in Takoa. We were also curiosities. Even as we broke the same bread and tossed back the same wine, the Ranganui's friends always checked under the table to see if I had a tail. Kana thought it was hilarious.
I find that hard to believe. Island Amawa aren't that different from the coastal Amawa, as far as I'm aware.
You're telling me. Growing up in the Ranganui's shadow wasn't all bad. We had tutors and advisors at our disposal, and lots of folk from stranger parts than these. I spent my days learning to shoot, while my more academic siblings learned to express themselves. I leave you to judge who spent their time better.
I mean, we'll learn, I'm sure, more once we see what you're capable of. How did you and your bird Ishiza get acquainted?
I won a shooting competition at the Ranganui's estate. This was a few years before enlisting with the Navy. As a reward, he gave me the freedom of the Royal Eyrie and said I could take my pick of the warbirds.
Maya kneels and strokes under Ishiza's beak.
Stinkfeathers here kicked a rather pretty hawk off my arm so he could have me all to himself. Been inseparable ever since.
Eh. Okay, the bird's got an attitude. I'm kind of liking this. All right. I don't know how again, to be fair, Kana talked about his family, like, in the first conversation we had with him, and then there was nothing for, like, the next 100+ hours. Stubborn Nikotaka can only prosper under Rauatai's guidance. These people are bitching at each other again. Diplomat gives you a curt nod. That leads outside. What else have we got over here? There's some more rooms. Hello. Servant. Oh, Stormspeaker's warning. My prince, I have warned it's that AU combination that always throws me up. Kamauka. Kamauka against calling rain over the outsider force, but still she delights in rusting their weapons and muddying their soil, which tells me that someone must have put her up to this trickery, someone she trusts. She admires you, my prince, but I say that she is a storm you cannot control. Onakaza will not thank you for prodding the eel's den. You've given enough faith to trickster Nagati. Now take Amira's example and await the hatching of the egg. The turbulent skies speak of change and upheaval. I say let them come, but save your strength for the day the skies open. I have recommended that Kamaoka seek you out. There's a place for her in the fleet if you find yourself in need of Amira's sharpened beak. For the Isles, Stormspeaker Baudo. Interesting. This is probably the prince's room. Whatever creature these jaws belong to is clearly massive. Got some... Yep, Wanna Guard Helm. Wanna Guard Brigandine. Very nice. Heavy armor with a large shield. Exceptional large shield. Ooh, that's kind of... Well, Aruihi's collection is impressive. Few of the blades are actually sharp. That's interesting. And that is a fine spear and a Mataru clothing.
Hey.
Right. And nothing else in here. There was... Nope, that leads back down. So either way... Oh no, we don't even have to go down. We can just go out the door here. Oh, we are almost to the 4-hour mark, and as I said, we are still exploring the city. Oh,
Maybe
God.
having some disturbing dreams. Makes it hard to sleep.
You've said as much, Jody. Okay, that's the road east. We'll head this way first. Oh, good. At least people are commenting about the bird and not the imp that I hired.
Hunter
Ooh.
or prey?
A woman with skin like hardened sailcloth sits upright and stares off into the distance, her lips held in a tight and thoughtful pinch. She blinks and sits even straighter as you cross her view.
So, it will be you, then.
Her hand strays towards a sheath at her side, but she holds your gaze evenly. I think you've mistaken me for someone else.
I owe you an apology. I have collected many foes over the years. Some of them would sprint up the mountain to see me push through the jaws of the great eel.
And I suppose me being a godlike of death did not help that matter, given your comparison to the eel. Well, I mean, you certainly look like you could take care of yourself.
Akira, I have had much practice.
There's a staircase to the rooftop? Oh,
As
okay.
Nungata Whale Splitter, I cleared the jungles and seas alike of slippery creatures. I earned my foes later, when I hunted a deadlier prey.
Pirates.
Akira, often. I was a bounty hunter. It's been years since I tossed a harpoon. So now I stay abreast of what bounties need filling. That's Mataru retirement for you.
You must think that everyone's out to get
An
you.
occupational hazard, I say. Hunters do not play well with others.
She glances away and clears her throat into her
Speak
fist.
for yourself.
Oh, okay.
Didn't you help me track down that crab thief in Etua?
Nungata glances up at Tekahua.
So it is true what they say. You never forget a
Tekehu, yeah.
face. Nungata, a pleasure as always.
He inclines his
Hard
head.
to forget the boy who pilfered half my earnings when he thought my back was turned.
She raises her brow and folds her arms.
That is a vile falsehood. I pilfered a third of your earnings. A finder's fee.
Tekehu chuckles to himself, but Nungata narrows her eyes and shifts her focus over to you. Do you ever miss the hunt?
I miss traveling across the archipelago, answering to no one but my empty belly and purse.
She grins out at the city and sighs.
But this is a younger woman's game. Better that I step aside and make way for aspiring killers. Akira?
Tekehu's a bit of a scoundrel. I mean, yeah, he definitely has that. He has an ego to him. So, of course, if he helps with a bounty, he's going to think he's entitled to over a third of the fucking amount. Like, And from the sound of it, either they didn't work out a deal before he assisted, or they agreed to a lower amount and he took more than his initial share. That would be my guess. Because in his mind, he earned it / he deserves it, even if the other person doesn't agree. What bounties do you have?
Interested in taking up the trade, are we?
Nungata thumbs her chin and smiles as she
I
considers.
warn you that I deal in the heads of the exceptionally dangerous. A lady needs standards, after all.
I assume that also means they're exceptionally well priced.
You assume right, Hunter. Let's cut your teeth on clever Bena, infamous dwarf mystic of the obscured. A scavenger, I say. Picks off those who trust her for an evening, and then pockets their coin when she's bled them out. Bena was seen traveling on an island due southwest of Osongo. Ask away, Hunter.
Nope, no other questions. And who are you?
Seek companionship on your travels across the Deadfire? Why not take a little friend along?
Another forward-facing one that just doesn't look right. What was their deal?
We have many animals on offer, all well-trained and eager for a new home.
This is one of the reasons why you won't have room.
Akira.
What?
You are sure to find one that suits you.
Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 17, 18, 19, 20. So that's 6,000 copper to buy them all. I will return with more money. I can feel our group having to pull Adir away from that vendor. I could feel it. We literally had to have me and Takawa literally drag Adir away from that cart. Didn't you say there was another? Aha, there it is, the rooftop. There are so many pets. We will rescue them all. My ship will be covered in pets. Oh, okay, that's good. I will give them that. The water sculpting thing is kind of cool for the statues and stuff. Motes of light dart through the winding streams of water like skulls of fish. Oh, that's good. Oh, hot damn. She's literally hanging out with a pair of fucking white tigers. Okay, okay. The vibe is here. The vibe is here. I will say this much. Just from vibes alone, I'm already thinking we should follow her.
Pagamist is now aboard.
Pagamist, welcome. Thank you for the follow, my dude. Thank you, thank you. Hot damn. Always nice to see a new follower. Thank you very much. Like how some Glenfathans lounge around Stilgar. This is, I'm going to be honest, this is more impressive. I think even Haravius would agree that this is more impressive. Like, look at this.
You make a habit of turning up uninvited.
Oh, I probably should have asked before coming up here, shouldn't I? The queen has affected a far more relaxed posture. A pair of tigers lounge indolently beside her seat.
Kahopa, Tangaloa, welcome, our guest.
Can't tell if she's trying to be honoring the gods by naming her pets after them, or if she's subtly implying she doesn't think very highly of them by naming them. She nods down at her cats. They fix you with attentive stares that cause many of the courtiers in attendance to gasp.
Watch out. When these things lick, well, I hope for your sake you're not ticklish.
Okay, Adir, gonna break character somewhat. I know how large cats work in real life. If they start licking you like that, they're gonna literally start pulling the skin off of you. It's a lot more than just ticklish. Large cats like this have tongues that are literally meant to strip flesh from bone to help them get as much nutrients out of their meals as possible. It would be like rubbing high-grade sandpaper against your face. If you're a ranger here, you get a special interaction. Ooh, interesting.
You travel with a brave crew, Watcher.
I mean, that is certainly one word to describe Adir's fascination with fuzzy animals. I enjoy animals that are small enough that they can't kill me. He enjoys animals regardless of their size, and I'm half afraid I'm going to return to the ship one day, and he's going to have something larger than these tigers on board, and I'm going to have to be the one to deal with it. Good Kahopa. Good Tangaloa.
Nothing to fear, I say. If a queen cannot wrangle two cats, what right has she to the Deadfire?
She drags a hand over both of their massive heads, and they lean into the gesture. So maybe it's a separation of game mechanics here, but it almost sounds like she's a cipher who also has hunter abilities. So she would be a cross between those two, which I didn't even think about. Although that is in the game, isn't it? For some reason, my brain just thought that that wasn't a case, but it would be a case where she's a dual class between a ranger and a cipher.
There are many leagues between here and Hasongo. I trust you have packed for the journey.
Maybe she just uses mind spells on them. The fact that Tenwin said that if you're a ranger, you get a special interaction here would lead me to believe that she's actually a cipher ranger cross multi-class. Yeah, seer. That's it. There's a multi-class for every class. I should have realized. I do need additional directions if possible. Which way to Hasongo?
Sail west from Nekataka's harbor. I would tell you to walk
Oh, yeah, we've already seen that one.
You have it from a queen. Safe travels, Watcher.
On the one hand, I wanted to ask more questions. On the other, I get the feeling that she's done with my shit right now until I can prove to be more useful. So, fair enough. That leads to the upper floor. That leads straight down? Really? Oh, oh, another cat. We have another cat. We have another cat. Hi-ho at Aereo. We have another cat. Plus 15% healing done. Regain some health when they kill an enemy. Ooh. That's pretty good, too.
Yeah? Well, don't see why not.
That's pretty good, too. Oh, there's no way down. Oh, wait. That person has a name. You find a young man with long blonde hair drawn back in a simple club. His clothes are spare but well-tailored, and his armor, a fine brigandine in blue and silver, polished to a shine. He leans casually to one side, a clean hand on his hip, and sighs, bored. His eyes light up when he sees you.
Hello there. Come to have a word? I don't bite, I promise.
Pretty sure that's Sam Riegel again.
Yes?
Who are you?
Gladly, my friend. Gladly. And how kind of you to ask.
He clears his throat with a theatrical wave of his hand.
I am the youngest son of a noble house. Now, don't make that face. Poor, desperate fool, you must be thinking. Well, waste not your sympathies on me. Truly, I consider it a boon rather than a punishment. All the comfort and none of the responsibility. What's not to like about that?
Then what are you doing in the Deadfire, then?
What else brings faraway travelers to the archipelago? Adventure. I've nursed a great love for heroic tales since my boyhood. As I was loafing about my father's estate, I thought, well, Gervard, isn't it time you made a name for yourself as well? So here I am. And though I dare say I'm little use in a fistfight, I can do a fair bit of magic and draw a lovely map. So I've taken to charting the interior wilderness of the Deadfire's larger islands.
That does sound dangerous in its own right.
Ah, but it's worth it for the stories I'll one day have to tell. But truly, if I could only inspire others as I myself have been inspired by those old tales, why, it would be marvelous. Anyway, enough of my prattling. Surely you've other things to do.
Can you teach me what you've learned in your adventures?
Oh, it would be my absolute pleasure.
Yeah, we don't have the money for that. Okay, so you yeah, they weren't kidding about the price on some of these guys. If it's 3,000 copper for any of their lessons, then yeah, we need to make some money. We need more money. We need so much more money. I'm already seeing so many things that we need to buy and purchase over the course of this game. Oh, where am I going? Oh, no, wait, we can leave. Right. We can leave through the door over here. I keep forgetting that. Ah.
I've been dreaming about a priest that died, then rose again. What do you think that means? I see him walking Aora. Nothing but bones, lit by the flames of his soul.
Dude, are you dreaming about Durance? Okay, I've been making a lot of jokes about it, but I swear to God, if he actually shows up, I'm going to be both incredibly happy as a player and incredibly insanely annoyed as a role-playing my character. Because, that's just going to be too much. Priest that died, then rose again, walking Aora, nothing but bones, lit by the flames of his soul. I mean, that certainly kind of sounds like Durance. At least in a spiritual sense, if not a actual physical sense. Alright, let's finish up exploring this district. God, part of me really hoped we wouldn't spend 6 hours in the city, but it really looks like we're going to be spending 6 hours in the city. It's just not going to stop. It's just not going to stop. Oh. Takano. Oh, and they're practicing their swordplay. Mataru Elementalist. An older Mataru man stands ringed by younger Juana, apprentices or pupils it seems. His robes shimmer with quartz beading, and his perfume announces his presence from across the room. Yet beneath his finery, he looks like a fighter gone to seed. Disused muscle flop from his arms, and flab pads him like so many layers of silk. He looks up and notices you.
And welcome to my home.
He gestures to the lavish room, puffing his broad chest out a bit more.
What do you come to my villa?
Beaming, he spreads his arms wide.
Nice house. Be a shame if someone nudged it over the mountainside.
Maya, I really can't help but notice that you really seem to not give a shit about the diplomatics of talking to people. On the one hand, it's a little refreshing. On the other, being a diplomatic and rational character, you really have me worried that you're going to cause an international incident just by being in my party.
You Rowattians have the strangest sense of humor.
He laughs loudly, but panic does flicker in his eyes. Ooh. Your essence slips from your body, and Takano's soul enfolds yours like a warm, oily thing. As his fears and questions seep into you, your perspective shifts. At first, you worried this death godlike before you had been sent by the Valian debt collectors. Could be a low trick taking advantage of your famous hospitality, but then those Valians are crafty. Perhaps if your villa was bigger, they might know you were a man worthy of respect. At least you have the shell. You tuck it away, not only for safekeeping, but also because you're a little ashamed of it. How could such a simple, ugly thing be sacred to a god? But it was a gift from the queen, and so you keep it. Your gaze strays to the wall. Yes, you must knock down that section there, install a wide, grand window, once you have the money. You retreat from his soul to find him watching you with a placid smile. Apologies, I was merely exploring your fine city. Farewell. Okay, so something's going on with this guy, and it's obviously something that the Valians want back. Valian debt collectors. Hunter and Nagati, the gods go by many names, but they are all one. You come to pray, may the priest grant you blessings. Okay, so this is some kind of little offering room. Okay. Another guard, some more guards, more things over here. What is this? This shark, portrayed mid-leap, has been carved from a single piece of wood. Tricorn hat, flail. A wide blade is mounted here. Beneath it, it has engraving reads for courage and battle. Okay, so this guy is obviously a former soldier.
It's done.
There we go.
I'll have
Anything in here? Stiletto, a Juana cape, the Cornet of Waves. This conch is inscribed with the wave and crescent symbol of Andra. The tip has been sawn off and fitted with a silver mouthpiece. When you hold it to your ear, you hear crashing waves and the faint sound of a woman singing. So obviously that's the shell it was referring to. You see cracks along the surface of this battle horn where it was carefully repaired. Flail, Estoc, Matara clothing, Takano's key. You acquired this key at Takano's estate. Okay, hold on.
Dim in the lantern.
Go ahead and grab that then, since nobody's up here.
Sadly, I cannot. I've done it.
I mean, if we're taking shit now, may as well. Don't mind me, just glancing about your wonderful home. Wonderful, wonderful home.
Yes, I shall.
We won't grab it just yet, because I don't know the context of this quest at all. You have anything to say? No, you don't. You have anything to say? No, you don't. Okay, leaving now. Also, it occurred to me, I haven't even looked at her stats. Might of 14, Constitution 12, Dexterity 15, Perception 17, Intellect 10, Resolve 10. So yeah, she is very much the opposite of her brother. She has a slight gift in mechanics and stealth. I would have expected her to have explosives, honestly. Wait, she has a 4 in diplomacy? The way she's been talking has not been giving me diplomat vibes at all. Yep, she's got sword, warbow, arquebus. Okay, that makes sense. And the bird doesn't do much damage, but has really high dexterity and perception. And of course, low intellect, obviously. Immune to engagement entirely. That's nice. Okay, okay. What was that? Give me 1 second. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Thought somebody was at my door. Weird. Okay. Oh, Brown Bear. Welcome back. Welcome back. Sorry about that. Had to take a momentary reprieve there. Check on things. So yeah, the Valians will obviously send us after that, most likely, because they were talking about Valian deck collectors in that guy's soul. Nothing over here. Nothing over here. The Muhai's estate. Okay. It was Durance. Durance was at your door. I have a challenge for you, Watcher. It is time to be tested once more.
I've waited a second lifetime.
What the fuck? Each island in this miniature model has been carefully sculpted, lined with carved rings that indicate height. I love miniatures. I love miniatures. Oh. Oh no. And you left a dog. We have to take care of the dog. But first we need to figure out what the fuck happened here.
There you are.
Spirit tilts her head, considering you, and after a moment she reaches a hand towards you. Your hand passes through hers. He lets out a soft, sighing sound and draws it back.
I did not expect to wait so long for Rikuhu's messenger. Or have you come as Bareth's usher? The foreigners twist even our gods.
Okay, that's a little much, because they're both the same god. You guys just worship different aspects of them. It's a whole metaphysical bullshit, but I don't have time to get into it, and you don't either.
Should you not be a dwarf?
I'm helping the usher out. He's pretty busy. I'm afraid I am not the usher himself. I am merely a watcher.
Akira, I have not met one before. Nor will I again, I think.
Unfortunately true.
But you are here to take me away, are you not? Well, I refuse to go. Never will I move from this place until justice is done.
She stamps her foot soundlessly.
I follow Magrin's way. Yet sickness took me before my time. I died alone and without honors. It must be put right. My body cannot be left here to rot, forgotten. I feel it there like an itch.
Wonder what would happen if you are a dwarf? I don't know, but maybe she responds a little more favorably, but she might even be more annoyed. Are clearly aware of Magrin, but have no unique name for her. It could be a case where Magrin's one of the gods, given that she's a little more active than the others, who doesn't allow that kind of cultural drift, so to speak. Because again, one of the most common ones that has truly different names and different aspects is Bareth. But again, we know for a fact that the cycle of reincarnation existed before the Ingwithans ascended as gods, which means there was already something to Bareth before they did that. I think that that is what is actually allowing for Bareth to be one of the more malleable of the deities, worshipped in different aspects in different places, and yet definitively the same god no matter what. And as for Magrin, it might be a case where, as I said, due to her being a little more active than the other gods, there's not as much cultural drift there. Who were you?
I have been many things. And in performing my duties, I brought honor to my caste and to my kin. A sea captain, a great explorer, trusted advisor to the queen herself. Now, that is before I left the sea for the mountains to make maps and guide others. Chief navigator, that is what I made of myself.
You do, well, you are aware of where you are, correct? Sometimes spirits are not fully conscious of the circumstances that surround them.
I can see nothing in this place of death but distant lights. But I feel I must be close to where I died. I have not taken one step since the darkness came.
Honestly, probably for the best, given the fact that if you go wandering off, it's a lot harder to find you and deal with all of this, so that's probably actually a good thing that you decided to stick around. What's the last thing you remember?
The sickness. Days of it. Lying in my own filth as the disease withered me. I passed from wakefulness to sleep with every breath. But I knew it once when it was over.
Is that why you haven't moved on? I could assist you if you wish.
Of course. Some kind of mistake was made, and now Magrin will put it right. I thank you, Please, search my home. My body cannot be far.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Obviously you don't mind if I... Oh, Nothing is Lost, the search for Ukaizo. Excerpted from Nothing is Lost, the corrected journals of Wanamura Wave Chaser. The Ranga's men came to collect my portion of prize share this morning. Wana term referring to the distribution of wealth. And I had nothing to give them again. I make no money for the tribe, though I am always in my little ferry boat, the Grey Gull, covering through the waves. At night, I get no sleep. Waitaro asked me to conserve the lamp oil to come to bed, but I can't, not until I find it. I know it's out there, the lost city of Ukaizo. On every chart and every map of the Deadfire I found, whether Huana, Valian, or Rautayan, there is a gap, an empty space where so much of our history should be. Did it burn to ash and cinders in the cataclysm? Did it sink below the waves? Does Nagati clutch it to her breast at the bottom of the sea? Perhaps it is lost and wandering like me, unmoored, looking for a home it can't remember, but for which some insistent longing burns in its chest, an ember always smoldering a little fire to push it. Waitaro wants me to give up, but how can I? On mornings when the sky is so clear I can hardly catch my breath for the beauty of it, I think I see it out there shimmering in the brightening blue light. Is it a taunt or a beckoning? Would I be able to tell the difference? I ask the fisherfolk when they return their catch at sunset. Tibere, I say, did you see anything? Or you, Mabori? What did you see, Puira? They avoid me now. Waitaru says they're busy, but I know they think I'm tide-sick and sun-addled. The way Puira's lips curl in disgust when I approach. The way Tibere's eyes seem to be right through me. I know. They won't have to suffer for much longer. Tomorrow I'm taking Grey Gull and sailing north. Someone has to chase the old tales. So I will. Interesting. Cypher Rangas, we saw that. Palm slats. Palm slats and obsidian shards. Various unfinished letters lie scattered across the desk. You catch fragments of a meandering apology, largely obscured by spilled ink. Interesting. Apology for what? Quill leaf, palm slats. Okay.
I've seen worse.
The doggo. Evie. Okay. Well, guess what, Evie? You get to join the party, too. While she's following you around, you gain a bonus to Resolve and Resolve Affliction Resistance. Ooh, +2. This is the first one we've seen that's giving +2 to an effect. Also, the duration of Resolve Afflictions applied to your party is reduced. Nice. Very nice. That might actually be better than the +1 Perception. Actually, yeah, I think it is. Swapping out our active pet. Balloon, obsidian flakes, copper pyres. Spear, some scale armor, and a potion. The lifeless body of a Huana woman recovered from an estate in the Serpent's Crown. Alright, so how the what exactly do we have to do here?
Have you found it? Akira, I hope I have not rotted away.
I found a body in your bed. I assume it's yours.
Yes. To think, a Mutaru of the Kahanga tribe left to die alone and forgotten. Unthinkable.
I'll be honest, this is what my character's thinking on the inside, but I'm not going to say that. It should not be too hard to arrange proper funerary rites.
No, not so difficult now that you are here to carry my body. Take my body to the Temple of Magrin in the Sacred Stair. There is a great fire there that burns eternally. Burn my body there, so that it may be dedicated to Magrin in death. I cannot pass from this life until all is in order.
Ooh. Rational and honest. My lady, that is not how this fully works. You must find the Adra veins in order to properly release your soul back into the wheel.
You mistake me for one of the outsiders. What do the gods care for such things?
Oh, believe me, I've asked that same question many times, and the only answer I seem to get is, do it anyways, fucktard.
No, we must go to the brazier. I cannot see the way, and so must follow you. Lead on, my friend.
Alright, fine. Remate Muhai's remains, yep.
I will follow your light. The brazier waits in the Sacred Stair.
Oh boy, we're gonna get stopped because we're carrying a fucking body, aren't we? What's the bet?
Wonderful news, friend Shodi. A sacred coconut beetle is entangled in your hair.
Well, don't just watch it lay eggs. Pull it out for me.
It is a good omen. Let it crawl, I say.
Fair enough. But if it gets smushed, it ain't my fault.
Honestly, Jody, that was surprisingly tactful for you. Also, you said there would be a vendor here if we wait. How do we wait? What is it? No. I don't remember how to. Where's the button? Oh, there it is. Go ahead and wait. You said there was supposed to be a vendor here? Oh, we have to... Oh, okay, we have to actually wait for everybody to come in. That explains things.
I'm sure I have the perfect gemstone to match your eyes. Take a look.
Show me what you have. Ooh, Pearlescent Rhomboid Healthstone. 10% chance to reflect against spells. Grants the shifting chroma. Plus a random effect for a +1 armor rating. A point of concentration. Minus 5% damage taken. +3 to all defenses. Or 10% chance to reflect against spells. Oh. Which quest are you doing first? I don't know. Grants Tain's Chaotic Orb and a Middle-Litus Concussive Missile. Stone of Power. +1 to Intellect with a Power Surge. It's also a neck item. Even now, when they've split neck items and capes, I still find too many good neck items.
I'm here. I shall.
Okay, so all that's left is Lady Epero's estate. And then we can... Are you going to go pick Pallegina up? I would like to, but we're very rapidly, like, I've already overloaded on crew as it is, and I want to see everybody, and there's not enough room. Why did they down me from 6 party members to 5? I guess we can come inside. Hold on. We need to be careful with this, because this sounds like something that could get us in trouble. We're going to quick save. Hello? I know the door was locked, but it totally wasn't locked. Definitely. Oh, nope. Leaving. Leaving. Reload. Oh, that was the wrong one. But either way. Leaving now. Fair enough. The door was locked. We shouldn't have walked inside. Okay, is that it? Cleared, cleared, cleared. Yep, okay. So then we need to head down to the gullet. Wait, can we just... No, you can't. Okay, so we need to head... No, east. No point in collecting Pallegina just for the companion's sake. Wait, what? Oh, not collecting. Okay, I misread that entirely, and it took a few seconds for my brain to catch up. No, I mean, I want to get her. I'm just like, it's already, like, they've introduced so many companions so quickly at this point. We do need to go to the gullet. I'm thinking we hit the Sacred Stair and the Brass Citadel first, and then we go to the gullet. Would be rather quick. I know, but I want to fit... Shit, you're right. We are 4.5 hours into this. Okay, hold on. The Sacred Stair. It starts in the Sacred Stair. Oh, okay, okay. That's it. Why are we not allowed to leave? There we go. So she's down in the Queen Berth. Didn't they say it was down here, right? Right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. 3 hours to walk our way back over here. Holy shit. Oh. You didn't have access? Oh, did I? I could have sworn I went inside all the buildings. I guess I didn't. Also, hi?
Fentre, a moment.
Who the fuck are you? A tall, wiry man blocks your path. He wears a sly smile as one might wear their most comfortable of trousers.
I saw you speak to my dear amico Degnos, so I thought to myself, why, Talfor, you must meet him too.
Oh boy. Here we go. The errand boy lost his satchel. I'm returning it to him.
That is good to hear. So rare it is that I am glad of a stranger's interference.
Talfor renders you a slight bow and a crooked, almost jesting smile.
Would you like an escort to Queensbereth, Fentre? You never know what rough types may be about, and I would hate to see you waylaid.
I'll be on my way. If you wish to follow, that's your business.
A gracious offer. We accept.
He nods to his fellows, who smile and murmur in agreement.
Let us be off.
Boy, can't wait to see how this goes badly.
For what do you stare at me, priestess?
It's just, I mean, your, hair. It keeps wriggling around like it's got a mind of its own.
Do you wish to touch one? They do not bite.
Would I ever? Hold still. Oh, slimy.
Careful, Jody. Next, you might be wondering if the carpet matches the drapes. And that's a horrifying mental image. Oh, you're right. It was that one. Also, right, he was down at the Peddler's Canal. Well, we're going to have to head that way anyways. Come on, game. Oh. No, we didn't find anything. Sharpening the daggers. People are talking. That's the bounty person. Oh, dear. All right, quick save. I have a bad feeling about this. Also, switch back to your rifle. You're on your ranged weapon. You're on your sword. You're on your rifle, and I'm on my pistols.
Yes,
good.
Of course.
Degnos. Maybe I should just give it to your captain and see what happens.
Where is my seal? Postinago, did you take it again?
He grabs Degnos by the arm and shakes him. He winces and ducks his head, making no move to escape her grasp. Yeah, this looks like a very old and very pissed off woman.
You will feel the bite of the cat's tail if you have lost it, boy.
Have you ever known abuse to engender loyalty, Tamarina?
Who would dare speak to me thus?
She looks you over once, furrows her brow, then rounds on Degnos, poking him in the chest with her index finger.
Is this Nazanali a friend of yours, Degnos?
An acquaintance only, Casita. From the Luminous Bathhouse.
He carefully avoids your eyes and shrugs self-consciously.
First you waste my servant's time, and now you have the gall to waste mine as well.
She stares at you, hawk-eyed, down her long nose and raises a brow, likely expecting you to quaver before her. I am merely here to return your servant's lost satchel.
Chaudhry! He is so incompetent, strangers must complete his errands for him.
She casts a blistering glare towards Degnos, and he shrinks away from her, trembling. She turns the glare upon you. You really should be kinder to him if you want proper service.
Tiveras! Degnos, you will explain this.
Aveta snatches the satchel from your hands and rifles through it. She pulls her seal from the satchel with a flourish and waves it in Degnos' face.
And what is this, eh?
When he begins to laugh nervously, she digs again into the satchel, this time removing the letter. She opens the letter and begins to read. With a strangled cry, Degnos stumbles back and takes off running full pelt down the docks. I'm sorry?
Amelia, grant me wings.
The fuck is going on here? Get back here. Get back here, you son of a bitch. What? Get back here. Where the fuck is he going? Well, where the fuck did he go? Wait, Degnos' betrayal. What the fuck? Okay, I am very confused as to what just happened. Do we talk to her for more information, or... You make more progress talking to his casita. Yeah, I mean, I thought so, but when she screamed stop him and he was actually still on the map and hadn't just disappeared, I thought we could actually do something.
It is a pity you let him escape.
Oh, I didn't let him. I just ran halfway across the district to try and catch him. He rubs her temples, eyes closed, and does not speak for a long moment before exhaling with a gust.
He will be found. I will make it so.
She makes expansive chopping motions as she speaks, emphasizing her
I did not think
point.
he had the stones, and now I will never know the extent of his sabotage. Trade routes, partners, cargo. Anyone may know them now. Merla!
He runs a hand through her hair and grimaces.
But you have saved my life. Agrasima, for your trouble.
She digs around in a hip pouch and produces a handful of coins. 1,000 copper, and some minor positive reputation with the
Your
Valians.
intervention has given me much work to do. Leave me to my tasks. Of course.
She shoos you with a flapping hand. Really? Nothing?
Our business is resolved, and my business is my own.
Okay, fine. I was gonna offer to help, but...
We can summon the guards if you want to be difficult, Aimiko. Kindly leave.
If Luca doesn't see reason, the Duape will lose their lands. For their sake, I must...
Don't think the guy was willing to listen to you, buddy. The young Hawana wears a discordant frown. He meets your approach with a flicker of a welcoming smile, but it dies quickly.
Please, I must ask a favor.
He shies back from making eye contact, keeping his head lowered.
What say? Do you have business with the Valian Trading Company?
What seems to be the problem?
My people of the Duape. We signed a contract with the company.
Tawenu looks towards the headquarters with a despondent frown.
We were not understanding the terms at the time.
Too many big words for you, friend? Next time, hire an advocate.
Lee. Oh, yeah, okay, no, that's Takehu. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Opening his mouth to retort, Tawenu instead takes in Maya with confusion before turning back to... Oh yeah, because she's an island Amawa, so it throws everybody off that she sides with the Rauatai.
I wish to, renegotiate. But the clerks turned me away.
Tell me more about this contract.
My father, the Ranga, took payment from the company. In exchange, they dig for Audra.
Yep, makes sense. A lot of tribes seem to have that arrangement nowadays. He speaks with more confidence as if the words were rehearsed several times over.
He did not understand the Valian way. When he dies, the Outlanders will claim our island for themselves.
A cruel practice, I say. They call us savages.
Maya pinches the bridge of her nose.
Ngati's chosen speaks the wisdom of his mother.
Tawenu touches his brow and inclines his
Father
head.
has fallen ill, and the clerk, Luca, stands by the agreement as surely as if it was stamped in his skin.
Some of the agreement is... That's a bold proposal if I ever heard one.
Kira, already this treatment is not so unusual. I made my appeals to Luca, but my words were as stones dropped down the deepest well. While I am barred from the company office, I can do nothing for my people.
Tawenu worries one of the many tassels adorning his garb. No, we are not a legal clerk. Why did they kick you out of the offices?
I showed Luca a new contract, yes? Fairer, more agreeable terms. Luca called me a criminal and summoned his guards.
Tawenu lets his arms hang down by his side. What did you mean by a new contract?
A man in the gullet offered to assist me. He carried papers, ink, and wax.
Oh, dear. And you think that qualified him to write a legal contract? Jesus Christ, he probably wrote some stuff in there that had the Valians wanting to shoot you if you showed it to them.
He helped to write a new contract in the Valian way and to fix the correct seals.
If he had the correct seals, then those were obviously forgeries. No wonder the Valians threw you out.
Luca,
oh, God.
I say he did not like this. He took my contract and forced me into the streets.
My friend, I'm pretty sure you were given a forgery.
I do not know this word. I would fix, but Luca will not give me the chance. Negotiating with outsiders has not gone my way.
You mind if I take a look at this contract, or are they still keeping it?
Luca has it secured in a chest. Tangaloa's jaws such trouble for parchment, I say.
No, judging by the Valians, this is a massive breach of security. If someone's able to create a reasonable approximation of their official seals, that is bad. Luca pushing him out into the streets quite gently. Yeah, no, considering that I think the thing is Luca, their clerk, probably took the mind of, okay, I think this guy got tricked into doing this. He's not actually doing it on his own. Because if they actually thought that he had gotten a hold of falsified documents for them, the Valians would probably be stringing this man up by the fucking head at this point. I will meet with this Luca. Perhaps I can look into this and try to come to more favorable terms.
Akira, my thanks. I will remain here by day until justice is done.
The worst of his concerns are quickly overshadowed by a broad smile.
If you've come on business with the Valian Trading Company, it will have to wait until morning. We're closed. There's no need for you to be here after hours. Move along.
Ticked over into evening time. Okay, well, fine. We'll wait then. I'm in no hurry. How do we... Okay, so that's the time that it is now. So we want to wait until morning. There we go. There we go. Thank God for that. Right, 26-hour cycle. Hey!
Ado, Watcher. The Cantani Chesi sent for me. It seems the Republics have need of me again, thanks to you.
I say again, this is still a horrible picture for her. I am honestly going to go look to see if there's a mod that changes her portrait, because, God, it's bad. It's difficult to read her expression. The corners of her mouth briefly twitch into a smile, but there is still worry in her eyes.
Do you have need of me?
You're my friend, Pallegina. I'll always have need.
Good.
He nods sharply and steps forward. Yeah, see, that is so much better. That is so much fucking better. How? How do you translate what that was to this or vice versa? What the fuck? Also, we're going raw paladin. That is just who Pallegina is. It doesn't matter that she's been kicked out of her order. She is a paladin. It is difficult to read her expression, especially with that portrait. See, that portrait's pretty good. For right now, we still need a priest, so we're going to drop Adir for right now and take Pallegina. Oh boy, we have all three of the major factions represented in our party now.
At your service, Watcher.
Thank you. It's nice to have you back, Pallegina. Also, we're going to move you around. Oof. It occurs to me we don't really have much of a front line. That is a bit of a problem. Pallegina, how we doing here with your abilities? Good with a great sword, good with a pistol, good with a sword. You've got intimidation and athletics. Good, so you perfectly work to replace Adir. On all four, Seraphim represents the Principe and their faction. Ah, you're right. Good resolve. Wow, her stats are actually high across the board. Even with might being relatively low, she's still pretty good. Oh, no, not next story. Oh, here we go. Anti-religious. Yep, she dislikes the gods too. Pro-animancy. Right. Dutiful, obviously. Pro-Valiant Republics, of course. Takes a dim view of racists' comments and attitudes. Oh, God. Do we have to actually be careful about having her and Adir in the same party now? Oh, God. Piety isn't a big fan of that and very dislikes the pro-godlike. So she's not going to get along with Jody. She's not going to get along with Jody at all. Hers is dislikes animal cruelty, dislikes pro-Hoana, likes dutiful, is light-hearted. I have not gotten that feeling from her, but okay. Provincial, finds rural and provincial expressions in the way of life charming and endearing. Pro-Rauatai, okay, and resourcefulness, those who are independent. As for him, he does not like people who are anti-Hoana, does not like people who are pro-Rauatai. He is progressive, seeks to reform society and not held back by traditional ideas. Pro-godlike. Godlike are inherently beneficial influences on Eora, impacting religion and society for the better. Interesting. Piety, pro-Hoana, lighthearted, and prideful. Yep, she already does not like him. Interesting, there hasn't been much else. As for us, we've got positive relations with all of them, neutral relations so far with them. We're working on that. We've got good portions there. Okay, so the big circles are the major factions, and the small circles are minor factions. Neketaka, the Principi San Petrena, the Valiant Trading Company, and the Hoana. Interesting. Neketaka is separate from the Hoana as a whole. But I guess that kind of makes sense. She's the central power, whereas most of the tribal leaders are their own thing. Teheku has a lot of positive... Yeah, he's got 6 different ways to gain influence and only 2 to go against it. Jody has an almost even split. She's actually got quite a few, but I imagine I'm imagining siding with the Hoana a lot will very rapidly tank her approval. See, I do like this. She's pro-Valiant Republics, but she's not anti-anybody else. She's not even anti-Rauatai. Maya has 1 less positive than Tsukehu. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Only 4 for Pallegina and only 4 for Jyoti.
Okay.
Oh, right. I almost forgot to check her. The Desgraça breastplate. Oh. Minus 5% damage taken. Improves as wearer loses health. That's pretty good. Pallegina has gone against the Duke's Wales orders by inventing a new trade arrangement with the Anamenfath to commemorate the recovering Deerwood market. As a result, the Deerwood and Valiant Republics were plunged into a trade war. Wait, but for her outrageous insubordination and audacity, Pallegina was banished from the Republics. The 5 sons representing the 5 Duke Bells were scraped from the face of her breastplate, an enduring mark of her disgrace. But I say again, look at this. This is a nice, solid portrait. Why? How do you manage to screw it up? She has her greatsword. She has a blunderbuss, so I feel like that would actually be good as a close, not as sexy as POM, but yeah, it's it's fine. Yeah, it's not as good as her first portrait, but it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination as compared to the other one. Seems like the hand-drawn style is more of a filter. I mean, yes, but it also just straight up, in my opinion, looks bad in comparison to this. And I see she does not want to talk right now. I kind of understand that. Yeah, I know. None of you give a shit about me. The Valians have not exactly been my best of friends, aside from Pallegina. You guys have anything in here for me? Hello. I'm Sperente. Someone has scrawled the lyrics to a traditional sailor shanty on this scragged piece of paper. It's a fine three-master, thin like a bird. Heave-ho, I am Sperente. Of Captain Parfido, never said a hard word as we sail our troubles away. I don't like doing songs and poetry. It's not my thing. But hey, if nobody's going to be in here, consider your donation to the Aothus Hunting Fund. Just ignore us looting the Valiant's headquarters. We haven't done anything wrong. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ecosi, you have business here?
I came from Port Mage. Governor Claudio spoke and suggested I find work here.
You are in luck. The governor is between meetings. Go on in.
Eva Alvari. Huh. Standing next to her desk and lost in thought, Governor Alvari looks up as you approach. Her expression of intent focus thaws instantly, and she greets you with a startlingly sunny smile.
A watcher. From the palace, yes? You made quite the impression on the Cantanicesi. He went on for ages. Welcome. Make yourself comfortable.
Son of the Duchess Sperenta. Oh, I see. So Cantanicese is running the diplomatic side, but I'm guessing she and the others are in charge of the actual trading efforts here.
I am Lueva Alvari, governor in residence of the Valiant Trading Company here in Nekataka. What brings you to my door?
I came from Port Mage, and Governor Claudio there suggested that the trading company might have work for me.
Generous of him. I am a little surprised he gave you up, to be honest. His operations on Port Mage must be going more smoothly than reported.
I mean, we did help a bit, but yes.
How much do you know about the Luminous Adra trade?
I know that Aothus is looking for it.
Yes, they warned me you had some interesting notions. Let's just say he isn't alone, then.
I have literally watched a 200-some-odd foot tall colossus suck the souls out of people, and they screamed, died, and turned into pillars of salt ash. Please stop implying that I'm making it the fuck up.
Every viable deposit is of interest to us. Cartographers, surveyors, at any moment we have a dozen expeditions underway. Some weeks ago, we received word of a large quantity of luminous Adra on a distant island. Pukukohara. It is not charted on any of our maps.
Mostly because I wasn't planning on studying Luminous Adra for months? Yep.
However, Pukukohara is said to neighbor the island of Tikawara, and we've already made contact with the natives there. We dispatched an expedition to Tikawara with instructions to locate the Adra site and determine its value.
Oh boy. Sources that I made it the fuck up.
Our people have neither returned nor sent any word on their progress.
That does not sound good. Avari spreads her hands in a gesture of helplessness.
We are too long delayed, and someone must finish the job. A watcher can determine if there is essence in the Adra, if it is worth the trouble and investment to remove it. Information for which we are willing to pay.
You want me to find your people?
Ideally. But if the worst has come to pass, I would like you to complete the investigation of the Adra deposit. Anything that may assist the company.
On the one hand, their people have been a little dismissive of this. On the other, I can't help but feel that they're so used to taking losses trying to explore this place that it's basically desensitized most of their leadership that they're going to lose people regardless. Not that surprising, all things considered. What do you know about Pukukohara?
Not much, unfortunately. A few superstitions among the locals, but they're unusually tight-lipped about the subject.
You want to do some capitalism colonialism? To be fair, if the locals are willing to trade for a good price and the local Huana actually make money off of the deal and don't lose their sovereignty, that being a key point there, it works out for the most part. The alternative is that the Valians or the Rowatines move in with cannons and gunfire, and that's always a bad situation regardless. I don't want to do too many clever things, but we are really low on money right now. Also, I want to actually get some use out of my diplomacy skill. It would be nice. If I'm to sail to Tikawara, I could use some small advance in order to purchase supplies.
Yes, I take your meaning. Here, a taste of what's to come. This will be
Thank
of some
you.
use to you, I think. It entitles you to act as a commissioned agent of the Valiant Trading Company. Present it and you will be recognized.
Oh. Be it known that the bearer of these documents is empowered to act on behalf of the trading company in matters pertaining to the exploration and expansion of company interests in the Deadfire Archipelago. Bottom of the letter bears Governor Lueva Alvari's signature and official seal. Okay.
Until then, I believe we're finished. Return here once you have word of our agents and our prize. Oh, and take care upon the open sea. There are greater hazards in these waters than a few pirates.
Privateer? I mean, not really joking. Technically it is, but not in the matter of taking out other ships, but it is in the matter of exploring other lands.
I know just the thing. I've done it.
Don't mind if I unlock that. Hey, a Valian frock coat. I already have one of those, but thank you. Another one of those, plus some rum. Nobody cares if I take that stuff, apparently. And, oh, Alvari's key. Interesting. What else have we got in here? Nobody cares if I take this? Nope. Stay sharp. The director is watching. Leave that. Okay, I'll leave it alone. First scan of the shells reveals labeled ledgers that date back decades.
Part of valor. Speak your mind. You have my
Sup?
attention.
Tell me.
Damn. I was trying to see if I could look in there, but not while she's standing there, unfortunately. Hey, Ivysaur EG. Welcome, welcome. I love this game. Well, I have been very much enjoying it so far. We finished Pillars of Eternity 1 about a little over a month ago, and I finally got around to getting to this. Big shout out to Tenwin again for providing it through the Steam sale. Thank you very much again for that, Tenwin. And thank you for checking us out. Finished one great job. I did indeed. It was a very fun game. I had a very good time with it. Still kind of feel badass that the name for a Paladin Rogue multiclass is called a Holy Slayer. That is pretty badass. Pathfinder, I think there is actually a class called Slayer that does a lot of salt. There wasn't. It was... Okay, yeah, there was a lot of salt in some places. Numerous guests appear to have carved their names into the wooden frame of this painting. Ah. Most of the guests have been assholes, apparently. Lighting in here makes for a flattering reflection. Probably helps distract from the smell. Orland servants, of course. I mean... Is it? Oh, yeah, no. It's got the ears. Took me a second to see it. Oh, there's also some stuff over here.
What have we here?
What have we got? Hello, a black pearl, some money. Thank you. We have enough there. We can open that up. What have we got in here? A forged contract. Ah, plus the money. So hopefully we should be able to convince Luca. Every leaf of parchment is coded in dense jargon. Hopefully we can convince him that it wasn't the guy's fault and we can go track down the forger in the gullet. We actually have a plumbing that toilet goes into a small canal underneath. That is true. Still, it's probably not the most efficient. Also, there must still be somewhat of a smell because they still have a frickin'... They have a lid for it. Yeah. Still, some plumbing is better than no plumbing. Hello, good sir. The clerk busies himself about the room, favoring you with but a brief glance. He rubs under his eyes and exhales through his nose.
Try not to break anything.
Examine the clerk. Luca's shirt is spotted with a number of faded purple stains that you recognize as droplets of wine. Someone has tried, unsuccessfully, to wash them out. Noting your interest, Luca tugs his jacket
The
close.
servers at the tavern are clumsy. Most clumsy, indeed.
He clears his throat and fans at his neck. I spoke with the man Tawenu outside. You have a claim on his tribe's land.
A lawful claim, I might add. No matter what the native says to the contrary.
Yes, if it's going by the old contract, I'm sure it does fall under lawful from your people's perspective, but if he wishes to renegotiate the contract, that's also something you need to take into consideration. Especially given the fact that he's related to the chief you signed it with.
He showed up with a forged contract, as if I wouldn't know the difference between our paperwork and theirs.
He gestures dismissively out the door.
Tawenu is lucky. I only seized the forgery. The galley is too good for his kind.
There must be some agreeable way to sort out Tawenu's problem. I'm sure he had no idea that what he was handing you was a forgery.
Your villager friend would do well not to stand between the company and our prize.
You negotiated the acquisition of the Adra, not the acquisition of their island. Obfuscating that just puts you as an asshole, sir.
The company's allowed to solve problems as we see fit. And right now, Tawenu is a problem. Besides, lying is second nature to the Ranga heir and his ignorant cliente.
This is going to be more difficult than I thought. I was hoping you would be a rational actor, but instead you're a jackass. Let me see about this. What is the purpose behind such a contract?
Simple enough. We take on the burden of caring for the tribe in exchange for luminous Adra rights. Tawenu is myopic if he thinks his tribe can thrive under Aranga in this climate.
That's not your call to make. So, we're talking about their homeland. This simply isn't right.
This is the homeland they signed away for money, Ak.
No, it's the homeland whose resources they're allowing you to extract in exchange for money. There's a very large difference between the two. Now, Maya rolls her eyes, Takehu pinches his lower lip.
I can almost guarantee the company will put it to more dignified use.
Keep negotiating like this, and you'll drive the remaining independent Huana into the arms of the Royal Deadfire Company. Something tells me they'd be far more amenable to people who they at least see as distant kin ruling over them than people who are, quite frankly, to their eyes, foreign invaders.
This is... Ak, true enough.
Maya cocks her head and listens. Takeo raises his finger to speak up, but slowly lowers it.
But breaking a contract for diplomacy's sake is simply not done.
Are you really telling me that the company would lose a great deal by letting go of an island that they never had? You're still receiving the shipments of Luminous Adra, are you not? Merely continue paying them for what they're worth, and both sides leave happy.
I would be remiss to uphold one contract to the detriment of our operation. Go on, then. Some of us have more important duties.
Thank you. It's nice that you are able to see reason.
Tell me.
Captain, can
Could you
do.
help me for a moment, though, real fast?
Ishi. Quiet time.
Ah, good. Quick save. Let me double check real fast. Yes, return to Wenu. Duape's rights to the land. No. We're just taking some valuables that we might need. Thank you.
You were saying? Not a problem, Captain.
Thank you for your contribution to the Anti-Aothis Hunting Fund. Can't really say for the protection of the realm anymore since our realm got blasted by the fucking Aothis.
You ever wonder if it's unhealthy to carry a lantern full of lost souls?
You mean like if I keep at it, they're gonna do something worse and give me nightmares?
I suppose we're past the point of unhealthy.
Yeah, Joti's already kind of crossed that line a few times, so there's kind of no point trying to dissuade her on that.
Akira, you return. What say, friend?
Luca listened to reason. The Duape will keep their island provided your side maintains the trade relationship with the Valians.
Akira, I cannot believe. A light after our long sorrow.
His smile broadens and Taweno slaps your shoulder with encouragement. Takehu's lips curve in an approving smirk while Maya pinches the bridge of her nose.
Valia makes the work of conquering you people look easy.
Maya clucks her tongue and grins to herself. Takehu furrows his brow, sighing through his nose.
Their words are poison, I say, as are yours. My village is modest, but I came prepared. I set aside a few gems for trading. They are yours by right.
Wow. Rational, minor... Why would you do that? Benevolent, but it pisses off the company. No. We'll have plenty of opportunities for that. We acted as a lawful negotiator between two parties. We'll take our finder's fee, and we'll move on, because running a ship is fucking expensive. I don't really have the luxury of that ever since we lost all of our fucking money. Aothis, you owe me 200,000 coppers. Thank you. I'll accept whatever payment you can offer.
You are a friend of the Duape. We do not forget.
Nice. Except I'm pretty sure those are also ingredients, which means I can't actually sell them. Fuck.
I will tell my people that Ngati's chosen brought hope to the Huana.
He touches his brow with reverence for Takehu.
Feel free to keep me out of it, I say.
Takehu glances away, biting the inside of his cheek. Irked, Jyoti runs her tongue over her teeth. Okay. Alright, fine. Because, why does godlike prop try not to break anything? Because Valian racism, we already know they don't look favorably on Pelagian as a godlike beyond being an interesting specimen. Yeah. It also kind of... Oh,
we should speak.
who the fuck are
And
you?
here I thought Tawenu would hold vigil on the company's stoop until the last shard of Audra was dredged up from the ruins of his village. Sometimes it pays to be wrong.
Oh, gain minor reputation with the Royal Deadfire Company. Someone had to step in and help.
Plenty of folk disagreed with you, it seems. I wonder, what makes you so different?
Maya smirks and folds her arms while Palagina tips her head up and smiles.
The Valian Trading Company is so fixated on incremental profits that by the time they make any real headway, Rawatai will own every island in all but name.
Ah, yes, so soft colonialism versus hard imperialism. Joy. You people are really not selling me on why I should side with either of you versus the queen up on the tower who is actually trying to defend her people, aside from the minor imperialism she's doing, but hey, it's small potatoes compared to the two of you fuckers.
And the Hawana are so gullible that their loyalties will be spread across 500,000 contracts, and nothing but black powder will remind them who truly owns Deadfire.
All I'm hearing is a full explanation as to why the local queen is working desperately to unify her people against you guys. So, again, you're not selling yourself very well.
Stop by the Royal Deadfire District sometime. Rawatai needs men and women of action to represent our interests, and I can see a promising career for someone like you.
And they're already calling it the Royal Deadfire District, even though we know from the map of the city that that is not what it's called. You guys really suck at actually trying to get me on your side, don't you? Well, nothing I can talk to them about. Did that. Hobbler. Did we? Yeah, we checked his inventory. I remember that. We checked all of their inventories. Beyond guns. Yeah. And quite frankly, as European imperialism proved throughout most of the years, the locals can just buy the guns. And quite frankly, from the sound of it, they already have the expertise on how to make their own now that they've gotten them, which is a lot better than most other groups. Which also means that your monopoly on force might be very quickly being eroded. You're also picking a fight with people who purposely craft water using their magic, and you live in a place that is like 90% ocean. I see that this could be a very big problem in the near future. But for now, we will maintain the peace, at least until one of you fuckers steps out of line and does something really stupid. Do we need more of these? No, we do not. Also, I keep forgetting that that's up. Alright, we should try to negotiate... Oh, no, wait. Zamar's over here. I don't know how he's going to take to this, but we'll see.
Ahoy there. Any news worth telling?
I spoke to the Principi on your behalf. Or no. Yeah.
You actually confronted those feral cats?
Quite honestly, I think you're better off taking their deal.
And if you're a slow worker, maybe they'll only kill you?
Maya, I'm starting to think that you have 4 points in the diplomacy skill just so you know what not to say. And then you say it anyways.
Peckham Blanca, do not be ridiculous.
I needed coin, not a middleman to negotiate with cutthroats.
He pulls a small flintlock from his belt and holds it pointed at the ground. I'm honestly starting to think that I don't like this option regardless. I might reload because if this is all he has to say, I might just go back to that alley and shoot that guy. Because again, the Principi seem to have the problem that a lot of organizations have. Their older members and those who remember like their connections to Valia are still trying to be that whole noble pirate, you know, we're building a nation from the ground up kind of thing. But the vast majority of their actual membership that they've recruited to, you know, fill out their ranks doesn't give a flying fuck about their ideals. Not in the slightest. Ugh. It's really putting me in the mindset of we're probably going to end up going to war with these guys at some point, and we're not going to have much of a choice.
Maybe I'm not just as trusting as some kith.
His chest rises and falls with heavy breaths as he lifts the gun halfway.
But maybe I ought to be. If it's between my life and my dignity.
Gritting his teeth, he thumbs the hammer down and tucks the firearm back into his belt.
Principi have their shipwright. And may Andra take them for it.
He grabs a fistful of his beard and grunts, pulling away with a few strands of hair. Opening his palms, Zamar lets them drift away with the wind. Yeah, I'm starting to think I should reload this part, because I didn't like the fact that it didn't give me the option to back out of the conversation there.
Cotter recognizes a fair payment for Scotter's just making sure no one bothers our friend.
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna reload. Yeah, reload. I don't like that. Like, the problem with the Principi is... I feel like if we go to the Principi's main port, where that Benwith guy is, we might get a bit of a better explanation on how things are running amongst the captains who aren't members of the Old Guard. But Benwith's not a good first...
it is not as easy as it seems to turn a profit in
I don't care.
Neketaga, but there is opportunity.
It's like, I feel like there's got to be more to the Principi than what we've seen so far, because from what I've seen so far is not very positive at all. Alright, we'll go ahead and wait till nightfall. Alright, we're putting an end to this.
Not a problem, Captain.
Let's spread out a little bit. Pelagina, move forward a little bit.
Speak freely.
Go ahead and shoot that gunpowder barrel, would you? Wow. Holy shit, you weren't kidding about that being a big explosion. Holy fuck.
Can do.
So, what about you, buddy? You got anything to say? Or are you in shock that I just reduced 4 of your friends to fucking nothing? Holy fuck. Well, we'll take the Ring of Minor Protection for Pelagina since she's our frontliner right now. Holy fuck. L plus ratio plus gunpowder. Yeah, that's one way to put it. The rest of this shit can go into my regular inventory because none of it's very valuable. So, is that really? So, wait. Boom goes the pirate. Correct. God, and I'm just imagining that they probably also died mainly from the shrapnel, and wood leaves a wood getting shoved into the human body is not good. Did that actually solve the problem? Because I'm pretty sure he was supposed to have the money for what's-her-name down here, and I didn't really find much on her. Yeah, clean out the rest just in case. Now that you're saying that, I think that might be what we need to do. Jesus Christ. I honestly I expected it to go like, you know, a little pop and just kill the 2 guys standing next to it. I wasn't expecting to fill the entire area with shrapnel and shred these guys like fucking paper. Well, yeah, I guess we shouldn't. Okay, just, where's the button? Just shoot him.
I smell conflict in the air.
Shoot the wolf.
It is no use. I cannot get through.
We got it. All right, everybody gang up on this asshole. Oh my god, the bird just tore her throat out.
I'm here.
Still nothing on them, but I'll take the second blunderbuss for Pelagina. So, was that it?
Indeed.
It appears that was it. Yep. I'm still kind of shocked how well that went. Pelagina, there you go. You can now dual-wield blunderbusses for when someone gets in close. And we'll also go ahead and give you the Ring of Protection, because why not?
I'm here.
So I think... Oh, we should be able to talk to the captain down here? The best we can do is check in case, otherwise you might have fucked yourself. Yeah, I might have fucked myself by being halfway into, like, kind of agreeing to talk and then not doing that. That's, shit. If it doesn't allow us to fix this here, then I will reload and side with the Principi. Like, this is probably the worst amount of saving and reloading we've done in the entire game. Fixing it right then and there, you could have reloaded. Yeah. Well, actually, maybe hold on. Where is it? Wait, Luca. Isn't that the guy from the
Out, pesky fly! Shoo, shoo!
Ado.
The pirate and his wolf are dead.
Perfetto for the republics.
Rodora tosses back her ale and turns to salute the rest of the Wildmare patrons.
And to your health, sire. I hope one day to stand again half so proudly beneath the flag. Zama is free to sell my commission. I must earn my way from the bottom.
Ah, okay. So that frees him up legally. He wouldn't, because if he sold it before getting that confirmation, then technically he would be in breach of contract, and she could take him to court for that. So that was why they needed that result. Okay, we can head back over to talk to Zamar then. The problem is, I don't think we have the money to buy her contract with how expensive most of the ship parts are. So we'll see how this goes. Like, I don't know. I want to believe that the Principi could be better, but the evidence so far has not been very good for them. Like, at all.
Ahoy there. Any news worth telling?
The Principi won't be bothering you anymore.
Best news I've heard since I arrived on this rock.
Zamar lowers his hands, and they shake like they don't know where to go next. They go back up to his beard, this time less frenzied.
What of Captain Rodora?
Zamar pulls at the end of his
Has
mustache.
she sobered up yet? Or do we need to shake her by her ankles?
Hearing the chaff from the wheat you are making, the better. Yeah, but it might also lead to their old guard trying to kill me too, and that's going to be a big problem, he thinks. She was robbed. Don't hold it against her.
Robbed? Abidon's fist.
Blinking, Zamar glances past you and swallows.
Someone's feeling bold to prey on a captain in Queen's birth. Matters being what they are, Rodora's commission is yours, if you can afford it.
Zamar smooths down his mustache and dislodges a small puff of sawdust. I mean, I could take a look.
That'll be the Iron Thunderer. A cannon well deserved of her name.
Zamar beams with
Maybe
pride.
she doesn't stand up to Rauatai standards, but she's got heart.
Same could be said of the Wahaki tribe, and look what happened to them.
An aggressive and isolationist Hawana tribe, the Wahaki have consistently pushed back against both Valian and Rautaian efforts to expand into the outlying islands of the archipelago. Takehu worries one of his hairs between his fingers. Jesus Christ, you two are just going to... You two either need to fuck or try to kill one another and have me knock it out of you, because this is getting ridiculous already. Sparing a sharp glare at Maya, Zamar turns his focus over to you.
For 1,000 pyres, she'll crack a hull, scour a sail, or splinter a deck like an imp with something to prove. But your friend's mouth has raised the price by 500.
I have a feeling if I say that, he's going to raise the price again. Okay, Maya. I'm starting to think I shouldn't have you in my party when I'm in this place. 1,000 for the cannon, and 500 for the trouble.
I'll see that you get your money's worth, Captain.
You fucking better. This is coming out of your pay. You pay us? Technically, we do, actually. There is a cost, a daily cost on our fucking ship. Why is not a good diplomacy option outside of Rauatai offices? I've noticed.
Your vessel will spit fire like a worm with a belly full of fire kelp.
He snaps his fingers as one of his attendants and points to your ship. Oh, he gave us a full set. Ooh. He gave us a full set. Where is it? There we go. That's 4 to 7 damage, reload time of 3 turns versus 6 to 9 damage. But they're also longer range, and we have a full set of them. There we go. What can you do? You're a novice navigator, and that's it. Okay. We might be able to sell these for a decent amount and actually get some of our money back. They do take longer to reload, yes, but now we have a full set of them across the board. Also, quite frankly, I imagine throughout most of the game, we're probably going to be doing more boarding actions than naval combat, because at some point, we're going to be way more capable at that than we are the other. Also, why wouldn't we want to board ships? That sounds awesome.
Plenty of fish in your farm.
You know what? You just have this stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and sell stuff to you, because we have shit we need to sell. Does anybody need any pistols? I don't think anybody needs any pistols. Not that I can think of, no. I've got a backup mace, so I don't need that. I think we can sell off the rest. Oh, that's a club. Pistols, yes. Sell off the excess clothing. Hat. Drugs, ingredients. Got some more. Wait. Oh, yeah, we've seen that. Rise of the Cypherangas. Keep the key. Keep the tools. Yeah, see, these are ingredients, so I can't even sell the gems, but hopefully we can use them later. And then we have... We'll keep those just in case if we do get into naval combat and it turns out the new ones are shit, then we'll go ahead and swap those out. Make a little bit of money off of that. It actually occurs to me, do you have anything else to say here? So... Oh, resistant to intellect afflictions, resistance to perception afflictions.
Tell me.
Is that a thing for her being a... No. Where is it? Yeah, so that's her effect for being a godlike. Okay, okay. I see. Also, it occurs to me, what abilities does she have access to right now? Wrath of the Five Suns, combat only. She's already got quite a few skills. Very nice.
Tell me.
Zamar.
Business comes and goes. Ugh.
He did give us a 10% discount, which is nice. We're maxed out on repair supplies. We'll go ahead and max out our medical supplies. Lager is pretty expensive, but we should probably go ahead and buy a bunch of that. We have plenty of rice, I think. I just mainly need... We just need the fucking water, or liquid. Liquid is the word I'm looking for. Ugh, I do want to get at the menagerie at some point to organize these pets, but for right now, we'll just take that. I'll also go into here, start dropping these back off in the inventory. Just need to remember not to sell them. Who was the one who sent this to me? Didn't get a name. I will find you. I will find you, the person who made this. I will find you. And I have a very specific set of skills on what I'm going to do with you.
Okay.
Can we? Her thing isn't popped up.
I would not have guessed I would find myself back with the Watcher of Kadnua, much less at the order of Akanta.
Her expression fluctuates between amusement and annoyance.
I know that you did not intend for misfortune to befall me, and I appreciate what you said in Queen's Birth. Perhaps this time will go better for both of us.
I hope so. I owe you, Pallegina.
You only have to ask.
What exactly happened to you after we defeated Theos?
After we parted ways, I returned to the Republics and reported to the Duke's bells. I failed to complete my mission and had no excuses. The Republics had lost a golden opportunity to trade with the Glanfathens, and the Dukes were furious. They exiled me from the Brotherhood, scoured the suns from my breastplate, put me on a ship to raid Ceres. Diverus, I was lucky to escape with my life. I worked as a guard. Caravans, ships, wealthy merchants. I did not discriminate. After my exile, both my purpose and my pride were gone. The years have taken me from the Eastern Reach to the Deadfire. Some would say it is fate that has brought us together again, Watcher. But you must already know what I think.
Oh, it's not fate. It's a certain 200-foot-tall, stupid-ass fucking dead god who decided to smack me in the fucking ass with his foot.
It is just luck. Time will tell if it is good or ill.
And what's your opinion on what I've told you about what's happening with Aothas?
Whatever they are up to cannot be good for any of us.
Thank you.
At their best, the gods are powerful children. At worst, they are little more than mad beasts taking out their anger on our world.
Jyoti bites at her bottom lip, beating it with blood. No, Pallegina's a little extreme in how she's describing it, because I wouldn't say that they're powerful children, they're just powerful people, and in some ways that makes it worse. Children don't try to justify what they do, they just do it. The gods actually try to justify their bullshit half the time. Sorry, Jyoti, but it's true. I've had a conversation with all of them. Trust me, it's not a good time.
I have little interest in distinguishing which type Aothas is.
She waves her the back of her hand up and down, dismissing the thought. And how have you been enjoying the Deadfire so far?
Where I am assigned is of no concern to me. But I do think the Deadfire can be profitable for the Republics. If the Dukes need me here, I am glad to serve them.
In all seriousness, Pallegina, how are you?
Good. I have no concerns, Watcher.
Okay, you know you can talk to me if you need anything. By the way, whatever happened with you and Maneha? Pallegina slowly turns her head in your direction, eyebrows raised and inner eyelids nictating out and back.
Where?
I assumed you and Maneha were together. When we stayed at Kadnua, you were often in the same room.
Maneha was a good companion and a skilled warrior. But her imagination got the better of her. It appears to have gotten the better of you as well.
She runs her fingers along a wayward feather pointing in an odd direction from her wrist, pressing it flush against her skin. Well, forget I said anything then. My apologies. Oh, I don't know why it deselects my squad when I do that sometimes. I believe the only thing we have to do now, the gullet and oh no, we do. Oh god, we still haven't even done the sacred stair. I forgot. We haven't even started that. Ugh. Dialogue option is so weird. Yeah, Pallegina is ace as fuck. Yeah. It's a bold choice, making the most objectively attractive of the female companions just straight up not interested in anything. Like, I mean, it's a bold choice, but it seems to have worked out because Pallegina is still one of my favorite characters. Let's head on over to the Sacred Stair. Oh dear God, we're walking our way across this whole fucking city. There we go. No, we're not done yet. I said we'd spend 6 hours in this city, and we're spending 6 hours in this fucking city.
Could I have a moment of your time?
Of course. Just walking upwards, my legs. Oh god, yeah. To be fair, part of that is probably because you'd have to build the stairs in such a way that the climb isn't so arduous, which would of course take longer in order to walk that far.
I know someone who works in this tower. An animancer named Joccolo. I'd like to see him if we could.
I don't see why not.
Agrasim. It should not take long. I have not seen him in many years, and I wanted to thank him.
Oh.
When I was a girl, he visited me in the academy. He was studying godlike. Studying what was in our souls that made us different from other kith.
So many people would set up rest place along the line. Oh, probably. There's probably street vendors galore that the game doesn't show you because, you know, it's not vital to the story or anything. But you could easily imagine, like, vendors with snacks and water or other things along the longer parts of the city's trail or small shops on carts and things like that that people move about them.
He found something in me. Something that resonated like a chime when he held an instrument near me. He said it was like this for all godlike. Different chimes resonating for different types.
Pockets would be empty, and my belly would be full. I mean, that's kind of the best thing about going. Trust me, when I'm visiting, as I said, I will be gone next week. I leave on the 21st. I'll be gone for a week, and I'm going to be visiting family. And usually whenever I visit family, the first thing I ask is, what's the best place to eat around here? I am a food person. I don't deny it. Sounds familiar.
Oh, Diverus? Have you had such a test as well?
Her eyes search you for meaning. Surprisingly, it was actually Berith who caused it when I was talking to them in the Beyond. She scrutinizes you, trying to determine your meaning. After a pause, she nods and continues.
In any case, he told me it was what was causing my body to change. I begged him to remove it. He refused at first, saying it was impossible. When I told him I would kill myself if he didn't, he said he would try.
On the one hand, Pallegina, I sympathize with your desperation. On the other, that is manipulative as fuck. That is like the de jure manipulative strategy. Like, I really do get it. I do. I really do. But that is very much a line you don't want to have to push on somebody. Especially not someone who thinks they're just trying to help you.
No one should ever be driven to that. Least of all a little girl.
Thank you, Jody. For once, Jody looks contrite, rubbing at the back of her neck, and she frowns.
I don't expect you to understand, but I was 12. My body was changing in many ways. Being the only girl, the only godlike girl at the academy, was unbearable.
My personal stance is I don't. Number 2 is closer to where I am. I'm not an absolute on number 2, but I am closer to it. But at the same time, that's not what she needs to hear right now, and it's not what she's looking for. How people tend to describe the trans experience. Yeah, I've heard similar. At the same time, though, it's also a little bit different to me because, and this is always what happens whenever you get a fictional setting where people try to draw parallels to this kind of thing, is a very different thing between something in our world that does not have aspects of this and another world where we can literally point to this and say, yes, literally, a god did this to you. Like, there's no debate on that. There's no questioning on that. There's no anything on that. It's literally what happened. There's no room for... It's an issue that is very complex and nuanced, but the only way to do it in a story like this is to remove all the nuance. There's no alternative interpretation of what's happening to her. She is a godlike. Hyleia chose her. The only nuance is in the why. And the last time Pelagina tried to ask why, Hyleia brushed her off, which was a little bit aggravating considering we were talking to her at the time. I hope we get more of that, though, because Hyleia is very big in this area of the world as well, so I'm really hoping that we get something more there. You don't have to justify anything to me, Pelagina. If you want to talk to him, we'll go.
Agrasima. Giacomo was not able to remove the chime, but he was able to sever it. When it happened, I blacked out. I did not wake for 2 weeks. The Brotherhood ejected him from the academy for ruining their pet godlike. They assumed I would die. I did not. Over time, I lost most of my feathers. The shape of my nose changed. It was not enough to make me fully Galbandra, but it was enough to keep me from wanting to die.
As I recall, Hyleia was a little surprised to hear from Pelagina at the time. This procedure may explain why. Yeah.
When I looked in a mirror, what I saw was not a godlike. Not something to be paraded around. It was me. Finally, me.
Apparently she used to have a beak, or at least something similar. It sounds at least like her nose used to be a very different shape. Yeah. Yeah, I figured she wouldn't. It's a shame, because in my opinion, she does look objectively beautiful. At least from the artistic interpretations that we've gotten of her. I think she looks gorgeous. But that's not what she wants to hear, and I can understand that. I am glad someone was able to help you. She smiles warmly and breathes deeply.
Giacomo saved me. Without his help, I would be dead now. Thank you for understanding. If we can speak to him for a moment in the tower, I would be grateful.
But I do stand... Are you here to see... What are you talking about? No, you're just a random person. What was I going to say? It does feed into, though, what Hyleia said when we did talk to her in Twin Elms, though, which has me concerned, is that this is the only kind of life Pelagina has ever wanted. Her loyalty to the Vailian Republics, her desire to fight, her willingness to fight for them, to be a paladin, to do all of these things, duty, honor, service is its own reward for her. To quote the Lion from Warhammer 40k, loyalty is its own reward, is very much a feeling that I think would resonate with Pelagina. But in her society, there are female soldiers. The Vailians have no problem with that. But there aren't very many, if any, female paladins. That seems to be a very gender-segregated part of their traditions, probably from Old Valia, it wouldn't surprise me. Probably from their older culture. Which means the only way that Pelagina could be this way, could be the soldier that she wanted to be, would be to legally be seen as a man, which, by being a godlike, Hyleia facilitated. Female paladins are not a thing in Valia, or at least not in the Vailian Order specifically. Yes, that's the point I'm getting at. But you see what I'm saying? If Hyleia had not made her a godlike, she never would have been the paladin that she so wanted to be. So it's a very interesting thing where it does sound condescending to say it this way. Hyleia would see it as her doing her a favor. And that does indeed sound very condescending, but knowing the gods of this universe, it doesn't surprise me any. And it is also interesting that even when she was yelling at Hyleia in the Twin Elms scene, Hyleia seemed almost still pleased that, well, quite frankly, that Pelagina was still doing what she loved. In a sort of weird way, Hyleia, I think, does see herself as a sort of mother figure to Pelagina, and in giving her the freedom to do the thing that she wanted the most, even if it did affect her negatively in other ways. All right, what are we looking at? Spire of the Soul Seers. I'm assuming that's where we need to go. Some merchants. Temple of Bareth. The Hanging Sepulchres. Road South. Temple of Magrin. Oh, big one. And another merchant. And the Temple of Gaun off to the side. Interesting that it's separated out from the others. But I hope I'm explaining rationally. I'm not saying that Pallegina should be grateful or anything to that. What Hylea did still irrevocably like shifted her life in a way that even she could not have foreseen. But it is interesting that Hylea sees it as such because of what Pallegina wanted to be for her entire life. Thick treatises on a variety of animancy-related topics clutter the desk. Animancer's hat, animancy in the modern age, some money, nobody cares about that. Animancer, 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 animancer. Okay. The ledger consists of meticulously lodged dates, list of names, dates, and measurements. But yeah, as I said, I hope I'm making sense here. Like, I'm not trying to excuse what Hylea did, but it's interesting to see that from Hylea's perspective, she essentially gave Pallegina what she wanted. In a way, one could look at it more of as a monkey paw situation. Be careful what you wish for, even subconsciously. Or maybe Hylea saw that this would be Pallegina's future and prepared her as such. I don't know. I hope we get another scene where Hylea talks to her and where she talks back. I want another scene like that. I think we need it. Okay. We have guests, more people. Someone.
Burned. Well, that won't do it all.
Pretty sure that's the narrator's voice actress. Nobody cares if I take that. Caedmon Azo, Elune Elet, Animancer. So is he not here? I thought he was here. No. Office. Silver's room. No, not that. Where the fuck? Ancient Temple, Poco, Sishoti, Mapping the Archipelago. Yeah, Animancers. Ask the Animancers in the Spire of the Soul Seers about Giacomo. Okay. Took me a second to realize how we were organizing this. Ooh, Luminous Adra, Awakened Adra, Living Iron, and a solution. Very nice. So who have we got here? From her unkempt hair to her agitated pacing, Flaun Alette gives off the air of a restrained chaos. She waves you over with a quick motion.
I'm sorry, but we aren't ready to look into your condition yet. You can have a seat over there. Hope you don't mind heights or birch.
Well, I didn't notice what you said there,
You aren't
Tenwin.
one of our patients. Ah, Madiko, you that watcher. Sentere, I'm sorry. It's been a busy time. You don't mind if I talk and work, do you? What can I do for you?
I'll talk to you in a moment. Alright, so who else do we have? We have Yidwin and Caedmon Azo. Notice scrolled into the margin between the diagrams, increase current lightning. Yeah, they're still working on this Luminous Adra. Surprising, the Luminous Adra is fairly large here, but it doesn't seem like Aothis has come here yet. Okay, see, that's an intimidating looking portrait there. Red eyes, white hair. Steady white-haired elf frowns down at the table covered in coiled copper wire. As in glimmering shards of Adra, her gloved hands smooth her well-tailored Valiant coat as she mumbles under her breath. Apparently absorbed in her work, the Animancer doesn't even acknowledge your presence. Excuse me. The woman spins on you, blinking rapidly behind a pair of brass-rimmed spectacles. Her bright carmine eyes and paper-white skin mark her as one of the Glamfelin. Ah, she's a pale elf.
Hello, my apologies. I didn't see you there.
Okay, this was a horrible choice of text color. I can't even read her name. Look at please tell me I'm not, like, yeah, I'm even looking at the OBS recording. You can't read her fucking name in this. Somebody made a horrible decision on that choice. Yidwin. Yeah, that was what it was. Yidwin. Her Adiran bears a clear, crisp, but difficult to place accent. The pale elf examines you warily, unease clear in the set of her shoulders. Are you all right?
I am fine. Is there some reason I shouldn't be?
One of her pale eyebrows arches, and she tugs at her gloves and looks away from you. Calm settles about her like a burial shroud. Well, I mean, for one thing, you're a Glamfelin, so I can't imagine that the heat of this place is doing you much favors.
Which is not to say I do not appreciate your concern. I do.
She settles her spectacles on her nose, and as she does so, you notice her hands are still shaking.
I, like the other scholars here, am engaged in the study of the soul sciences. Was there something you needed, or may I return to my studies?
Thin lips settle into a crooked smile. As she speaks, a drop of blood rolls out of her nose and onto her lips. She pulls a handkerchief from her coat pocket and wipes away the blood without a word. You're bleeding.
Indeed. I apologize if you find the sight of blood unsettling. Though, from your appearance, I would expect you to be well acquainted with it.
I'm more just concerned that you just randomly start bleeding.
In any case, why are you here?
Your accent isn't Valian, if I might ask. Why are you dressed as one?
Just a bit of culture I've picked up along the way.
Her clothing is spotless and well-tailored in the old Valian style, replete with lace, silk, velvet, and brocade.
I admire their tailoring tradition immensely. It's much grander than clothing one finds in The White That Wends.
Yep, large, cracked southern expanse of polar ice. The White That Wends is home to the pale elves and small colonies of explorers, outcasts, and adventurers. No plant life grows in the White. It's home to many hardy species of dangerous animal that forage from the sea or prey upon others to survive. Right. She straightens the cuff of her jerkin, a small look of satisfaction flitting across her face. It's marvelous. Who's your tailor?
I am, of course.
Oh, very nice. She puts her hands on her hips and straightens her back. An animancer and a seamstress.
A curious mind is an agile mind. Besides, the two practices are more alike than one might think.
I suppose they do both require careful hands and an obsessive attention to detail.
Care and patience, yes. It is gratifying to be understood.
Yeah, the Valian drip hits that nice combination of Mediterranean Renaissance style, but combined with like 1700s colonial style. I do like it. I will admit, I do like it. Yeah, number 2. I don't know who you are, but I'm going to attack you. Because apparently you can just roleplay as being a total dipshit. Apparently you can roleplay as if Aothas smacked all the sense out of your head. How did you come to be in Neketaka?
It is a mundane story. I sought out the ship with the longest oversea route departing from the Republics and booked passage.
Yeah, you're right. Most of these birds are just flying in laps around here, ain't they? It's a mundane story. I sought out the oh, she already said that. God, I'm so used to having to read so many people's lines. My brain completely deleted that she just spoke.
I had intended to perform a handful of experiments regarding the nature of souls that could only be done safely at sea.
I know of no animancy that must be done strictly at sea unless you had an experiment that required it specifically.
A fellow researcher. Then perhaps you will understand.
Understand what?
I've long been fascinated by the nature of entropy. Nothing is unaffected by the passage of time, excepting souls. Supposedly.
She smirks. Ah, but you're a Glamfellan, who have a close relationship with Rimmergan, the god who explicitly says he does grind down souls.
Is it not possible that repeated reincarnation damages a soul? Could the process of reincarnation itself be responsible for some of the many ills that plague the souls of Kith?
Ah, I suppose in this universe that would kind of make sense.
I deduced that it was possible to escape the cycle, escape Bareth's grasp, to remove one's soul from the wheel.
I don't like either of these responses because 1, as a death god, like we know that's not the case. 2, as a watcher, we definitely know that's not the case. 3, after the experiences we had in the previous game, we know for a goddamn fact that's not the case. And 4, after the events of the previous game, we also know that the wheel is older than Bareth himself. I'm afraid that last part went over my... Yeah, I don't have enough skill, apparently, which is unfortunate. We need more metaphysics, apparently.
I suppose I was wrong to expect more from you.
What do you study exactly?
Many things. Currently, an unusual variety of Adra. It seems to exist only here, among the isles and waters of the Deadfire.
She lifts a small vial of shimmering bluish Adra, peering into it with her carmine eyes.
There's a strange, almost melancholy beauty to the substance. I believe there is more to it than others know.
Any interest in getting out of the tower on some field study? She blinks at your offer, then puts a finger to her lips, clearly considering her next words.
I think, perhaps, that I would be grateful for the opportunity.
Then you're more than welcome to come along.
Truly?
She blinks, her mouth hanging half open.
Captain, your crew grows more fetching by the day.
Ah, another sidekick like Constantin. Okay.
Thaklat, traveler. I am grateful.
I'm sorry, what? Because it sounded like you said fuck off. An Orjoma expression of gratitude. Okay, I believe you. But it really sounded like you said fuck off. I'm not gonna lie. She clasps your hand in hers, pumping it quickly and releases. After a quick pat down of her various pockets sewn into her coat, Yidwin nods sharply and rests a hand on the hilt of her rapier.
I have all that I need. We may depart at your leisure.
Her lips curl into a coy little smile. She says no more. Oh, so she's a mind stalker right from the get-go. Very nice. We'll go ahead and just leave her in the roster for right now. We're good. Interesting. I wonder if we'll be able to continue that conversation another time once I get a higher metaphysics skill. Yeah, my metaphysics is only at 4. Next level is when it goes up to 5.
Watcher, what a surprise to see you again.
Great. Beneath a familiar pointed nose, Caedmon Azos grin achieves a careful balance between polite sneering he once round face. Wait, this was the guy from the asylum, wasn't it? I think you need 7 to see her entire discussion. Ah.
Belfetto, the man who dragged down every other dear wooden animancer with his despicable practices. What a wonderful surprise.
Allegina, while I share your skepticism, do remember that his initial dive into that problem was after the Leaden Key repeatedly sabotaged all of his research and drove him to the edge of madness. So, you know.
I see we've all moved up in the world, haven't we? Taking an interest in the sciences?
You know for a damn well fact that I've been interested in animancy since the beginning. Plus, I'm a cipher. It comes naturally. What are you doing here?
Well, that's what happens, isn't it? When an ignorant mob burns down your place of employment, you move on.
Captain, I say you run with a more dangerous crowd than I guessed.
Takehu, remind me the next time we're on the ship to explain to you the occurrences of a man named Durrance and a woman known as the Grieving Mother. Trust me, you ain't seen fucking nothing yet. And if that doesn't convince you, I can tell you the stories about Haravius ripping and disemboweling people with his fucking claws.
Director Castle was desperate for learned academics, and Neketaka, being so distant from Brackenbury, did much to recommend it. We do fine work here, not as personally fulfilling as my time in the sanitarium, but exciting in its way. The Huana have a much more forward-thinking stance on the sciences, so it's easier to find volunteers. Of course, we can always use more. Any chance you have an interest? I assure you, you have nothing to fear from me.
I'm sure I don't, Caedmon, but nonetheless, just stay out of trouble, all right? And we'll both get along just fine.
Always.
He turns away with a final half-hearted wave of dismissal. Now we can talk to Flan.
Come to watch us work? It's not as exciting when we're running through calculations.
I'm looking for an animancer named Giacomo.
Giacomo? Ak, I know him. He has a little laboratory for himself down in the gullet. His specialty is godlike. Claims he can detect them in the womb.
He spreads her hands theatrically, though her expression does not change. Oh, that's a dangerous skill, honestly. I mean, in the Deadfire, it's not as bad, because the Deadfire is willing to go along with godlike for the most part. Probably helps that their native godlike don't have giant horns on their head that rip their mothers apart as they come out of them, or fire heads that burn them, or nature heads that probably scrape up the inside of the womb on their way out. You know, I'm starting to see why the Deadfire might have a better opinion on godlike, given that most of theirs don't kill people on the way of being born out of the... on the way of being born. But that's the kind of skill that if he sold that ability elsewhere could very, very quickly lead to, selective abortions, shall we say.
Giacomo rents a room in Ecosi, the Hole, which is that grimy tavern down below. Why he seeks to bury himself, you will have to ask him yourself.
I mean, knowing Animancers, he's probably looking for volunteers for his experiments. That just seems to be what you guys kind of do.
Not many Animancers down there, so he should be easy to find, if they haven't stolen all his equipment. Or at Ogori.
Means good luck, literally, as golden wish.
What can I do for you?
So you work here?
Not the coziest place for it, is it? But the open air, the lightning specifically, is a boon. Lets our mages have a rest now and then. Good test of the equipment too. We're working on making it less delicate. Our junior researchers are still a little soft.
It does occur to me that despite being a pre-industrial world, Animancy requires such usage of copper and bronze that they essentially have the beginnings of an electrical grid. They just haven't quite gotten to actually producing electricity yet. It's mostly magic running through copper wires. Once they actually hit an industrial period, the Vailian Republics with its Animancy is going to be very well positioned to build an actual industrial economy. Something that their historical counterparts in our world were not ready for, such as Venice, Genoa, and the other trading city-states of the Mediterranean, who were utterly unprepared for the growth of the European market as the colonization effort spread out. And even worse, lost their industrial apparatus thing as industry moved in and completely replaced artisans. By contrast, the Animancy might actually keep the Vailian Republics far more competitive in a world in which things like the Rauatai are winning through industry rather than magic. What are you working on
Glad
here?
you asked, amico. Very glad. We're very excited about the work here, and we are always looking for volunteers. We've catalogued a number of interesting properties unique to Luminous Adra, but there are some very specific qualities we are investigating. Qualities that a Watcher happens to be uniquely suited to exploring. You're just what we're missing.
I'd be happy to help in however way I can, provided you provide a bit of an explanation.
Gelardi, what a relief. You won't regret this. Let me run you through the theory, and we'll get to the test itself. Luminous Adra has special effects upon Kith. Even to the humblest, it offers some small improvements. Rejuvenation, vitality, the kind of thing you sell to people back home, ne?
Practically just walked in, they're stacking you for a job. That or experimentation. It's Animancy, so it could be both.
But what about those who have already harnessed their own essence? Consider the talented Cutpurse, for instance, who can cross a room by slipping briefly into another place. The world between.
So you're trying to use Luminous Adra to copy other people's magical abilities.
Luminous Adra holds enormous quantities of essence, the kind of energy we can't replicate or restore. And these formations have a kind of connection to each other across the in-between. I believe we can harness this connection and your natural abilities to transport a person across great distances in a moment.
Interesting. Your theory does have some level of soundness to it. I once used Adra to track someone before.
Oh, good. You've done some experimenting on your own. A curious mind is a happy mind, I say. Can't mope about ghosts all day.
A lot of class abilities reflect Tyranny's soft magic of blank, so blank, they become the Archon of blank. A little bit, but I think Pillars of Eternity is making more the argument that the soul has far more energy than what you think of. The soul isn't just your life energy, it's essentially a latent magical system that anyone can tap into given enough strength and experience. Even a fighter like Adir doesn't necessarily have magic, but he can access that power. Ciphers just utilize the power a bit more obviously by being able to tap into other people's essence in order to manipulate them, at least on the outset, as well as to deal damage to them directly by harming their soul.
We've collected a number of illuminating readings, and our machines are ready to harness the Adra's essence. But for the moment, we are effectively blind when it comes to targeting the next pillar.
Yeah. Need to be born and can't be learned, but yes. Yes, and magical talent, raw magical talent in the magic, or in the sorcerer, wizard, druid, that kind of thing, does seem to at least have a partial biological component. Like you're born with a certain degree of skill with it, or ability to tap into it, but it doesn't stop you from learning the fundamentals.
Now, if someone were capable of sensing that essence in the in-between, even of manipulating it, someone like a Watcher, for instance.
So you want to use my connection to the Adra and the essence in order to target a specific pillar.
Precisely right. We've had luck with shorter jumps, but those were as much spellcraft as science. The idea is for you to focus on the next connection point. The machine will use that new link between the Adra veins to create a tether, as well as provide the energy for you to jump effectively. What's really exciting is, so long as you are holding that connection open, your companions can jump alongside you.
Interessant. When do we begin?
Elegina's eyes light up as she smiles and looks between you and Flaune.
The next pill is due east of here, in the middle of a farm. It's not as tall as this one, but you shouldn't have any trouble finding it. Oh, and don't worry. We paid the farmers.
Just in case, what if something goes wrong?
There was that fellow that jumped a little too far over the edge.
Stop scaring our assistant.
That wasn't an explanation, but hell, why not?
Gelardi. Very well. You stand there. Ansel, the machine. All right, Watcher. Remember, focus on the beam of light. It ought to be like stepping through a door. And remember, don't...
Don't what? Why do people always do that when we try to say things? Oh. Well.
So, are we dead now? You're supposed to be the expert here.
Technically, we're not dead. But that's not necessarily a good thing.
This is why I safeguard the souls in my lantern. Traversing hell ain't always as easy as it ought to be.
Hello? Oh. Sup? Switch to the pistols. There we go. That finished it off nice and quick. And back to... Oh, no. No. Why did I do that? Back to back.
Happy to oblige.
You're on the gun, you're on that. Yep. Alright, we're all good there. More spirit residue. That's just used as an ingredient. Fine by me. Alright. Points for the visuals here. This is kind of scary as shit.
A wave the size of a mountain.
Interesting. Why didn't that... What the fuck?
We have to go.
What the hell are you guys doing in here?
Can't.
No,
no, please.
And then this thing comes in and it reaps their souls, basically. Whatever's left of them. What the fuck happened here? Like, I know this place is dangerous, but this is getting a little ridiculous. Nope, don't let that thing move. Oh, yeah. That. Switch back to my guns. Spirit? Wait, what?
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you a spirit? That doesn't make any sense.
Of all my people, I am the last. I cannot die here.
What the fuck is happening? Chunks of the unnatural architecture have been torn from their roots and are hanging in the void. Also, this stuff looks like, what is that metal what is that metal that forms into, like, cubes and multicolored? Bismuth, I think it is? It looks like bismuth, but without any color. Yeah, bismuth, but with no color, which is weird because I think bismuth is one of the few metals that naturally forms that kind of color.
I conquered every city of the Greylands. They will remember my name.
Oh, we got multiples now.
Indeed.
Oh, that's a big one. I wish I'd known all this was over here. Okay, paralyze. Paralyze, paralyze, come on. Did that not work? Gray, scourging blood. No, wait. Did you seriously? Ow! Okay, we paralyzed him at least. Pelagina, keep focusing on that. Fuck. Give me something. Heal him.
Can't get a clean hit.
No, not that. Give me despondent blows. What do you have anyways? Heals raw damage over time. Go ahead and use that. Pelagina, give me sworn enemy. We are doing no fucking damage to this guy. Holy shit. This is not good. Eye blight. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Where did we... Oh, fuck me. Shit. Restores essential health, applies a robust inspiration. That doesn't really help me. What spells do we have? Go ahead and mark him. Is that thing about to heal? Are you fucking kidding me?
I cannot keep you.
Yeah, it's this whole... I can't tell what it... Yeah, he just dealt damage to the bird and healed himself. Oh, that is just fucking bad. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Try to hit them both. I have no idea if this is going to deal... This is not... No, he's just one-shotting us. He's just fucking one-shotting us. Yeah, he's fucking just... He's crit every single attack he's made, which is fucking insane. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure we lose this. Oh my god, how much... Yeah, he's fucked. No, we're... I guess we reload from the beginning of the area because I didn't think we were going to run into a massive boss in here. Holy fuck. Okay, skip. Come on. I don't need to hear all of this. Let's go.
Can't say this is what I imagined hell would look like.
Weird that we can't select these ones.
I feel cold. Which part of me is doing the feeling?
Yep, and then this guy appears. Can we skip the... No, we can't. There's no skipping at all. You need to switch Pallegina's ores or your... Yeah, I will. Give me a second. No, not that one. Where... What's it under? Oh, there we go. Yeah, Zealous Focus improves accuracy, and then we'll go to armor rating, or honestly, armor rating's probably better.
Charge! Ha! Never you mind that miss. I'll land the next one.
Yeah, they're hitting fucking hard. Storm's Rage. Why is everything critting? I swear, everything I've checked on the combat log has it as a crit. Is our defense just... Are we not supposed to be here yet?
Kira, a wave the size of a mountain.
Yes. Can we...
We have to go. Can't. No, please.
It sure as shit feels like we're here early, because that guy was literally one-shotting every single person that went up against him. Alright, nope, back to the guns.
I shall.
Wait, he died this time. What the fuck? What the is happening in this place? I am confused.
Of all my people, I am the last.
Didn't get the light fast enough? Oh.
What have we here?
Okay, stealth this time, because I didn't realize we were going to aggro an entire group of enemies and a boss.
Every city of the Greylands. They will remember my name.
Gods, an end at last. I beg you.
She tekasi bizu, yeket tigewu tikiki.
I'll do this.
Well, we don't have much of a choice, 'cause it's not letting me. I have to go this way. Ah. Yeah, quick save. Right, how close can we get on the... Okay, these things actually don't have very good perception. So we might be able to draw them off. I need... Who's got the gun? You've got the gun and the longest range. Okay, hold on. Can we... Hold on. Pull them back. Pull back. Pull back. Keep pulling back. Pull them further back. All right, go for it. And he's still coming this way. Are you fucking kidding me? Fall back further. Run. We killed one of them. Fall back. Okay. See if we can engage them from here. Nope, he's still coming.
How could I miss that badly?
Fine. Nope, pull back. Pull back. Keep engaging at range. Keep engaging at range. Okay, we got two of them. Keep falling back. If we can break aggro at this point, we might be able to have it. Because we killed two of them, and that'll take his mobs down. Is he still following? Well, that thing is. See if we can kill it before the other one shows up. Okay, okay, hold on. We've got a moment here. Sworn enemy. Then I want... Wounding... Wait. Takedown. Instructed him to... That probably won't work, but we can try wounding shot. Then I want... Divine Mark? No. Despondent Blows. I need Nature's Mark. Actually. Hobbled reduces dexterity. Cannot run. Start with Tanglefoot, then use the Nature's Mark after. No. Nature's Mark does reduce... Hold on. 10 deflection and 10 reflex. Actually, yes. Use Nature's Mark first, then Tanglefoot. Further reduces reflex saves. We're going to cast Ice Strike. Did you even use it? Oh yeah, it's on there. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Flames of Devotion on the target. You're using that spell. She's flanking around this way to use her spell. That's fine. Pallegina has taken a lot of damage. Fuck. Come on, Eye Blight. Cast the Eye Blight. Yep. Heal her up. Heal her up. Come on. That is nowhere near enough fucking healing. What in the hell, game? Also, did he... No, he still hasn't even... For fuck's sake, did it not work? Is he immune? Nature's Mark. Come on. Jody, what are you waiting on? I told you to cast... What did you cast your spells on? I didn't tell you to... I told you to cast the fucking debuff. Why didn't it work on him? Interrupt. 139 slash damage. That sounds like the best choice then. Why does she have to move so close? Did it... Cast Ice Strike. Misses! 47 accuracy versus 94 defense? What the fuck am I supposed to do then? Cast the Moon's Light on her. Try to keep her alive. Yes, try the takedown. See if that works. Okay, we paralyzed him for 5 fucking seconds. Oh, God. Switch to the melee. Run in. Did you even... Okay, no, that's not gonna help. Did that even do any damage to him? It didn't do any damage to him. I don't even see her name in the combat log for casting it. He's not immune to slash damage. Jody, blessed... Missed again. Why? He's fucking immune to everything I'm throwing at him. Paralyze him again.
This does not work.
And it missed. He has... His only weakness is reflex, and I have nothing that targets reflex. Nothing. Every single one of my spells does not target reflex. This is fucking horrible. Toxins is worthless. Nature's Balm will help keep Pallegina alive, but I'd rather save it. Moon's Light is also there. Blizzard is reflex. Okay, fine. That's at least something. God damn. We're going to keep trying to paralyze him every time we get enough focus. That's the only thing we can do. Thank God. That only worked for 2 seconds. Oh my God. You can use Surge to refill abilities. I'm aware, Tenwin, but at the same time, again, nothing targets reflex. Nothing. This is versus Fortitude. He has a high save against Fortitude. Interdiction. That's Will. He has a high Will save. Pillar of Faith. Okay, that one's reflex. We might actually be able to use that then. But it also means using our last spell on that. Everything else doesn't work. We have no... Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging and casting spells. Pallegina's still alive. Give me your last... Oh, that's... Wait, that's Chillfog. Yeah, Nature's Balm. No, wait. Is that... Okay, hold on. No, move forward. Now cast it. Thank you. Second wind, lay on hands. Did her thing even work? No, it also it said it targeted reflex. What the fuck is this shit? The target is accuracy versus reflex. So why in the fucking hell did it roll against his goddamn... She still only grazed him. He has a fourth of the amount of defense and reflex that he does all the other stats, and we still can't hit him. How do I... What is it not? Empower yourself to refill half of your expended resources or empower a spell or ability, grant alert. So, do I just... There we go. Okay. Drop another pillar on him. And... missed. Why are we consistently rolling under a 10? Have we fucking... Graze's Soul Collector, we rolled a 47, which is somehow still a graze because it's a minus 22 just to hit him. I haven't hit him for shit. Because I rolled a 10. Why can I not roll anything higher than a fucking 10 when it matters? Distracts those. Healing to the ally. Distracted for 30 seconds, which does reduce perception and gives flank. Also heals us. I guess that's better than nothing. But it targets Will, and for some reason he also has a massively high Will save. Fuck it. We don't have a choice in the matter. Are you even attacking? Mine of Death's Herald. Causes frightened. Accuracy versus Will. Gives us perception and inspiration for 45 seconds. Okay. I guess that's the only choice we have. I'm using everything we've got right now. And fucking almost getting one-shotted by that. Second wind. Store some health. Come on. There we go. Goddamn Christ. Keep shooting. Okay, we can game, why are you... Thank you. Paralyze him, please.
It is no use. I cannot get through.
And he's down. For fuck's sake. We gonna try and paralyze him again? That's... Accuracy versus 40. He does have a lower... Yes, his will is lower, so honestly, yes, paralyzation is a better choice. Pelagina, give me a second wind. Heal yourself, please. We're still dealing 0 damage.
I need to try something else.
Oh my... And he's gonna heal himself because he can steal health from us. For fucking sake. Try to blind him. Maybe he'll miss. Did we get him? Yes, he missed us. Oh, thank fuck. Thank God. All right, paralyze him again. Thank you. Oh my God. There we go. Almost there. Almost there. Paralyze him again. I knew this ability was going to come in handy. It's okay. Pelagina's still got enough. Paralyze him again.
How could I miss that?
That didn't work. Come on. He's almost dead. He's almost dead. Ow. Thank you, Jody. Oh, thank fuck. Jesus Christ. Primal Wind, Primal Rock, Spirit Residue. I don't fucking care. Just, God damn it. It's not like that was an optional encounter or anything. There's only one way through this area, and that's through that fucker.
The beast. The beast.
What the fuck are you all talking about, the beast? Oh.
Of winter.
A wall formed from tessellating blocks of bismuth rises. Oh, they are bismuth. And from a wall just a face at least 3 miles high, its mouth hangs open in a silent shout, eyes wide. A damp, frigid wind screams between the rocks. It carries whispers in its wake and chills you to your core.
What have we here?
Oh, hey, Rimmergand. Good to see you, buddy. You were one of the more honest gods last time. Please keep that trait. I actually kind of find it endearing that you're one of the only ones who gave it to me straight every time we talked.
A wayward watcher has wandered into my realm. Whatever should I do with you?
I mean, I would think nothing, because I'll be just going on my way, and eventually you'll get my soul anyways, so, you know, why hasten what is inevitable, right, buddy Rimmergand? The god chuckles, a sound like boulders crashing down a mountainside.
You did not receive an invitation to my realm, Herald of Barath. Tell me, why should I not grind your soul to dust?
Okay, you're being a lot more aggressive than you were last time. I'll take honest dickery over dishonest dickery any day, Tenwin, especially with the gods. You know that I could be useful to you, as I have in the past.
But I have no need for a vassal. Everything I desire, I do for myself.
Then why did you need my help last time we talked?
Embrace oblivion with open arms, Watcher.
I will when the time comes for me to actually die, but that day is not today, my friend. The chill wind you first felt when you entered this place picks up. It becomes a deafening cacophony, a shriek so loud and sharp it might tear the very bones from your skin or shred your soul to cobweb tatters. Say nothing.
As much as it would delight me to scatter your soul, you belong to Barath.
Ah, so all of this was just an intimidation thing.
I will spare you that fate. For now.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep with the stoicism, because if he's going to be an ass, I don't really feel like acknowledging him.
Now, on to the matter that brought you here. Your Animancer friends meddle in things beyond their comprehension.
That is usually what Animancers do, so we're going to need more than that, my friend.
Were I not the generous creature I am, you would have died.
Yeah. Okay. You're not telling me anything I didn't already know.
Be sure to tell the Animancers that they have failed, and that they have drawn my gaze. I will not hesitate to obliterate them if they irritate me again.
You're a lot more active than you were in the previous game. I don't think I like this side of you, Rimmergand, but I will do as you ask.
Of course you will.
He radiates a satisfaction thin and sharp as polar sunlight. No. Don't give me this piety and duty shit. I do this because they ask. I don't do it because I believe in them as gods. That particular issue flew the coop in the last game.
You might prepare yourself, Watcher, for something wondrous is on the horizon.
I'll usher in a glorious sword.
Will usher in an age glorious in its brevity.
What does that mean?
You will soon learn. In the meantime, enjoy the world as you know it while you can, and do send my regards to your Animancer friends.
Rimmergand's voice fades to nothingness, and only the wind remains.
So now I thought all this might be an elaborate joke.
Spirit residues, still some more over here. More anima. Can we click on... No, some of these you can't click on for some reason. Don't know why. Okay. But, unfortunately, I'm already over time slightly. Most of the encounters with Rimmergand, he's the one god that will 100% punish your sass. Absolutely. Stop scraping the residue off the walls. That's mine. I mean, it's loot. I'll take the loot. Stone's face is silent, though you cannot shake the feeling of being watched. But yes, we're going to go ahead and save. It is time to wrap up for today. We made it 6 hours, and I guess technically we didn't spend all 6 hours exploring the city. We spent the last 20 minutes in the realm of the dead. So, yay! Barely 20 minutes out of a 6 hour and a half stream. Fuck me. Woo. we actually got some combat in here that wasn't just us. Yeah, you'll spend way more than 6 hours. I mean, yeah, we're not even done with the city 10 when I already know what we're going to be doing tomorrow. And I promised you I would continue Endless Space on Tuesday, so I'm not even going to have that to fill in, but... Okay, but yes, that's going to be all for today. Let me go ahead and mute the desktop audio. Let me pull up the stream manager. Let me go see if there's anybody we can raid. There really isn't. Oh, Zach Hazard is streaming actually right now. Zach Hazard is a content creator on YouTube. Him and Mike Burnfire do the Fallout New Vegas co-op series, a very, very funny series of Fallout videos. He's also known for his stories about his time in the military. He's not one of the larger streamers, so I'm going to go ahead and raid him. He is a good guy, does a lot of stuff on firearms and other such topics. And if you do get the chance to watch his videos on his time in the military, they are fucking hilarious. So I highly recommend them. We're going to go ahead and raid into him. Hopefully he's having a good day. He looks like he's playing some kind of gun simulator, something called Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades. I've never heard of it. No idea about it, but we'll go ahead and raid him anyways. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for being here. I hope you've all had a glorious weekend, and I will see you all tomorrow for our regular stream. Again, I'll reiterate this now as well as throughout the week. I will be going on vacation from the 21st to the 28th, but I will have some additional days off from my work when I get back, so I will do some extra streams then, a little extra long streams then when we get the chance. But otherwise, I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you all again for being here. Thank you all again for tuning in. I can't wait to see you guys next time. We'll have more Pillars of Eternity for you all. All right. Have a good one, everybody. Bye.